Chapter 1, Ailing and Unpaid, Her Husband Buys a House for His Mistress. 2007, Haisher First People's Hospital. Ms. Xia, you've been behind on payments for a week. You kept saying your family would come to pay, but no one has shown up. It puts us in a difficult position. Your condition can't be delayed any longer. If you don't undergo surgery soon, it might be too late. Here's the deal, we'll hold your bed for one more day. Please go home and get the money. If you still can't pay, we'll have no choice but to give the bed to another patient in need. The nurse, with a sigh of resignation, delivered this ultimatum to the frail woman before her. Though only 48, she looked decades older, her face etched with wrinkles and an ashen pallor, a testament not just to illness, but to the relentless grind of life. I understand, Nurse Liu. I'm sorry. I'll find a way to pay. I won't make things difficult for you. A flicker of shame crossed Xia Xian's eyes, yet she managed to offer an apologetic assurance. Then, she pulled on her coat and stumbled out, making her way home. She had a malignant tumor, discovered at a middling stage. With proper treatment, she could live another 3 to 5 years, perhaps even longer. Without it, from diagnosis to hospitalization, only 10 days had passed. She had paid for the first 3 days, but her husband and daughter, who had promised to return with money, never reappeared. When she called, they initially claimed to be too busy to visit, telling her to hang in there. Later, they said they were gathering funds for her medical bills. Eventually, they stopped answering her calls altogether. Yet, she believed her daughter and husband weren't acting intentionally. Something must have held them up, or perhaps they were too preoccupied with raising money to answer the phone. Clinging to hope, she dragged her ailing body home, walking for over an hour, only to find the house empty. She didn't even have a key to get inside. Her shoulders slumped in disappointment, but then, as if remembering something, she turned toward the neighbor's house, only to find its door tightly shut and no one home. For some reason, Xia Xian's heart gave a violent lurch, as if she had a premonition. Just then, Sister Wang, who lived behind them, rode past on her motorcycle. Spotting Xia Xian standing there, she stopped in confusion and called out. Xia Xian, what are you doing just standing there? And why are you dressed like that? Today's the day Nan Nan and Xiao Jun are getting married, and it's also your family's housewarming. A double celebration. Shouldn't you, the mistress of the house, be there handling things? What are you doing back here? I was just heading to your new place for the wedding banquet. But you and old Chu are really something. Xiao Jun and his mother couldn't afford a house for the wedding, so you two bought them one, even letting his mother move in while you stay in this old place. Sometimes I just don't get what you're thinking. Giving away your daughter and a house? Sister Wang sighed, clearly baffled by Xia Xian's choices. Xia Xian's heart wrenched in agony. She clenched her fists so hard her nails bit into her chapped lips, nearly drawing blood. Her face went utterly blank. Chu Nannan was her daughter. Xiao Jun was the neighbor's son. But she knew nothing about this wedding, or the house. And why him of all people? Why did Nannan have to marry Xiao Jun? His mother, Bai Lian, had grown up with her husband, even though she was 5 years older. She married young and divorced early, returning to her parents' home with her 7-year-old son. Xia Xian had originally been engaged to Chu, the eldest brother, but he fell gravely ill and hid it from her, letting her marry him anyway. A week later, he died. The second Chu brother was also old enough to marry, but the Chu family was too poor to afford a bride. She had only agreed to marry him because eldest brother Chu was handsome and honest. She hadn't even demanded a bride price. If they'd had to pay for proper betrothal gifts, neither brother would have found a wife. Later, when she wanted to leave, Chu's mother begged her to stay, insisting she make do with second Chu, at least until she bore 2 children, one to carry on eldest brother's line and one for second Chu's. She claimed this dual succession was tradition. At the time, Xia Xian had softened and agreed. Yet all these years, she had only given birth to Chu Nannan, a single daughter. Still, she was sure she'd never failed the Chu family. She worked to earn money, raised her child, cared for her mother-in-law, and handled all the household chores, cooking, cleaning, everything. Her paycheck paid their bills, while Second Chu kept his wages for himself, sometimes even hitting her up for cash when he was broke. He ignored his own family but frequently helped the neighbors, saying Bai Lian was like family to him and he couldn't bear to see her struggle, her child innocent in all this. Every time they argued about it, she bit back her anger. They'd been married so long, had a daughter, what choice did she have but to put up with it? And Xiao Jun had been trouble since childhood, stirring up drama, framing others, stealing, he'd done it all. She had warned her daughter repeatedly to stay away from him. How could she marry him now? What else were they hiding? Though no wind blew, Xia Xian felt as if she stood out in the freezing cold, shivering uncontrollably. She didn't know who had betrayed her more, her husband or her daughter. Xia Xian? Are you okay? Why? Sister Wang, please take me there. Before Sister Wang could finish, Xia Xian lunged forward, gripping her arm, tears brimming in her desperate eyes. All right. Realizing something was amiss, Sister Wang silently agreed. Rushing to the scene, Xia Xian arrived just in time to witness the newlyweds bowing to their parents and serving tea. The irony was unbearable. In that bright new house, Chu Xing and Bai Lian sat side by side, accepting tea from her daughter, exchanging affectionate smiles. Anyone would think they were the married couple. And her daughter, the little traitor. The sight enraged Xia Xian, nearly giving her a stroke. Years of pent-up resentment exploded. Without thinking, she stormed forward, snatched the teacup from Chu Xing's hands, and smashed it into his face with a crash, blood gushing from his nose. She just wanted to vent her fury. Damn it. Ah. Mom. What are you doing here? Xia Xian. Have you lost your mind? You bitch. How could Xia Xian ruin such an important day? She ignored all their reactions, her eyes wild as she grabbed Bai Lian's hair, raising her hand to slap the shameless woman. But mid-swing, Xiao Jun caught her wrist. How dare you hit my mother? Get out. Furious, he kicked her before she could break free, sending her flying backward. The back of her head slammed into the wall before she crumpled to the ground. Already at her limit, weak, heartsick, the brutal kick and impact proved too much. Xia Xian's breath ceased instantly. Her eyes bulged wide, as if about to pop out, bloody tears streaming down her cheeks. She died wide-eyed, unable to close them. No peace in death. She hated them. Why hadn't she seen their true faces sooner? Why wasn't she given a chance for revenge? Why? Why? Even as a ghost, she would never let them go. Though unwilling, her life slipped away like the wind, her consciousness swallowed by darkness. Hearing is the last sense to fade after death. She caught her daughter's disgusted muttering about her ruining the wedding, Bai Lian's tearful complaints, and Chu Xing's furious curses. How he never should have married such a worthless, crazy woman like Xia Xian. Who knew how long it would take for them to realize she was already dead? The moment her hearing vanished, Xia Xian should have truly perished. But as her body twitched twice, her eyes suddenly flew open. Chapter 2 Rebirth. Rejecting the joint household marriage. I don't want your miserable life. But the scene before her was no longer the bridal chamber, nor a hospital room. She took in the cramped space, an old bed, stacked stools, stained walls, both familiar and strange. This place was... Xia Xian froze. It looked uncannily similar to the Chu family home 30 years ago, before it had been renovated and expanded. Before she could think further, a voice she loathed snapped her back to reality. Xia Xian, I'm begging you, as an elder. Eldest brother Chu is gone. Just accept your fate. After all, a husband's a husband, no matter which one, you'll still be a daughter-in-law of the Chu family. Just marry my second son. Later, when you two have 2 sons, one can be adopted into eldest brother Chu's lineage. That way, his bloodline won't be cut off. You'll have done your duty to him, and you won't have to remarry. If you become a widow right after marriage, people will say you're a husband killer. It'll be hard for you to marry again. Chuxing inheriting both branches, this has been tradition since ancient times. You shouldn't feel burdened. That's right, Xia Xian. Believe me, I'll treat you well for the rest of my life. You'll be both my sister-in-law and my wife, I'd have every reason to treat you well. You thought my eldest brother was honest, reliable, and had a stable job. As his younger brother, how could I be any worse? And now that he's gone, his job has been passed to me. I'm just as good as he was. Don't worry. As long as you stay, I'll listen to everything you say from now on. If you say east, I won't go west. I'd even give you my life. The two of them took turns persuading her, making all sorts of promises. I gave you face, and you dare put on airs with me? Who the hell do you think you are? You were already engaged to eldest brother Chu. You were supposed to marry into our family. So what if he was sick? Did that make him any less your man? And you dare say we tricked you? I should be blaming you for cursing my son to death. He wouldn't have died so soon if it weren't for you, you cursed hag. Now I don't even want you anymore. You better compensate me with a bride who asks for no dowry, or I'll hound you day and night. Let's see who's afraid of who. Old Lady Chu could only keep up her act for a second. The moment Xia Xian mocked them, she dropped all pretense, standing up to scream curses while stabbing the air with her bony fingers at her. Mom. Chuxing hadn't expected his mother to tip their hand so quickly. He still believed he could persuade Xia Xian, they shouldn't have shown their hand yet. Disapproving, he tugged at her sleeve. Though he was furious too, he still needed Xia Xian for now. He had to swallow his anger. Son, don't be scared of her. You think I actually want her in this family? If we had money, she wouldn't even be fit to lick our shoes. Old Lady Chu's arrogant words made Xia Xian sneer. That's right, I can't touch your clothes, because your family's so poor you don't even have any to wear. Eldest brother Chu had to borrow new clothes for our wedding. The moment he returned them, he kicked the bucket. Talk about cursed. Wasting someone else's new clothes, they probably burned them out of disgust for your cursed family. Enough. Xia Xian. What nonsense are you spouting? Don't make me lose it. Do you really want to make this ugly? Marrying me is a win-win for all, what's there to fuss about? Chuxing wasn't a pushover either. He could only tolerate so much insult. His patience lasted just 2 seconds longer than his mother's before he started yelling at Xia Xian. Anyone with weak resolve would easily be swayed and sucked into their scheme. They were gripping Xia Xian's hands, no wonder she had twitched earlier. She'd been fighting to shake them off. Hearing these familiar words, Xia Xian suddenly realized she had gone back 30 years. Back to the time, just 2 days after eldest brother Chu's death, when Chuxing and his mother were pressuring her to stay. Looking down at the two kneeling at her feet, begging, she felt both shock and joy. Unable to hold back, her lips twisted into a grin. Her earlier conflicted expression, combined with this eerie grin, made the scene unsettling. Chuxing, who had been confident, frowned at Xia Xian's reaction. He sensed the situation slipping away. Like hell I do. You think your life is so precious? Who wants your rotten, no good, miserable excuse for a life? I haven't even settled accounts with you yet. The three of you Chus tricked me into this marriage. Eldest brother Chu was sick, and you hid it. You turned a young maiden into a widow twice over. Just wait, I'll expose everything. I'll call my parents over to deal with you. Let the whole village curse your family name. Xia Xian's voice was sharp and resolute. She shoved them both away violently, sending them sprawling to the ground as if she had suddenly gained unnatural strength. Her eyes burned with hatred and disgust, as if she wanted nothing more than to kill them both. They talk sweet now, but the moment she was tricked into marrying Chuxing, they wouldn't even pretend for a single day. Once she got pregnant, they'd only grow worse, showing their true colors. And they dared call her a worthless woman? Eldest brother Chu had been on his deathbed, he didn't even have the strength for the wedding night. Her first time had been with Chu Xing. Even if there had been no blood, she knew exactly who she had been with. There was no mistake. Pa. Go to hell, you old hag. Who's got a worthless, wretched life? Nobody cares if you lose your temper. If you make things ugly, don't blame me for making them uglier. The only ones happy here are you, I'm the one suffering. In this lifetime, whoever wants to deal with your Chu family can go ahead. I'm through with you people. Xia Xian had no interest in wasting more words on them. She turned, grabbed her bundled belongings, and prepared to leave. She had been planning to go today anyway. This time, not even God himself could stop her from going home. You're not leaving. Even if you won't marry me, you'll stay in the Chu family as a widow. In life, you're a Chu, in death, you're a Chu ghost. Chu Xing flew into a rage, yanking at Xia Xian's bundle to stop her from leaving. That's right. Let's see where you think you're running, you little slut. You'll die in this house if it's the last thing I do. Old Lady Chu joined in, shoving and pulling at Xia Xian. These two were the kind of people who'd cut off their nose to spite their face. As if others' happiness was a personal insult. You old hag, you're the real slut reborn. Birthing good-for-nothing sons who died young. Think I won't smack you? Xia Xian had been suppressing her rage, holding back from throwing the first punch. But now that old Lady Chu had put hands on her first, she wouldn't hold back. She immediately let go of her bundle. Chu Xing, losing his balance, stumbled backward with it and crashed into a table. Meanwhile, Xia Xian seized old Lady Chu's hair, yanking hard enough to scalp her. Quit playing the elder card. In her mind, she was older than old Lady Chu. Hitting her didn't weigh on her conscience at all. Chapter 3, Resistance, Playing the Innocent. Ah. Xia Xian. UF ****ing bitch. Old Lady Chu screamed a string of curses in pain. She tried to grab Xia Xian's hair, but Xia Xian swiftly retreated. With her long limbs, old Lady Chu couldn't even reach her. Seeing his mother being beaten, Chu Xing, who had just been knocked down, was furious. They rallied behind her, offering support and even volunteering to fetch authorities. Thank you all for helping me, sob. Otherwise, I'd rather die in the Chu household than let them have their way. Xia Xian declared with righteous determination, her chin held high. This was far more convincing than playing the seductress, and the crowd admired her all the more, shielding her protectively while glaring at Second Chu and his mother. It's not what you think. My brother's gone now, and I'm willing to marry her, it's not harassment. It's called jian tiao, a custom where a widow marries her brother-in-law, have you heard of? Second Chu had been too slow to stop her from swaying public opinion. He tried to explain, but his words only incensed the crowd further. Nonsense. You think you can just decide to marry her? Just because your brother died, why should she marry you? What kind of woman marries two brothers? Aren't you afraid of heaven's wrath? Exactly. I've had enough of you. Refusing to cancel the engagement even when the man was dying, ruining a girl's life for nothing. And now you want to ruin her further? Your mother's a widow too, why doesn't she marry her brother-in-law? Xia Xian didn't even need to say another word. The neighbors berated the pair mercilessly. Old Lady Chu shrank back, too cowardly to speak, clearly a cowardly bully. The women's committee director arrived in a rush, her shoes half-fastened, wielding a feather duster. Who dares harass our women comrades? Do they think I'm dead? Her furious gaze locked onto Second Chu. Anger made her grip the feather duster so tightly the muscles in her arm bulged. At 175 centimeters tall, she was robust and ready-cheeked, not only a formidable verbal fighter but also adept at handling wife-beaters. Mei Yanxia, the women's committee director, was a name that commanded fear throughout the entire neighborhood. He stood up aggressively, ready to strike Xia Xian. But Xia Xian had already been ambushed once, she wasn't foolish enough to let it happen again. As Chuxing charged toward her, she seized the moment and, just as he got close, kicked him square in the crotch. Aha! Chuxing immediately doubled over, clutching his groin and howling in agony, his voice deafening. You dare kick my son's crotch? Xia Xian, I'll fight you to the death. Old Lady Chu's eyes burned with rage at the sight. But Xia Xian had no intention of risking her life over these worthless people. She knew the odds were against her in a 2-on-1 fight, giving them a lesson was enough. Without even bothering to grab her bundle, she yanked Old Lady Chu's hair hard one last time and dashed. She turned, pulled open the door, and dashed out, all in one fluid motion. Within 3 seconds, she was outside. The commotion had already drawn neighbors out to gawk. Xia Xian promptly covered her face and burst into pitiful sobs. Help! Someone's harassing me. Second Chu is a wolf in sheep's clothing. His brother just died, and now he's trying to force himself on his sister-in-law. Old Lady Chu is helping him, trying to make me submit. How could I be so unlucky? This whole family is rotten. Chuxing lied to trick me into marrying him on his deathbed, and now they're trying to force me into prostitution. Woe is me. Her voice carried loud and clear, airing all the Chu family's shameful deeds. At the height of her sorrow, tears flowed naturally. Thinking of the bitter, humiliating life she'd endured in her past, Xia Xian didn't even need to fake it, her tears poured freely. What? How could this happen? Quick, call the Women's Committee director. I'll report this to the police station. How shameless. Harassing his own widowed sister-in-law, what a morally bankrupt scoundrel. Most of the onlookers were women, who could easily empathize with Xia Xian's plight. Director. You're finally here. There's no rule saying I have to marry my husband's brother just because he died, sob. They even tore my clothes, trying to. I can't stay here anymore. I want to go home. I just got married, still a virgin, I don't even have a child. Staying with the Chus is futile. Please, let me go home, sob. Seeing her real savior arrive, Xia Xian immediately clung to Mei Yanxia's arms, weeping pitifully while subtly fabricating a story. Mei Yanxia looked down and saw Xia Xian's sleeve was indeed torn, revealing a pale, delicate arm. Enraged, she hurled the feather duster straight at Chuxing. You shameless bastard! Ow! Chuxing was struck squarely on the forehead, clutching his head in pain. Don't be afraid, dear. I'll make sure you get home safely. Let's see which Chu dares harm you now. Sob. Xia Xian didn't speak, only nodded with tearful nods. But when she lowered her eyes, a fleeting smirk flickered across them. This time, she wouldn't be so foolish. Hysterics were useless, playing the victim, weeping softly, was far more effective. The mention of harassment brought the police swiftly. Leading them was a strikingly handsome young man, sharp, handsome features, penetrating gaze, a tall nose, broad shoulders, and a lean waist. His authoritative presence instantly captured everyone's attention. Who is that young man? Haven't seen him before. Right? So handsome, wonder if he's married. I've got a niece around his age, still single. The aunties whispered excitedly among themselves. Even Xia Xian, despite her mature mental age, was momentarily dazzled. She recognized him, though, he was from the capital, with an impressive background. He'd only stayed here a few months, apparently to crack some serial killer investigation before leaving. People had mourned not being able to keep such a catch around. Quan Ruifeng's eyes black as ink swept over Xia Xian's tear-streaked face, then the Women's Committee director holding her, before turning stoically to Chuxing. I'm Quan Ruifeng from the Ningqing Public Security Bureau. We received a report of harassment against a woman. All involved parties, come with me to the police station. His voice was an icy baritone, unexpectedly melodic. Lu Jun, though overlooked, remained unbothered, he just offered a quiet smile. I'm Lu Jun. We all know each other here, so no need for introductions. Director May, what exactly happened? You'll need to come with us too. We can talk on the way. Let's keep this low-key, no need for drama. Lu Jun and Director May went way back. He often helped handle these trivial matters and was quite experienced. Fine. Take both the old lady and her son in. Director May was a true warrior. She wasn't impressed by some rookie cop's good looks. She only cared about solving the plight of the women involved. Just stay close to me. Don't be afraid. She held Xia Xian's wrist, comforting her gently. Okay. Xia Xian nodded meekly, like a shy young bride, her fair skin and slightly red, beautiful almond eyes making her look utterly docile, making Director May's heart go out to her. With the women's director and the police working together, even if they couldn't send Chu Xing and his mother to prison, detaining them for a few days would certainly be possible. Buried beneath the Chu family's courtyard was a box of gold bars, weighing roughly 5 caddies, about 5.5 pounds. The land had once belonged to some landlord, and the gold bars were dug up during a later expansion of the house. Before the joy could even sink in, Chu Xing told her the next day that the gold had been stolen. She had been skeptical from the start. Combined with the fact that he later had money to buy a house for his mistress and their love child, it was absolutely certain he had hidden the gold himself. This time, she'd get to those gold bars first, no question. Chapter 4, A Beijing Bigshot Needs My Help? As long as they were detained, she would be there that very night to dig them out. No delays. The group arrived at the police station. Old Lady Chu, ever the aggressor, immediately started shouting. Officers, you absolutely mustn't listen to this vixen's nonsense. She clearly failed to seduce my son, her brother-in-law, so she... Silence. You are a woman. And a widow. Do you not understand the consequences of such words for her? Calling her a vixen at every turn. I see your heart growing crueler with age. The officers haven't even spoken, and you're already running your mouth. Don't make baseless accusations. Do you know what slander is? The police can lock you up right now. Mei Yanxiao's rebuke was full of force, her finger pointing so sharply it seemed poised to pierce Old Lady Chu's throat. Old Lady Chu quickly clapped a hand over her mouth and retreated, no longer daring to babble. All right, separate them for questioning. This is a police station. Brawling like a fishwife won't help. Lu Jun subtly delivered his warning, then gestured for Quan Ruifeng to question Xia Xian while he himself handled the mother and son. Quan Ruifeng was from Beijing, he surely wouldn't know how to deal with these lowlifes. Lu Jun didn't dare let him handle it. If the station hadn't been short-staffed today, he wouldn't have even brought Quan Ruifeng along. Quan Ruifeng gave a curt nod and led Xia Xian and Mei Yanxia to another interrogation room. Xia Xian remained silent, her face a mask of wide-eyed timidity, looking utterly pathetic as she clung tightly to Director May's hand. She was playing her part to perfection. Quan Ruifeng glanced at Xia Xian, who was practically glued to Mei Yanxia, and decided not to question her directly. Instead, he addressed Director May. What's the story with her marriage to Chu Eldest? Oh, I know about this. Chu Eldest was sick, though I don't know the specifics. The Chu family kept it very quiet. All I knew was that he went to the hospital every day. 2 days before the wedding, I saw him, his face was deathly pale, not like a normal person, and he couldn't even walk. Chu Second had to carry him back. I could tell he wasn't doing well and even asked if they needed help. But they refused, so I didn't press the issue. 2 days later, I saw them welcoming the bride into their home. That's when I realized the marriage hadn't been called off. I thought Chu Eldest had recovered, but it turns out this poor girl had no idea he was sick. She was tricked into marrying him, and within days, Chu Eldest was gone. Everyone felt sorry for her, such a sweet young girl, now a widow. I've been thinking about this ever since. I checked in on her a couple of times and knew she wanted to leave. I figured the Chu family would make it difficult, but I never imagined they'd stoop so low as to force her to marry Chu II. It's just despicable. Director May spoke with righteous indignation. Before today, there hadn't been an open conflict, so she had no excuse to intervene. Now, she finally had her chance. Quan Ruifeng listened, tapping his long fingers lightly on the table as if deep in thought. He gave a non-committal hum to acknowledge what he'd heard. The next questions were primarily for Xia Xian. Quan Ruifeng said calmly. Director May, please step out for a moment. I need to speak with her alone. Huh? Xia Xian looked bewildered, while Mei Yanxiao was caught off guard. Director. Xia Xian looked to her pleadingly, her expression anxious. Mei Yanxiao patted her hand reassuringly. Don't be afraid. The officer isn't a bad person, he won't make things difficult for you. Just tell the truth. Okay. Xia Xian nodded meekly. Once Mei Yanxiao left, she nervously wrung her hands, lips pressed together, and eyes downcast, waiting for the questions. This time, her unease wasn't an act. Under Quan Ruifeng's gaze, she felt immense psychological pressure. Could someone this perceptive see through her performance? But she wasn't entirely lying, that mother and son really had tried to take advantage of her. With that thought, Xia Xian grew more confident. She actively lifted her gaze, her red lips slightly parted, about to speak. But she was interrupted. And what he said had nothing to do with today's incident. Would you be interested in helping me with something? Quan Ruifeng got straight to the point, his expression serious and his eyes piercing. Huh? Me help you? Xia Xian was stunned, instinctively frowning. She had no idea what she could possibly help him with, they'd only just met. Even if he was an officer, this was quite presumptuous. To be precise, it's about helping the victims, and many others who might suffer in the future. Since you haven't agreed, I can't share the specifics. I chose you for 2 reasons, your appearance and demeanor fit, and you're good at acting and quick thinking. This would put you in danger. I can't force you, but I hope you'll consider it carefully. Setting aside my profession, if you agree to help, I can personally assist you with 2 issues. The Chu mother and son, and money. You could even move somewhere else if you wanted. If you stay here, gossip will likely follow you for the rest of your life. Quan Ruifeng leaned slightly closer, his thin lips parting as he spoke deliberately, his eyes as dark as ink. Under that gaze, Xia Xian felt completely transparent, as if stripped bare. Her heart stuttered. She clenched her hands, then quickly blinked to steady her ragged breathing. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not a good actress, and I'm not clever enough to help you. I just want to leave the Chu family, go home, and live a quiet life. Xia Xian politely declined Quan Ruifeng. She had no interest in getting tangled in some major case, not when she was still consumed by her own unresolved grievances. You tore your own clothes, didn't you? You're not strong enough to make such large rips, and the direction is wrong. You can fool others, but not me. You're very clever. You knew you couldn't escape the Chu mother and son on your own, so you made a scene, played the victim, and got the staunchly principled Director May to champion your cause. You used public opinion to condemn them. Calling yourself not clever is just modesty. Quan Ruifeng suddenly looked at Xia Xian's torn sleeve, incisively pointing out how she had engineered the situation to put the Chu mother and son at a disadvantage. Xia Xian listened, her face tight, her body stiff. She pressed her lips together, remaining silent for a long time. She had lived an entire second lifetime more than the man before her, yet he saw right through her so easily. It seemed that even living longer didn't significantly change one's intelligence. She suddenly began to doubt if she could truly deal with Chu Xing and his mother once and for all. Even if she successfully returned home, what if that mother and son caused trouble at her house every day? What then? Would she be endlessly entangled? What about her parents? Would they be affected? She couldn't actually kill them. They had already ruined one life for her. This time, she absolutely had to live well. Moreover, she knew that college entrance exams would soon be reinstated, and private enterprise would be allowed. She wanted to use the gold bars as capital for a business and also try to see if she could get into university. In her past life, had she not gotten pregnant with Chunanan, she would have wanted to give it a try. Afterward, she kept studying to make up for that regret. Perhaps leaving would be a good choice. I need to think it over. Xia Xian relented. Understood. Whenever you've made up your mind, you can come find me. Chapter 5, Unearthing the Gold Bars. Quan Ruifeng's lips curled slightly, a fleeting smile crossing his face before he quickly regained his composure. Now, let's take your statement. Even in the interrogation room, a formal statement was still required. Due to Quan Ruifeng's suggestion, the two of them emerged later than expected. Lu Jun had already finished his questioning. Seeing Quan Ruifeng, he immediately approached to vent his frustration. That mother and son are like greased weasels, impossible to pin down. They refuse to cooperate no matter what. Press them too much, and they start cursing. It made me so angry I just locked them up. Lucky you skipped that interrogation, or you'd be fuming too. As he spoke, he turned to Xia Xian. Ms. Xia, your relationship with them is quite complicated, and without more evidence, even if they had bad intentions, there's nothing we can do right now. We're stuck waiting for them to slip up. Your husband's dead. Legally, you're no longer tied to them or the Chu family. Why don't you take this chance to go back, pack up your things, and return to your parents' home? Don't bother with them. If they still come after you, then we'll have a solid reason to detain them. Right now, we can only hold them overnight. At most, they'll be released by tomorrow morning. He sounded somewhat apologetic. After all, they were Xia Xian's mother-in-law and brother-in-law. Family drama was far harder to define than disputes with strangers. Xia Xian understood. She knew they wouldn't be held long. One night would suffice. She nodded. All right, thank you. I'll go back and pack my things now. Please don't release them until tomorrow. Otherwise, I'm afraid they'll chase after me before I even get home and figure things out with my family. Don't sweat it, I'll guarantee you have enough time. Lu Jun pounded his chest for emphasis. Good. Then let's not delay. I'll take you back now. Director Mei Yanxia was worried sick and concerned that Xia Xian might be afraid to travel alone at night. She hurriedly pulled Xia Xian along to go pack her belongings. Xia Xian shot a glance back at Quan Ruifeng before quickly leaving. Whether she would help Quan Ruifeng or leave this place, she was hell-bent on making Chu Xing and his mom pay. If she couldn't do it herself, she'd use it as leverage to cut a deal with Quan Ruifeng. As for money, she could earn it herself. Those 5 pounds of gold bars gave her a huge boost of confidence. She returned to the Chu household with Director Mei, picking up the torn bundle and clutching it to her chest. Director Mei, thank you so much for today. Without you, I wouldn't have known what to do. Please, go attend to your own duties. I've already taken up enough of your time. If I ever get the chance, I'll come back to visit you. Xia Xian spoke sincerely, her eyes filled with gratitude. In her previous life, after marrying Second Chu, Director Mei had often helped her seek justice. But once the marriage was official and she had a child, that mother and son felt they had her cornered, fearless of anyone. She deeply regretted not listening to Director Mei's advice to divorce sooner. But perhaps because Director Mei handled too many cases like this, always angry, she later developed breast cancer. This time, Xia Xian would make sure to urge her to get checked early. Don't be silly, you're my top priority. Let me take you home. Where did you say your family lives? Director Mei was kind and dutiful, insisting on escorting Xia Xian home personally. But Xia Xian still needed to secretly stay behind to dig up the gold bars. Fortunately, the neighborhood committee had plenty of work. Before Director Mei could finish, another member, Auntie Lu, came rushing over, out of breath. Director Mei, I finally found you. Wu Jianqi and his wife are fighting again. They even threw their child aside. We can't stop them, you've got to go. What? Those monsters. How could they abandon their child? I'm going right now. You take Xia. Director Mei was furious, gritting her teeth as she prepared to leave, still telling Auntie Lu to see Xia Xian home. But Xia Xian quickly refused. No need, no need. I'll be fine. Director Mei, you should hurry, things are getting ugly over there. They might even start using knives. Be careful. Alright then. Director Mei thought it over and agreed. She stopped worrying about Xia Xian and rushed off with the rest of the committee members to deal with the Wu family. Once they were gone, Xia Xian let out a relieved sigh. She slipped outside with her bundle and looked around, the coast was clear. Perfect timing. She ducked back inside the Chu house and shut the door. Without even taking off her bundle, she hurried to the kitchen to grab a stick and a knife. There was no shovel, but these would have to do. Where was it buried again? She remembered it was in the yard, but the yard was large. She couldn't dig up the whole thing, time was tight. Closing her eyes, she tried to recall. 2 minutes later, her eyes snapped open, her face lit up. She walked to the doorway first, then began pacing it off. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. After 6 steps, she forcefully plunged the stick into the ground as a marker. Then she walked to the kitchen door and repeated the process, another 6 steps. Using these 2 points, she drew a mental outline, roughly marking the area. This should be it. Xia Xian muttered under her breath, rubbing her chin. In her previous life, she had estimated the gold bar's location by sight. Now, she could narrow it down better. Once the spot was confirmed, she grabbed a bucket of water, poured some over the ground to soften the soil, then began digging vigorously with the stick and knife. Gold, gold, it was going to be hers. Let Chuxing and his mother choke on their greed. The more she thought about it, the more exhilarated she felt, digging with relentless drive, not even feeling tired. After what felt like ages, the stick hit something hard. Her pulse jumped, this time, it couldn't be a rock, right? She'd dug so deep already. She flung the stick away and dug with her hands, feverishly clawing at the dirt. Sure enough, an earthy, purplish wooden box emerged. This was it, the gold was inside. Xia Xian's eyes blazed with triumph. Grinning wildly, she worked faster, finally wrenching the box loose. The box was intact, but the lock was rusted shut. Come to think of it, was the box itself worth money? But in her past life, Chuxing didn't understand its value and just hacked the wooden box apart and burned it for firewood. But this could be verified later. Xia Xian immediately stuffed the heavy wooden box into her bundle, quickly shoveled the dirt back in, and toppled the bucket and other stuff to make it look like she had caused the damage out of spite, rather than digging something up in the yard. After finishing all this, she clutched the bundle, ready to leave, when she suddenly thought of something else. She immediately ran back to Old Lady Chu's room and zeroed in on the family's pitiful savings in her wardrobe. This belongs to me now. Xia Xian curled her lips into a radiant smile. Money was the lifeline of this mother and son. In her past life, she had suffered so much to earn money and support the entire family, while the two of them stood by indifferently, only caring about their own happiness. This pittance could never make up for what she'd suffered. This was only the first step of her revenge. Chapter 6, Storm their place and get sis back. Xia Xian left the Chu family in a hurry, carrying her money, belongings, and gold bars. It was already dark, which made her quiet departure easier and unnoticed. However, she didn't head straight home. Instead, she stopped near the co-op store. Seeing no one, she slipped behind a large tree, crouched down, and, under the dim light from the cooperative, took out her hairpin. She bent it open and used it as a key to pick the lock. With a little jiggling, the lock clicked open. In her past life, to save money, she had learned to fix and tinker with everything herself, which had honed many skills, lock-picking being one of them. Once the lock was open, the contents of the box were revealed. Neatly stacked gold bars, their color, their shape. Truly beautiful. She hadn't dug in vain. Unable to resist, Xia Xian picked up a gold bar and gave it a loud smooch, finally setting her heart at ease. The Xiao household. Xia Xian's parents had already learned about the Chu family's disgraceful actions. With eldest brother Chu dead, the truth could no longer be concealed. Lei Wan picked up her rice bowl to eat but suddenly let out a long sigh and set it back down. What's with all the sighing? We're eating. If you don't want to eat, don't ruin everyone else's appetite. Xia Xian's father munched on pickles, grumbling. Yeah, Mom, if you have something to say, just say it. No need to sigh like that for us to hear. The eldest daughter-in-law of the Xiao family saw through it and called her out, all while continuing to shovel food into her mouth without pause. With many mouths to feed and limited rations, eating slowly meant going hungry. What else could it be? Sis is a widow now. Of course Mom's upset. Xia Xian's younger brother sniffed and blurted loudly. He understood. Or rather, the whole family understood, some just played dumb. Since you've all figured it out, I'll spit it out. I want to go to the Chu family tomorrow and bring Xia Xian back. Lei Wan slammed her chopsticks down on the table. Ever since learning of eldest brother Chu's death, this thought hadn't left her mind. Of course we have to bring her back, but we can't rush it. Eldest brother Chu just passed away a few days ago. If we take her back so soon, it will make our Xiao family look bad. Xia Xian's father was also troubled by his daughter's situation, but he cared about appearances. Xia Xian already had the reputation of being a husband killer. Bringing her back too quickly would invite gossip, and he couldn't stand that. How would it make us look bad, Dad? Did you leave your brains in Chu's coffin? They're the ones who tricked Sis into marrying him. I've been saying we should just fight our way over and take Sis back, no need to wait for him to die first to discuss it. But none of you listened to me. Xia Xian's younger brother was especially displeased, sulking into his bowl. Just eat your food. You're still knee-high to a grasshopper, yet you're talking about fighting our way over. If it really came to a fight, they could flatten you with one punch. Xia Xian's father rolled his eyes and scolded. What did this pipsqueak know? I'm just a kid, but there's you, eldest brother, and second brother. Our family has so many people, and the Chu family is down to 2. What's there to be scared of? The youngest Xiao brother was only 7 years old, but he had a defiant bring-it-on attitude. Seeing her youngest son like this, Lei Wan felt somewhat comforted, but when she noticed her eldest and second sons remaining silent, she felt a bit disappointed. What about you two? Speak your minds. Second brother Xiao looked troubled. Mom, it's not that I don't want to bring Xia Xian back, but our house is just too small. We finally managed to have Xingxing and Lan Lan share a bed after she got married. 3 people sleeping on that tiny bed is just too cramped, the kids both hate it. Why not leave her at the Chus until she remarries? We can quickly find her another match. She'll have to marry eventually anyway. Staying with the Chus for a while could be their way of compensating her. They can house and feed her. I'm for bringing Xia Xian back, but money's tight at home. Could she contribute a bit more from her wages? Eldest brother Xiao ventured. This wasn't a small matter. Once Xiao Xian returned, she'd be a widow, but she'd only been married for a few days. She wouldn't agree to marry someone much older, and someone who's poor wouldn't work either. It won't be easy to find her someone. Eldest brother Xiao's idea was that she could come back, but she'd need to chip in more for rent on top of her previous living expenses. Seeing her husband speak up, eldest brother Xiao's wife, with her mouth still full, frantically waved her hands. Cough cough asterisk, Mom, I didn't tell him to say that. I support bringing Xia Xian back. We can go back to how it was before. It's better for her to squeeze in with us than stay with the Chus, they're bad news. The longer we wait, the harder it'll be to get her back. As she spoke, she stomped hard on her husband's foot. Asterisk all he thinks about is money. Asterisk if her mother-in-law pinned this on her later, she'd be so wronged. Ow. Why'd you step on me? Eldest brother Xiao howled in pain. Lei Wan massaged her temples, exasperated. What did I raise? Xia Xian is your own sister. How can you be so calculating? Xia Xian had been listening outside the door for a while. Before things could get worse, she knocked. Mom, Dad, I'm back. Xia Xian. That's Xia Xian's voice. Thrilled, Lei Wan immediately got up to open the door. Mom. Xia Xian. It's really you. Are you okay? Why did you come back so late? Did those two from the Chu family do anything to you? She hugged her daughter tightly, looking her over carefully, afraid something had happened. I'm fine. Second Chu and his mother wanted me to marry him. I refused, and a big fuss broke out. The residence committee director there helped me, and the police have already arrested them. I took the chance to run home. Xiao Xian smiled, her eyes shining, as if she'd been through nothing, still the same innocent, kind-hearted girl. In her past life, she had suffered, and her mother had grieved for her, passing away early. Now, being able to see her parents again, Xia Xian couldn't be happier. Mom, I missed you so much. Her smile trembled, her eyes turning red as she burrowed into her mother's arms, unwilling to let go. My dear child, you've suffered. Tears welled up in Lei Wan's eyes as well, and the mother and daughter clung to each other, weeping bitterly. Lei Wan was deeply worried about her daughter's future. She hated herself for not seeing through the true nature of the Chu family back then. She hated herself for not visiting the Chu family 2 days before the wedding. She hated herself, even on her daughter's wedding day. She had noticed eldest brother Chu's strange expression but foolishly believed their excuse about bad makeup. Because of this, her daughter had become a widow overnight, her status suddenly awkward and humiliating. What? That Chu bastard is an animal. How dare he covet his own sister-in-law? You came back just in time. You must never give in to him. Upon hearing about the mother and son's vile intentions, the Xiao family was sickened. They all objected vehemently and insisted Xia Xian stay at home, abandoning their earlier petty calculations. After all, they were family, and there was still love between them. Yes, I'll stay home for a few days first. They'll probably come looking for me. Once I deal with them, we'll see. Dad, brother, sister-in-law, don't worry, I won't embarrass you or burden the family. I'll pay my way. After dealing with those 2 scoundrels from the Chu family, I'll move out. I know space is tight, and I get it. Chapter 7, Xia Xian stole over 2,000 yuan from me. Xia Xian saw her parents lose control for a moment, but no longer a true child, she pursed her lips, wiped away her tears, and quickly regained her composure. She looked earnestly at her family and made a promise. She genuinely didn't blame anyone. Everyone had their own stance. Later, they had even supported her divorce, especially her 2 sisters-in-law, who urged her to bring Chu Nan home to live with them. It was her own reluctance to burden the family and her unwillingness to give up that had kept her enduring. The truth was, once you hit a dead end, turning back immediately was the only way. She hadn't understood this before, so she had toiled her whole life in vain, and it cost her her life. That's easy for you to say. You do blame us. Xiao Xian, eldest brother Chu was your own choice. Dad knows this is hard for you now, but you really can't blame us for this. Exactly. Your brother is married and has kids now. His job doesn't come with housing, and the whole family's crammed together. It's hard for everyone. It's not that I don't want to be a good sister-in-law, but our family just doesn't have the means. You have a job, we didn't even ask you to give it to us before you got married. Maybe I'm not the perfect sister-in-law, but I'm not that terrible, am I? Second sister-in-law Xia finally spoke up, grumbling on, afraid others would accuse her of bullying her sister-in-law. I know. I truly don't blame you. In my heart, my sisters-in-law mean more than my brothers. We're all women, you understand me better than they do. Xia Xian emphasized sincerely. I won't stay more than a month. I have other plans, it's not that I'm afraid you'll kick me out. She had already thought it through on her way back. The house was small, and at this time everyone was short on housing. Even if she was willing to pay for rent, there was no guarantee of finding a place, and if she did, the rent would be exorbitant. Plus, she didn't want to stay here and listen to others gossip about her. Considering everything, helping Quan Ruifeng in exchange for him transferring her household registration and arranging a place to live was a very good deal. She remembered that Quan Ruifeng's case in their area back then had been successful. Even if it meant taking risks, she believed she could get out safely, and Quan Ruifeng wouldn't let anything happen to her. Okay, let's eat first. We'll talk details later. A month or two, this is your home too. Stay as long as you want. Don't worry about it. Lei Wan cut Xia Xian off, wiping her tears as she took Xia Xian's bundle and urged her to eat first. She was afraid Xia Xian was painting herself into a corner. If something unexpected happened and she couldn't move out within a month, someone in the family would surely feel uncomfortable. Okay. Xia Xian smiled and didn't argue further, sitting down to eat. Her two little nieces, too young to understand, saw their aunt return with a large bundle and thought there might be food inside. Their eyes lit up with excitement as they rushed to open it before the adults could stop them. Xia Xian's face fell slightly. Good thing she had hidden the wooden box and gold bars before coming back. Money changes people. If her family knew she had so many gold bars, even her mother would probably ask her to share some with her eldest brother, second brother, and third brother. Human nature is simply too fragile to test. Xia Xian stayed at home for one night. Though Chu Xing and his mother didn't know, they sensed she might leave. So, the moment they were released the next morning, the mother and son raced home. Only to find Xia Xian gone and the house a complete mess. That fucking bitch. I'll find her and drag her back. She won't get away. If I can't have a good life, neither will she. I'll make her life hell. Chu Xing raged, cursing up a storm, no longer hiding his volatile temper. That little slut must have stolen everything from the house. Old Lady Chu nearly had a stroke from fury when she saw the state of the house. She hurried to her room, tearing through her wardrobe. Those 38 yuan were their last bit of savings. The family had barely any food left, most had been used for the wedding banquet. If the money was gone, how were they supposed to live? Though her eldest son's job could be passed to the second son, it wouldn't happen immediately. Even if he started working, he'd begin at temporary wages, and they'd have to wait until next month for payment. But no matter how much she searched, the money was gone. Xia Xian hadn't left her a single cent. Dear God, Xia Xian is a thief. How could she be so heartless? She stole all my money. File a report. Son, go report her. Make her pay us back. And compensate us for all the damages. If she doesn't, I'll hang myself right on her doorstep. Old Lady Chu collapsed to the ground, wailing. When Chu Xing heard the money was gone, he panicked and raged, but then an idea struck, and his anger melted into a sinister grin. Mom, how much did you lose? 38 yuan and 42 cents. And a few coupons. Old Lady Chu remembered every penny without mistake. No, Mom, you're wrong. You lost 2,038 yuan and 42 cents. Not only will I make Xia Xian pay us back and compensate for the damages, I'll make her give herself to us too. Ha ha ha. Chu Xing crowed. He had been worried about how to get Xia Xian back, but now he had the perfect excuse. Xia Xian, oh Xia Xian, you've done it now. Now you'll never escape my grasp. 2,038 yuan and 42 cents? Old Lady Chu thought for a second and immediately understood. She clapped her hands, grinning ear to ear, her wrinkles creasing like a malevolent witch from a fairy tale. She scrambled to her feet. Yes. I lost over 2,000 yuan. Son, we can't delay, let's go report it to the police station now. That's a fortune. Let's go. The mother and son rushed back to the police station without delay. Quan Ruifeng was just about to leave when he ran into them returning. Standing on the steps, he glared down at them, his eyes like ice. What do you want? His voice was just as frigid, like eternal frost. Chuxing was a little afraid of this young officer. He seemed even harder to deal with than old-timers like Lu Jun. After yesterday, he and his mother had learned that making a scene wouldn't work on the police. He hunched his shoulders awkwardly, bowing slightly. We're not here to cause trouble. We're here to report a crime. Last night, you locked me and my mom up, and Xia Xian took the chance to steal over 2,000 yuan from our house. She took her luggage too. She must have gone back to her parents' place. We're here to report it. You're the police, you have to help us get that money back. You can't favor her this time. That money was all our family's savings. Even if she was our sister-in-law, stealing is wrong. If she just returns the 2,000 yuan, we'll drop everything else. She can go back to her parents and marry whoever she wants. Chapter 8, Not that we can't afford the bride price, marrying the sister-in-law offers better value. Chuxing feigned urgency, yet his eyes betrayed a flicker of excitement and smugness. Besides, with their family so destitute they couldn't even afford a bride price, where would they conjure over 2,000 yuan in savings? Was he dreaming? And to claim Xia Xian stole it, what an imbecile. Quan Ruifeng's lips curled in a sardonic sneer, his gaze heavy. Are you certain Xia Xian stole over 2,000 yuan from you? Think carefully before you speak. The consequences of filing a false report are severe. You wouldn't want to discover them. Out of professional integrity, Quan Ruifeng offered them a warning. But Chuxing completely disregarded it. To him, Xia Xian stealing their money was an undeniable fact. He declared with conviction. I'm certain. Xia Xian stole over 2,000 yuan from our family. We want to report it. Exactly. We want to report it. Listen here, officer, you've stopped us repeatedly. Don't tell me you've gotten involved with that shameless hussy, Xia Xian. Let me tell you, even if she's your mistress, you can't show her favoritism. You're a public servant. You're supposed to serve the people. Old Lady Chu eyed Quan Ruifeng suspiciously, her words laced with vulgarity. This was the first time Quan Ruifeng had encountered such crude and offensive language. It actually provoked a mirthless laugh from him. He abruptly turned and strode back into the police station. His long legs covered the ground swiftly, the wind whipping around him. Come in and give your statements. I'll dispatch officers immediately. He uttered the cold words, his genuine anger palpable. Mom, can you please control your mouth? Stop spouting nonsense. He doesn't look like someone to be trifled with. If we provoke him, we'll be in serious trouble. Besides, he's a police officer. If he truly doesn't want to handle our case, what can we do? Where would we even go to complain? Throw a tantrum? What if he locks us up again like yesterday? Chuxing was exasperated, beginning to lecture his mother. He couldn't let her jeopardize his plans. Oh, yes, yes. Mom knows she was wrong. I'm just used to making a scene. I'll change. Old Lady Chu also grasped the gravity of the situation and quickly offered a sheepish apology. She even cautiously went inside to apologize to Quan Ruifeng. I'm so sorry, young officer. I was just too agitated earlier. I didn't mean to say those awful things to you. Tell me, who wouldn't be anxious after losing so much money? And on top of that, my family not only lost money but also our daughter-in-law. You must understand an old widow like me. I'm a widow, and life isn't easy. As she spoke, she seemed poised to burst into tears again. Quiet. But Quan Ruifeng was not swayed. He shot her a sharp, cold glare and barked the command with authority. Chuxing quickly tugged at his mother again, and after a clumsy exchange, they finally completed the procedure. Quan Ruifeng summoned Lu Jun, and they first inspected the Chu household before accompanying Chu Xing and his mother to Xia Xian's home. The two families lived on opposite sides of town, quite a distance apart, about an hour's walk. It was precisely because of the distance that the Xia family hadn't heard about eldest brother Chu's illness at the time. At that moment, the men of the Xia family were at work. Only Xia Xian's father, eldest brother, second brother, and Xia Xian herself held jobs. Her mother and sisters-in-law were unemployed. In those times, finding work was incredibly difficult. Occasionally, they would pick up temporary jobs when someone needed help, earning a few days' wages. Back then, to prevent their children from being sent to the countryside, Xia Xian's parents had exhausted all their savings and leveraged every connection to secure jobs for the eldest and second brothers, even incurring significant debt. As for Xia Xian's job, she had earned it herself. By sheer luck, she had assisted an influential person who informed her about a factory recruitment exam. She proved herself capable and passed. Though she was still only a temporary worker, at least she wouldn't have to go to the countryside. Originally, she hadn't wanted to marry so soon, but she feared her job might be jeopardized, forcing her into rural labor. Additionally, their family home was overcrowded, and she was of marrying age. Eldest brother Chu had seemed decent enough, so under these various pressures, she had married him. Who would have thought that even after being so cautious, she would still fall into the Chu family's trap? Fortunately, fate had granted her a second chance. Today, Xia Xian had planned to discuss a deal with Quan Ruifeng. Once that was settled, she intended to deal with Chu Xing and his mother. But before she could act, they had come knocking. The moment the door opened and she saw Chu Xing and his mother daring to show up, Lei Wan erupted in fury, snatching up a broom to strike them. "You have the audacity to come to my house. You heartless wretches. You tricked my good daughter into becoming a widow. I'll beat you to death." "Exactly. How dare you come here to bully us?" The eldest and second sisters-in-law also quickly grabbed whatever was at hand. Hey, ma'am, calm down. Don't hit us by mistake, we're police officers." These two claimed that before Xia Xian returned to her family last night, she stole over 2,000 yuan from their home. "They've filed a report, so we must investigate and confront Comrade Xia Xian." Lu Jun grabbed the broom, urging her to calm down, then explained their purpose. But his words only infuriated Lei Wan further. She stared at them in disbelief. My daughter stole over 2,000 yuan from them? Forget whether she'd even steal. If they had that kind of money, would they really be struggling to afford a wife? Xia Xian, too, was astonished by the audacity and foolishness of the mother-son pair, though this was typical of them. She scoffed, crossing her arms, and couldn't be bothered to justify herself. Instead, she shot them a disdainful look and said, "Just because they say I stole it, means I did? Where's the proof? Director May saw me leave yesterday. I couldn't wait to get out of the Chu household. Who would have the time to steal money? Besides, I didn't even ask for a bride price because I took pity on their poverty. Accusing me of theft is utterly insulting. If they can't provide evidence, I'll sue them for slander, along with marriage fraud and public misconduct." Her voice was firm and unwavering, without a trace of guilt. Lu Jun also found the duo's claims far-fetched, but as a police officer, he had to uphold the law, and the necessary procedures still had to be followed. "Then you'll come with us. Director May will serve as your witness." Just as Lu Jun was about to speak, Quan Ruifeng interrupted him. He looked at Xia Xian, though his voice was still cold and his expression indifferent. Lu Jun sensed a subtle shift. He wondered inwardly, this man usually just went through the motions, never getting deeply involved. Why was he suddenly taking charge today? "Fine. Mom, sisters-in-law, don't worry. I'll be back soon." Xia Xian showed no fear. She stepped out without hesitation. "Who said we're poor? We just don't flaunt our wealth. Not giving a bride price doesn't mean we can't afford it, it was a test for you. We don't want those gold diggers anyway." You stole my money, no question about it. Go back and see for yourself, look at what you've done to our house. There's not a clean spot to set foot. Old Lady Chu snapped, sounding even more self-righteous. So it's not that you can't afford the bride price, but that marrying your sister-in-law is a better deal? Pfft. Chapter 9. I agree to help you. Xia Xian curled her lips in a mocking smile, choosing not to engage in a war of words. After all, the mother and son were masters of twisting logic. You. Xia Xian. Chu Xing, unable to bear the insult, his face contorted with rage, bellowed again. Are we leaving or not? Do I need to fetch a megaphone for you two to argue to your heart's content? Quan Ruifeng was a man of few words, but when he spoke, his tongue was sharp enough to cut, his sarcasm lethal. Both Chu Xing and his mother, along with Xia Xian, quieted down. The group then headed towards the Chu residence. Along the way, Quan Ruifeng asked Xia Xian what time she had arrived home the previous night. Meanwhile, Lu Jun, lagging a step behind, questioned Lei Wan at the Xiao family home. If their accounts didn't match, the suspicion would only deepen. Xia Xian, therefore, spoke truthfully. However, Quan Ruifeng immediately seized on a perceived inconsistency, pressing her sharply. Why did you return home so late? Where were you during that time? Do you have an alibi? His jaw was taut, his dark eyes fixed on Xia Xian with an almost aggressive intensity. Yet, Xia Xian responded with composure and dignity. It was the timidity of nearing home. I wanted to return, but then I hesitated on the road, too afraid to face it. So I just wandered around nearby. I arrived back just in time, as my family was about to argue over my situation. No one saw me. After what happened, I was desperate to avoid people. How could I possibly dare to show myself willingly? As she spoke, her voice softened further. She pressed her lips together, lowering her gaze, her dark eyelashes resting quietly, subtly conveying an air of vulnerability. Since ancient times, it had never been easy for a widowed daughter to return home. Even if parents didn't mind, there was always the fear of siblings' disapproval. Her explanation, at least, was plausible. However, Quan Ruifeng offered no reply, merely letting his gaze drift over her in a way that made Xia Xian's skin prickle. This man was truly formidable, completely inscrutable. Compared to him, bullies like Chu Xing and his mother, or even Lu Jun, were far easier to handle. Xia Xian secretly clenched her fingers, forcing herself to remain calm. Yet, she harbored no regrets about her actions the previous day. She wanted the gold bars, and she wanted every last cent of that money too. She would leave absolutely nothing for that mother and son. Fortunately, the silence didn't last long before they reached the Chu household. Lu Jun, who had caught up, went to fetch Director Mei to vouch for Xia Xian. We left together. The Chu household wasn't like this when we departed. The thief must be someone else. You can't just accuse someone because your money went missing. Besides, you've offended so many people, who knows who really did it? Mei Yanxia put a protective arm around Xia Xian, supporting her, while narrowing her eyes suspiciously at Chu Xing and his mother. In front of Director Mei, Xia Xian remained fragile and delicate, her dark hair falling loosely, making her appear even more innocent. Clutching Director Mei's arm, she spoke softly. Director Mei, it truly wasn't me. I don't even know where they keep their money. I was afraid they'd come back and prevent me from leaving. Why would I waste time searching for their hidden cash? Only they know where they hide their money, right? No one told me where it was during the few days I was married into this family. In fact, I even spent some of my own money to buy medicine for eldest brother Chu. Director Mei seemed to have a sudden realization. She stamped her foot, pointing an accusing finger at Chu Xing and his mother, and declared loudly. Are you playing the victim here? Did you deliberately mess up your house, claim the money was stolen by Xia Xian, and then demand she pay with her person if she couldn't pay with money? You've got some nerve. It seems every wicked idea in the world is brewing in your heads. The more Director May thought about it, the more convinced she became. She glared furiously at the two. No wonder. They claimed to have lost over 2,000 yuan. She'd bet her head that the Chu family's savings weren't even a fraction of that amount. As it turned out, her guess was spot on. Old Lady Chu, caught in her lie, flinched guiltily. How dare you spew such filth? I've tolerated you enough as the women's director, but you keep coming to my house and telling me what to do. Who do you think you? Old Lady Chu, agitated, was about to resort to physical aggression again. Silence. Quan Ruifeng's voice cut in sharply. Your claim that Xia Xian stole money lacks evidence. First, you must prove your family had that much savings. Second, we will investigate this matter. You will be notified of the results. If you continue to make baseless accusations, you will all be locked up. Quan Ruifeng's gaze swept over them, his tone decisive and authoritative. He was accustomed to being in charge and unafraid of troublemakers. If they dared to push further, he wouldn't hesitate to lock them up as a lesson. But Quan Ruifeng pressed his lips together, his cold eyes radiating a subtle glow, conveying a clear message: one more word, and they'd be locked up. Chu Xing, having already spent a night in custody, stiffened and fell silent once more. He thought to himself, if reporting to the police didn't work, he would simply spread the word himself and directly harass Xia Xian. She wouldn't escape him either. The amount of money he had claimed was indeed a fabrication, he couldn't fool the police. He shouldn't have reported it. At this moment, Chu Xing felt a pang of regret and stopped his mother, who was intent on continuing the argument. Let's go. Quan Ruifeng had no time to waste on such unreasonable people. Seeing that they had stopped making a fuss, he glanced at Lu Jun and left first. Lu Jun quickly followed. Goodness, it seemed being assertive was the only way to keep these ruffians in line. His previous approach of being friendly had been completely wrong. Not long after they left, Xia Xian caught up with them. Wait, Quan. Comrade Quan? That didn't sound quite right. Calling him by his full name also seemed impolite. Comrade Quan, wait. I have something to say to you. Xia Xian chose the safest form of address. Having run too quickly, her breathing was labored, and she was slightly panting, her curvaceous figure swaying enticingly. She was, after all, strikingly beautiful. Lu Jun almost forgot about her beauty due to the whole tricked into marriage and widowed incident. He glanced at Xia Xian, then at Quan Ruifeng, and a knowing smile spread across his face. You two talk. I'll head back first. There's nothing urgent at the bureau. Take your time, no rush. With that, he didn't wait for their reactions and darted away, giving them space. It seemed that no matter how talented and promising a young man was, he couldn't resist the allure of beauty. Xia Xian saw Lu Jun's knowing smile and realized he had misunderstood. Sorry, She licked her red lips, feeling a little awkward as she apologized to Quan Ruifeng, not expecting Lu Jun to misinterpret the situation. So, have you come to a decision? Have you decided to agree to my deal? Quan Ruifeng didn't care about such trivialities. He raised an eyebrow, looking directly into Xia Xian's eyes, an air of confidence about him. Xia Xian nodded silently, then hesitated before speaking. I agree to help you. I haven't thought through the specific conditions yet, but can I ask for anything? If I said I wanted to go to Beijing, to have you help transfer my household registration there and find me a place to rent, would that be possible? She wasn't sure if the two conditions she wanted to propose were too greedy for him, especially since it was Beijing, the capital. There were so many opportunities there, countless people wanted to go but couldn't. Quan Ruifeng's answer surprised Xia Xian. Chapter 10, What, afraid I'll lock you up? Is that all you're asking for? You might be underestimating me. If you can help me get this done, I can not only transfer your residency to Jing City but also provide you with a place to live. And if Chu Xing and his mother ever bother you again, I'll take care of it. Quan Ruifeng countered, a dark glint flashing in his eyes, as if surprised by Xia Xian's lack of greed, that she didn't even dare to state her terms. Truly a big shot from Jing City, indeed wealthy and powerful. Even if she had asked for just one of the three, he insisted on giving her everything. Xia Xian didn't dare accept so much. She quickly shook her head in refusal. No, no, just a place to live is fine. I'm willing to pay rent. As for Chuxing and his mother, I think I can handle them myself. If I can't, I'll ask for your help then. An entire apartment was too valuable, she didn't dare take it. As for Chuxing and his mother, she wanted to exact her revenge personally. Quan Ruifeng responded indifferently, as if he hadn't quite taken her words to heart. He looked up, signaling Xia Xian to follow him. Let me tell you what you need to do. Okay, no problem. Since she had decided to cooperate, and he was so generous, Xia Xian naturally wouldn't hold back. She would do whatever he asked. However, Quan Ruifeng didn't explain immediately. Instead, he led her to a basement. When the door opened, it was pitch black inside. A cold breeze swept through, making the place feel eerily sinister. She hesitated at the entrance, afraid to go in. What, afraid I'll lock you up? Quan Ruifeng stood by the door, casually flipping on the light. As if sensing Xia Xian's thoughts, he turned back to look at her with a knowing smile. Xia Xian caught sight of various documents pinned to the boards and, remembering his identity, gritted her teeth and followed him inside. How could that be? Comrade Quan is a good comrade who serves the people. He would never do anything so immoral or illegal. Xia Xian subtly flattered him, masking the faint unease in her heart. As soon as she stepped in, the basement door slowly closed behind her, completely cutting off the sunlight and sounds from outside. Even the sound of Quan Ruifeng's leather shoes on the floor was clearly audible. Step by step, he approached, the rhythmic tapping of his shoes making Xia Xian's breath quicken again, her heart pounding erratically. This oppressive feeling was unbearable. Xia Xian decided to take the initiative. She licked her lips, then quickly pointed at the documents on the wall and asked, "What are these? Can you tell me now how you want me to help?" Quan Ruifeng nodded, then pulled down a stack of files for Xia Xian to see. These are the records of the prime suspect in a series of murders in Jing City, codenamed Sea Eagle. He enjoys stalking and killing young, single, beautiful, and fragile girls between the ages of 16 and 20. He doesn't give his victims a quick death, he prefers to torture them. The more they cry, the more excited he gets. After killing them, he cuts off their right ring finger as a souvenir. In the past 3 years, he's claimed 8 victims in Jing City and Province and Wu City. Based on the evidence we've gathered, I suspect he's come to Ning City. So, I want you to act as bait. To lure him out. If he escapes again, who knows how many more innocent lives will be lost. Quan Ruifeng's tone was especially grave as he spoke, his eyes filled with deep loathing. This killer even left clues at the crime scenes pointing to his next target, utterly brazen, clearly challenging their limits. However, while he believed the killer had come to Ning City, others thought he was headed to Lu City. Quan Ruifeng was convinced his deduction was correct, so he volunteered to investigate here. He wouldn't return to Jing City until Sea Eagle was brought to justice. So that's why. No wonder. That day, she had cried so intensely, she must have looked incredibly vulnerable. No wonder he had targeted her. Her age fit the profile too. But, I'm a widow. Will that really lure him out? Xia Xian hesitated. She had already cheated death once, she wasn't afraid of a serial killer. Taking this risk in exchange for so many benefits was worth it. How is a widow not single? Let's try it first. Quan Ruifeng countered, then proceeded to explain many key details. This is his photo. Study it carefully. He'll definitely disguise himself when he goes out, so you'll need to observe carefully. Also, you need to memorize all these documents. He has many fixed habits, if you're ever in danger alone, you can use these to counter him. Once you've memorized everything and passed my test, I'll teach you how to be effective bait, how to draw him out. When the time comes, we'll act as conspicuously as possible. Your reputation might be affected, but I'll clear your name once he's caught. Quan Ruifeng didn't think being a widow was an issue. What mattered was that she could cry, that she could evoke the most sadistic desires in people. That was the key. Understood. Then I'll take these. Xia Xian understood. She was about to say she'd take the documents home to study, but Quan Ruifeng had already anticipated her words and sharply interrupted. The documents can't leave this place. Memorize them here. Not a single word can be leaked. He commanded forcefully. Very well. If that was the case, Xia Xian had no choice but to stay and memorize everything. Though there were many details, she had always been a fast learner. An afternoon should be enough, right? That was what she thought, but Quan Ruifeng's eyes bore into her, making her incredibly nervous. After a while, she realized she hadn't absorbed a single word. Frustrated, she looked up and ventured timidly. Can you turn around? Don't watch me, I'm not used to it. Can you ask Sea Eagle to do the same when you face him? Quan Ruifeng shot back, leaving Xia Xian speechless. She pressed her lips together, but it seemed he was just being his usual caustic self. He turned away anyway and began reviewing the documents himself. These were records he had spent 3 years compiling. He had taken extensive notes, detailing Sea Eagle's personality traits. As long as Sea Eagle was in Ming City, he was confident he could lure him out. Quan Ruifeng pored over the files, his lips pressed into a thin line, his gaze growing sharper. Even with his head slightly lowered, his posture remained tall and striking. His profile was impossibly handsome, a sharp jawline, a high nose bridge, his features strikingly defined. From the side, Xia Xian found his face even more impressive. She wondered what kind of girl could ever match him. Tall, handsome, from a good family. Simply perfect. For a moment, she admired him like a matchmaker, but she quickly shook herself alert and focused on memorizing the documents. Sea Eagle, male, 36 to 38 years old, appearance. I'm ready. The two spent 3 hours in the basement. In that time, Xia Xian committed every detail to memory. Confident, she prepared for Quan Ruifeng's test, sure she'd ace it on the first try. But the first question he asked tripped her up. Chapter 11, Conflict flares up again. When Sea Eagle first sees you, which part of you do you think he'd be most interested in? Quan Ruifeng stood with his waist leaning against the table, arms crossed, his cold gaze fixed on Xia Xian as he posed the question, one that was way too loaded and suggestive. Xia Xian nervously fiddled with her hair, pausing before venturing a guess. The ring finger of my right hand? She figured Quan Ruifeng wasn't just messing with her. Remembering Sea Eagle's habit of taking his victim's ring fingers, she gave that response. No, it's the eyes. A pair of sorrowful, tear-filled eyes. You don't understand him well enough. Acting recklessly will only expose you and alert him. If he escapes this time, who knows where he'll go next? Start over. Like a stern professor, Quan Ruifeng dismissed her answer and placed another stack of documents in front of her, indicating she had to memorize everything. Even the details of previous victims. The pile was a finger's width thick. Xia Xian got goosebumps at the sight. If she'd put this much effort into her college entrance exams, she would have succeeded. She tried to protest. I'm just the decoy. Do I really need to know this much? And have you memorized all this yourself? If he hadn't even memorized it, how could he demand it of her? Is it difficult? Quan Ruifeng frowned in confusion, locking eyes with her with a deep. Ugh, Xia Xian gave up on looking at him. She'd just memorize it. She quickly looked back down at the documents and buried herself in the task, reciting diligently. A decoy's gotta act like a decoy. Just do as you're told. Just follow orders. Quan Ruifeng seemed satisfied with her compliance and took out his own notes to refine his plans further. They stayed in the basement until evening before preparing to leave. Though Xia Xian hadn't fully memorized everything, another day or two would likely be enough. What time should I come tomorrow? Xia Xian neatly arranged the documents, their dynamic a bit more casual now. Your call. If you're free, come at 10 a.m. If not, then 2 p.m. Despite their arrangement, Quan Ruifeng didn't outright command her. Alright, I'll come at 10 a.m. tomorrow then. It wasn't like she had anything better to do. She might as well focus on catching this goddamn serial killer before he harmed anyone else. The more she read the files, the angrier she became. How could someone so vile exist? Targeting young girls. How come she'd never heard about this last time around? Seething with disgust for Sea Eagle, Xia Xian hurried home. Dinner was on the table when she arrived, but the moment she stepped inside, she immediately noticed her dad's stormy face and the heavy atmosphere. Dad, what's wrong? She had a gut feeling this was about her. She pressed her lips together and asked softly. Let's eat. Since you're not doing anything now, help out at home with cooking. Stop running around outside. Her father avoided the question, his voice clipped. Was he pissed that she was home but not helping? I have things to do these days. What things could you possibly have? Since you're back, just stay put. Stop embarrassing me outside. Do you know how awful the rumors are? I can't even show my face anymore. Her father suddenly flew off the handle out of nowhere. Why are you yelling at her? A few words from outsiders won't kill anyone. It's not Xiao Xian's fault. Lei Wan also slammed her bowl on the table, shouting back. Things were about to blow up. Xiao Xian's two older brothers and their wives kept their mouths shut, eating silently as if they weren't there. Only Xia Yuan, the baby of the family with the biggest mouth, dared to confront his father. He wiped his mouth and squared his shoulders, banging the table and shouting right back. Those people talk trash about sis, and now you do too? What kind of father are you? If I were her, I wouldn't even call you dad. You little shit, have you lost your mind? Talking to me like that. I'll tan your hide with this broom today. Her father, too proud and feeling humiliated by his daughter, couldn't very well beat his grown daughter. But Xia Yuan had made himself the perfect target. Eyes blazing, he went for the broom to take it out on him. Xia Yuan, a veteran at avoiding whoopings, immediately snatched his bowl and made a break for his room. Xia Xian and Lei Wan jumped in to stop him. Dad, don't take it out on him. You hit my boy and I swear, I'll fight you. What did Xiao Yuan say that was wrong? Talking to me like that isn't wrong? You coddle kids and they turn out rotten. Furious, her father pushed past Xia Xian and Lei Wan and kicked the door open. Xia Yuan, still holding his bowl, eyes bugging out in terror as his father stormed in. He hastily gulped down the last of his food. Dad. Calm down. I won't say it again, okay? Sis. Mom. Save me. In blind panic, he tossed the bowl away, ducking and weaving as he tried to escape, screaming. Lay Daddy in. Cut it out. You want to make this whole house miserable? Lei Wan and Xia Xian threw themselves at him to hold him back, but he had already whacked Xia Yuan with the broom, leaving a bleeding gash right above his eyebrow, way too close to his eye for comfort. When things got physical, even the older brothers and sisters-in-law couldn't just sit by. They rushed in to break it up, plunging the whole scene into chaos. An angry Mr. Xiao was harder to hold down than a greased pig at a county fair. After finally managing to restrain Father Xia, Lei Wan quickly said. Xiao Xian, take your brother downstairs to hide. Okay. Without hesitation, Xia Xian grabbed her brother's hand and dashed downstairs, clearly well practiced. The two ran quite a distance before stopping, bending over slightly, panting heavily. Does your face hurt? What happened today? Did someone say something? Why did Dad get so mad? Ever since she came back, only her mom and little brother had her back. Now, seeing her brother beaten bloody, Xia Xian felt a pang of heartache and couldn't help but gently touch his still chubby little face. She wiped the blood from his eyebrow. It doesn't hurt. I'm a man. Just a broom, youch. Okay, that really hurts. Sis, stop pressing on it. Xiaoyuan couldn't keep up the tough act anymore. His lips quivered as he tearfully buried himself in Xia Xian's arms. Tough as he acted, he was still just a kid. Of course, getting hit hurt. He sniffled and complained. I hate Dad so much. Why is he always like this? This morning, Chu Xing and his mom came to our house and said someone with a big mouth spread the rumor about you stealing money. They said if you weren't guilty, why would rumor spread? They insisted you stole money. Called you a husband-killing widow who can't behave, and if you steal money now, you'll steal men next. They even blamed Mom and Dad for raising you wrong. Dad heard that and came home seeing red. It's all those big-mouthed busybodies' fault, wah. Sis, you've got it so rough. Xiaoyuan clung to Xia Xian's leg, wailing loudly. He had been raised by Xia Xian since he was little, so his bond with her ran deep, no wonder he was so upset. Only after hearing her brother's explanation did Xia Xian understand what had happened. Her temper shot through the roof, and she couldn't help but curse those gossipers too. These people had mouths but no brains. Don't cry. Who told Dad this? Tomorrow, I'll go settle the score with them. We'll see who's dumb enough to buy that crap. Even the police said I'm no thief. Chapter 12, Killing the Chicken to Scare the Monkey. Mom already talked to them. They all said they believed her, but who knows what they're really thinking behind our backs. Xiaoyuan's mouth was pouting so much you could hang an oil bottle from it, and his eyes were red and swollen. She refused to believe for a second that Chu Xing and his mother hadn't stirred the pot. Almost no one was around that morning. How else could such gossip spread? It seemed the root of the problem needed to be dealt with. I've got this, sis. Next time Dad says anything, just pretend you didn't hear it so you don't get hit again. Xia Xian quickly decided who needed to be dealt with. Calming down, she patted her little brother's head and spoke gently. But how are you gonna fix it? I can help. Xia Xian was about to refuse, but seeing his bright, eager eyes, she couldn't bring herself to say no. In her past life, her mother's depression had worsened not just because of her own troubles, but also because of her little brother. Quick-tempered and reckless, he had learned how Chu Xing bullied her and carried on with Bai Lian. At 16, he downed liquor for courage, grabbed a knife, and went to confront Chu Xing, vowing to carve him up. But his alcohol tolerance was terrible, just 2 sips had him blackout drunk. He never even made it to the Chu household, drowning in a ditch instead. Her brother had been the deepest wound she couldn't bear to speak of in her past life. His life was cut short at 16. Tears welled up in Xia Xian's eyes again at the thought. Sis, why were you crying? If you don't want me to go, I won't. Don't cry. Xiaoyuan shifted anxiously from foot to foot, unsure why his sister was suddenly upset, and could only fumble through reassurances and promises. Xia Xian crouched down, gripping his shoulders tightly, her eyes brimming with tears as she stressed. Xiaoyuan, listen to me. Whatever happens, you can't act impulsively, okay? Okay, I'll listen. Don't cry, Jia. You're so pretty, if you cry too much, you'll turn ugly. Clumsily wiping her tears, his simple, heartfelt words warmed her heart. And no, actually, scratch that. I'll build your liquor tolerance instead, so you'll never get drunk. She had been about to forbid it outright, but at the last second, she changed her mind. Rather than avoiding alcohol, it was better to make sure he could stay clear-headed even after drinking, less likely to cause trouble that way. Okay. Whatever makes you happy, Jia. I'll listen to you. Xiaoyuan grinned, continuing to wipe her tears away. Pleased with his obedience, Xia Xian was about to reward him with some money when she noticed the dried porridge crusted on his fingers and the grime packed under his blackened nails. Instantly, her fondness evaporated, and she recoiled with a twitching lip. Xia Xian. Can't you wash your hands properly? How long has it been since you cleaned your nails? Did you sneak off to dig through coal again? She pinched his ear, glaring at him with her dark, almond-shaped eyes. Heh, no promises. I'll go wash right now. Xia Yuan hid his hands behind his back, flashing her an ingratiating smile. Both siblings had the same doe eyes, large, moist, and strikingly beautiful. Xia Yuan also had a faint dimple when he smiled, making him even more adorable. Still young with a bit of baby fat, he hadn't fully grown into his features yet, looking delicate as a doll. Unable to stay mad at her brother's playful, innocent act, Xia Xian settled for giving his ear one last pinch. Cut it out. If you behave, I'll buy you candy. Really? But Jia, since when do you have cash? Don't worry. I'll be really rich in the future, and I have some now. I'll buy out the candy store. Okay, but Jia, quit fibbing. I won't look down on you. The moon hung over the treetops, its hazy, silvery moonlight stretching the shadows of the two figures holding hands, one tall, one small, long across the ground. The next morning, Xia Xian took Xia Yuan to knock on someone's door at dawn. The one who answered was Mrs. Feng, the very woman who had spread gossip in front of their father. Xia Xian? What are you doing here? Mrs. Feng flinched guiltily upon seeing her, quickly blocking the doorway to prevent her from entering. Who is it? Her husband, San, who hadn't left for work yet, came out rolling up his sleeves. Xia Xian kept her face expressionless as she whispered to Mrs. Feng, if you dare spread lies and ruin my reputation again, I promise you'll wish you'd never been born. Then, in an instant, her demeanor changed. Hand over heart, tears welling in her eyes, she cried out pitifully to San. Uncle Chen. I finally get to see you, fake sobs. I'm so sorry. There's something I've kept hidden for so long. I never wanted to tell you and ruin your family's happiness, but I never imagined Mrs. Liu would try to silence me by driving me to my death. First, she called me a black widow for being a widow, and now she's spreading rumors that I'm cheating. My father nearly beat me to death, fake sobs. Does she think I'm that desperate? The moment you leave, she goes looking for other men. Even Granny Chen knew back then, but I was too young to speak up. Uncle Chen, you have to forgive me, fake sobs. I never meant to keep this secret. Though she wept dramatically at the doorstep, her words were crisp and loud, echoing through the halls for nearly the entire apartment building to hear. Both San and Mrs. Feng went white as a sheet. Mrs. Feng practically jumped out of her skin, pointing at Xia Xian and shrieking. What nonsense are you spouting? How dare you slander me like this, you little brat? Old Chen, don't listen to her. We've been married decades. Her panic was unmistakable. Having old secrets dredged up terrified her. San shoved her aside, not caring as she crashed into the doorjamb. His face purpling with rage, he demanded, where did you see her fooling around with another man? By the factory warehouse. I was playing there with Xiao Yuan when I saw them come out with their clothes half off. Ah. Why did I say that? No, Uncle Chen, I didn't actually see anything. I shouldn't interfere in your family matters. I'm sorry. I spoke out of turn. I don't want to ruin your family. I should go. Xia Xian gasped in horror as she tried to make a show of pulling Xia Xiaoyuan away. But Xia Xiaoyuan clung to the wall and declared loudly, my sister's telling the truth. She's just too kind. Uncle Chen, you should teach Mrs. Feng a lesson. She's the one cheating, not my sister, she's probably done it herself. If you don't deal with her, next thing, he'll be sleeping in your bed. Xiao Yuan, Aunt Feng and Uncle Chen are getting on in years. It's not bad for them to make do together, at least they have each other. Don't say any more. I'm sure Aunt Feng won't dare pull this crap again. Xia Xian hesitantly admonished Xia Yuan, biting her lip before half-heartedly comforting San. Uncle Chen, what's done is done. Let it go. What man could just let that slide? Old wounds were ripped open again, laid bare before everyone. Qin San's face turned as green as his head. He viciously grabbed Aunt Feng's hair and slammed the door shut with a loud bang. Feng Xiaofan. You damn bitch really dared to cheat on me behind my back. I didn't, ah. I'll never spout nonsense again. That little hussy is just getting back at me. Old Chen, calm down. Ah. The thick door couldn't muffle the screams. Xia Xian listened with cold indifference, no longer bothering to hide her true self. Aunt Feng deserved it. She had cheated, and then she'd started slut-shaming her. If she didn't learn her lesson now, she'd never change. Xia Xian swept a frosty gaze over the nosy neighbors crowding the halls upstairs and downstairs, and dropped a clear warning. If anyone dares to spread nonsense about my family again, if I go down, I'm taking all of you with me. Having made her point and issued her threat, Xia Xian ignored the onlookers' reactions. Taking Xia Yuan's hand, she walked off without looking back. They had another fight to get to, and it had to be over before 10. The main event was still coming. Chapter 13. The house is on fire. You're incredible, sis. Next time, Aunt Feng definitely won't dare to gossip about you. If anyone else talks nonsense, we'll storm their place and make their lives a living hell. Xia Yuan was ecstatic, his eyes sparkling with admiration as he looked at Xia Xian. He loved this kind of decisive, take-no-prisoners action. Unlike his father and two older brothers, who were spineless cowards, just thinking about them made his blood boil. Exactly. I won't let anyone push me around anymore. But revenge requires strategy, brains and brawn, right? If you had just charged at Aunt Feng and fought her today, would we have achieved the same effect? Xia Xian seized the opportunity to educate her brother, guiding him patiently. Right. Sis is absolutely right. We can't just rely on fighting to solve problems. Xia Yuan nodded emphatically, burning the phrase "play the victim" into his mind. This lesson would unknowingly set him further down the path of becoming a master manipulator. For now, Xia Xian had no idea that her attempt to steer her brother straight had instead sent him down a completely different path. She and Xia Yuan then headed towards the Chu residence. The two stopped near the Chu family's house. I'm going to find Director Mei to help me talk to them. You wait here. If you see anyone from the Chu family coming out, ignore them. But if they're returning from outside, you need to keep them occupied. I'm afraid they'll hide inside and refuse to open the door if they know Director Mei is coming. Xia Xian gave her instructions, entrusting her brother with this crucial task. How do I keep them occupied? Xia Yuan's eyes gleamed as he looked at his sister, eager to hear her brilliant plan. Do whatever you think will keep them busy. Use your wits. But remember, absolutely no hitting. Don't give her any chance to stand on moral high ground and accuse you, and definitely don't let her have an opportunity to make you pay her money. After imparting some hasty wisdom, Xia Xian hurried off. Truthfully, none of this mattered much. She just needed to keep Xia Yuan occupied so he wouldn't cause trouble. Xia Yuan, convinced he was shouldering his sister's destiny, clenched his fists and hid nearby with utmost seriousness. His dark eyes were fixed intently on the Chu residence, ensuring he would know the moment old lady Chu appeared. But Xia Xian didn't go straight to Director Mei. Instead, she circled around to a spot where Xia Yuan couldn't see her and then doubled back. Having lived in this area for decades, she knew every alley and shortcut better than anyone. She moved carefully, avoiding people, until she reached the back wall of the Chu house. Peering through a window crack, she saw Chuxing still asleep. There was some noise in the kitchen, probably old lady Chu cooking breakfast. She had a habit, she'd start the fire, put rice in the pot, then go outside to relieve herself. And since she suffered from constipation, her bathroom trips took forever. By the time she returned, the porridge would often be scorched. There was barely any rice to begin with, just watery rice soup to fill their stomachs. Worse, she never washed her hands before serving the food, often dipping her fingers straight into the gruel. It was utterly revolting. Originally, Xia Xian had let old lady Chu handle breakfast, but after witnessing this, she took over all household chores herself. Thinking back on those past humiliations, Xia Xian couldn't help but shake her head. She had been so foolish. But this habit of old lady Chu's now gave her the perfect opportunity. The old woman had nearly burned the house down multiple times by leaving the stove unattended. So, if someone were to help things along, who would suspect anything? No one would notice, right? The idea had come to Xia Xian last night. If Chu Xing and his mother dared to smear her name, she'd make sure they ended up with nothing. Meanwhile, Xia Yuan stared unblinkingly at the Chu family's front door. Sure enough, before long, he saw old lady Chu waddling away, scampering down the street. He scoffed loudly, dying to run after her and give her a beating. But remembering his sister's warning, he held back and stayed hidden, waiting. Yet no matter how long he waited, neither old lady Chu nor his sister returned. Who had his sister said she was going to find? Xia Yuan couldn't quite recall. Frustrated, he knocked his own head, debating whether to stay put or go look for his sister. Then, suddenly, he noticed a column of black smoke rising from the Chu house. Huh? His eyes widened as he leaned forward. The smoke thickened, and soon, golden flames shot up. Holy cow, it was on fire! He rushed out, about to yell for help, when it hit him. This was the home of that evil hag who'd bullied his sister. Instantly, excitement replaced panic. Covering his mouth, he ducked back into hiding, smirking as he watched the flames grow. That's what they get. Hope the whole place burns down. He was tempted to fan the flames himself. At this hour, most people were either at work or tied up indoors, so no one was around to notice. The first to realize the house was on fire was Chu Xing himself. Choking on the thick smoke, he jolted awake and bolted from bed. "Mom," he shrieked while bolting. "Mom! Fire!" Without even grabbing shoes, he dashed outside barefoot, bellowing for help at the top of his lungs. "Fire! Help! Fire!" What? Neighbors rushed out at the commotion, finally seeing the thick black smoke pouring out and flames climbing higher. The fire was still mostly just on the kitchen roof, not yet spreading to the bedrooms. If they acted fast, they might save at least one room. As they sprang into action, the neighbors laid into Chu Xing. "Your mom must have left the stove burning again. Your house is on fire, and all you do is stand there screaming? Get moving. Don't let the wind spread it to our homes." Exactly. Grumbling, they ran back to fetch water to douse the flames. It's not like she did it on purpose. Chu Xing swallowed his anger. He needed them to pitch in, so he kept his mouth shut. Too scared to fetch water from his own yard, Chu Xing hung back, waiting for a neighbor to go first and check if it was clear before grabbing a bucket to join the desperate attempts to put out the fire. The firefighting was a complete mess. They couldn't keep up with the spreading flames. Before long, the fire had reached the bedrooms. It was at this moment that Xia Xian arrived with Director Mei. From a distance, they saw the towering flames and asked in surprise. "How did it suddenly catch fire?" "You said it. Talk about karma." Director Mei Yanxia shot back without hesitation. Earlier, Xia Xian had sought her out, explaining that Chu Xing and his mother had been spreading rumors among the neighbors that she had stolen money. She wanted Director Mei to help clarify the situation and also speak out against that wretched pair. Upon hearing this, Director Mei immediately agreed and rushed over with Xia Xian. Confronted with this scene, she couldn't resist making such a sharp remark. Xia Xian nearly burst out laughing but managed to suppress it by pinching her palm. Frowning slightly, she put on a concerned face and said, "If the house burns down, where will this mother and son live? They don't have money to rebuild." "What a shame. Maybe I should help put out the fire." "You, sweetheart, are too kind. With your husband gone, why care where they live? As long as it's not your house. Don't go help, they might try to mooch off you afterward. I'll go assist. You stay here. Director May had never met someone as gentle and soft-hearted as Xia Xian. She gave her arm a reassuring squeeze, advising her not to worry about unnecessary things. Then, she joined the firefighting efforts. As for Chu Shu's mother, old lady Chu, she had just been taking her sweet time in the outhouse, her legs numb from squatting, when she heard that someone's house was on fire. The old woman, delighted, hurried over eagerly, her wrinkled face lighting up. Who's having such bad luck? Let me take a look. The two onlookers glanced at her and chimed together. Yours. Old lady Chu's face instantly turned as white as a sheet. Chapter 14, Children Don't Lie. Her face turned ashen. She must have remembered the porridge still cooking on the stove. Without uttering a single word, she took off running, faster than a rabbit. God damn it. My house. Old lady Chu was on the verge of tears, now filled with regret. She shouldn't have left the stove unattended. You can't teach sense, but one mistake will teach you quick. She rushed back without stopping, only to see her house engulfed in flames, almost completely burned down. Only the charred frame was left. Heavens! My house. Wah! Blinded by rage, she dropped to the ground, thrashing and wailing, nearly crashing into Xia Xian and her brother, who stood nearby unnoticed. Humph! Xia Yuan let out a loud snort, catching old lady Chu's attention. The old woman glanced at them and abruptly stopped her tantrum. In a flash, she scrambled up and latched onto Xia Xian's leg, shrieking. Damn you! It must be you, you little snake, who set my house on fire. You spiteful, cold-hearted bitch. What did my Chu family ever do to you to deserve such cruelty? Someone, quick. I've caught the fire starter. The mother-son duo were pros at ordering folks around, always demanding others to witness, intervene, or judge their disputes. Most were too busy battling the blaze to pay her any mind. Only Director May, panting and soaked with sweat, paused to catch her breath. The fire's heat was suffocating, like standing in an oven. Her face was flushed red, as if on the verge of burning. Xia Xian ignored old lady Chu's accusations and instead turned to Director May with concern. Director May, rest. You're overheating. If you keep going, you'll hurt yourself. Yeah, I know. Director May was well aware of her condition and had no intention of continuing. She'd done all she could. Director May, you must be thirsty. Have some soda. My sister bought it just for you, it's so good. Xia Yuan grinned, revealing his little white teeth, as he beamed as he handed her a bottle of soda. He even fanned her with a large leaf he'd picked up from somewhere, all charm and quick wit. Director May instantly took a liking to him. Like sister, like brother, both so thoughtful. No need, I'm not thirsty. You two have it. No. My sister got this just for you. You're sweating so much, how can you not be thirsty? Don't be polite with my sister. Thank you, Director May, for helping her. You're such a good person. A kid's honest praise beat grown-up buttering any day. Director May couldn't help but beam, and with Xia Xian also urging her, she finally caved and took a swig. She was dying of thirst. No one paid old lady Chu any attention. If she wanted to cling to Xia Xian's leg and wail, so be it. With no audience, her one-woman show eventually fizzled out. She finally got up, dusted herself off, and went to fetch water to help put out the fire. By the time the flames were fully extinguished, only half the house remained unscathed. The rest was reduced to ashes, collapsing at the slightest touch. Nearly everything inside was too scorched to salvage. Now Chuxing and his mom were in ruins. He clutched his head and kicked a wooden bucket in frustration. God damn it. Why did every misfortune land on him? Mama's boy or not, he couldn't help but blame his mother. It's all your fault. If you hadn't left the stove to go take a dump, the kitchen wouldn't have caught fire. Old Lady Chu hurriedly defended herself. How was I supposed to know it'd catch fire? I've done this before, and nothing happened. It must have been Xia Xian. Otherwise, why would she suddenly show up at our place? She immediately pointed the finger at Xia Xian again, flinging blame like confetti. Xia Xian's eyes welled up with tears. Suddenly? If you hadn't gone to my neighborhood yesterday, spreading lies about me stealing money and cheating, would my dad have gotten so angry he hit me and kicked me out? If that hadn't happened, would I have come to Director May for help today? Would I even be here? And now you're accusing me of arson? If I had the guts to do that, would I have let your family bully me all this time? Wah! Then let's march to the police, again. Let the officers decide who's in the wrong. As she spoke, Xia Xian covered her face and sobbed pitifully, enough to wrench hearts. Hearing that the mother-son duo had pulled such a stunt again, the onlookers couldn't hide their disgust. Truly vile, through and through. Chuxing glared at Xia Xian with bloodshot eyes, jaw clenched. He wanted to say, let's go then. Even the slightest chance of pinning this on her was worth pursuing to recover their losses. But before he could speak, Xia Xian added, you've smeared me over and over. This time, the charges will be even heavier, you'll do more than a night in the slammer. At the mention of their previous detainment, Chuxing's rage sputtered out. The police station wasn't a place where their usual tantrums would work. They'd already been humiliated there twice. A third humiliation would be downright idiotic. So Chuxing firmly refused. His gaze then shifted to Xia Yuan, smoothly changing targets. You say it wasn't you, but how do we know it wasn't your brother? He's at that mischievous age. Who knows what he's capable of? That's a lie. I'd never do such a thing. I didn't even go near your house. You're framing me. Just because I'm small, you think you can bully me? Wah! I want my mom and dad. Wah! Xia Yuan flung himself down and howled at the top of his lungs, his mouth wide open. Though no tears fell, his lungs overpowered old Lady Chu's shrieks, leaving her momentarily stunned and speechless. Xia Xian almost wanted to give her brother a thumbs up. Taught him well. Children don't lie. If he says he didn't do it, then he didn't. First, you accuse the sister, now the brother? Your whole clan's rotten. The crowd was furious. Whether it was Xia Xian, newly widowed so young, or Xia Yuan, just a kid, both fit the image of easy targets. The mother-son duo bullying two defenseless people was too much for any decent person to tolerate. Exactly. No shame at all. We've been helping you battle this blaze for so long, and not even a word of thanks. Under the barrage of curses, Chuxing and his mother were ganged up on, fingers stabbing the air in their faces. Their heads throbbed from the tongue lashing, and with no way out, they grudgingly spat out apologies to the siblings. In the end, Director May even dragged them to apologize and set the record straight on the theft lies to Xia Xian's neighbors. The two of them looked so awful it was hard to recognize their faces, as lifeless as corpses. Wife gone, money gone, house gone, even their dignity. God damn it. How the hell did things turn out like this? Xia Xian didn't care how they felt, she was downright cheerful, humming a tune as she headed to the basement. Quan Ruifeng had been waiting for a long time. He gave a slight, lazy glance, watching Xia Xian appear with a bright smile, her lips slightly curved, radiating carefree ease. Coldly, he spoke. You're late, Xia Xian. Chapter 15, The Catching a Cheater Scheme. His voice, clear and cool as pearls dropping onto a jade plate, gave the name Xia Xian a peculiar resonance. But Xia Xian suddenly shivered, feeling deeply uncomfortable. She touched her ear, lingering at the basement door, hesitant to approach, and offered a quiet explanation. I'm sorry, something came up this morning. It wasn't intentional. It won't happen again. He wasn't visibly angry, yet there was something unsettling about him. How strange. I don't like people who are late. You can choose to tell me in advance if you need to be late. I don't accept last-minute changes, understand? Quan Ruifeng tapped the table with his distinctively jointed fingers, his dark eyes casually observing Xia Xian, the pressure he exerted undiminished. Understood. I promise this won't happen again. Xia Xian straightened slightly, her assurance solemn. They were partners now, she really shouldn't have been so careless. She had miscalculated this morning. Next time, she needed to be more precise in her planning. Come here. We'll go over the files today. Time is tight. If possible, I hope we can start the operation tomorrow. Quan Ruifeng lifted his chin, signaling her to come over and stop wasting time standing there. Baiting Sea Eagle wasn't simple. It required careful strategizing to ensure he didn't leave or set his sights on another target, or all their efforts would be in vain. Oh, okay. Xia Xian immediately came over and sat beside him, adopting a supremely serious demeanor as she committed all the information to memory. This time, she successfully passed Quan Ruifeng's assessment. She now had a foundational, comprehensive understanding of Sea Eagle. You already understand his modus operandi. So, I ask you, how do you think we can draw him out? It's fine if you can't think of anything. I've already made a plan, so you don't need to worry about this. Quan Ruifeng asked casually, pulling out his plan as he spoke, ready to show it to Xia Xian so she could further refine it based on her own characteristics. Unexpectedly, Xia Xian didn't look at the plan Quan Ruifeng offered. Instead, she looked at him, pondered for a moment, and then said earnestly, we could plan something to make me famous, so he gets to know about me. Then, he'll discover I'm single, very vulnerable, and prone to crying, thereby attracting his attention and luring him into the trap. Her appearance already perfectly matched Sea Eagle's selection criteria. If they could slightly embellish her background, it probably wouldn't be difficult to attract his attention. Quan Ruifeng's eyebrow arched, he was genuinely beginning to take Xia Xian seriously. Her idea perfectly aligned with his. Although her thinking was a bit naive, with proper guidance, there wouldn't be any problems. It seemed he had indeed found the right person. See if you can accept this. This is my idea. Quan Ruifeng tapped the documents on the table, signaling her to look down. Xia Xian remained silent, taking the documents and examining them carefully. It had to be said that while Quan Ruifeng's plan had its flaws, it was almost guaranteed to draw out Sea Eagle. As long as he was still in the area. Well? What are your thoughts? You can speak freely. Quan Ruifeng disliked beating around the bush and directly asked for Xia Xian's opinion. As a plan to catch a criminal, I think it's mature enough. But for me, as the bait, isn't it a bit harsh? Is there really no other way? Xia Xian asked hesitantly. She had just become a widow. If she got involved with Quan Ruifeng, only to be abandoned and then cause a scene at the police station, her reputation would be ruined for life. She herself didn't care, but her parents would literally be furious enough to kill. I understand your concerns, but this is the most effective way to create a big stir and 100% attract Sea Eagle. I know this will damage your reputation. Once Sea Eagle is caught, I will publicly clarify the situation for you. As for your parents, I can go talk to them beforehand and tell them we're just acting, simply to avoid the entanglement with Chu Xing and his mother. They certainly wouldn't want you finding a new partner. Quan Ruifeng had even considered her parents' feelings, making the plan already quite thorough. Moreover, Xia Xian would eventually leave for the capital, so the local gossip wouldn't affect her there. However, she was a woman after all. Quan Ruifeng's gaze lowered, and he suddenly thought of a way to improve the plan. How about this, we first pretend to be dating. Then, I'll appear to be involved with other women, two-timing you. You'll discover my scoundrel behavior, be very pained and reluctant, but still break up with me. We can even stage a catching a cheater scene to make things more realistic and spread rumors faster. Afterward, I'll beg for your forgiveness and pester you. You'll painfully avoid me, cry your eyes out, and frequently go to secluded places to clear your head, giving Sea Eagle an opportunity to strike. But don't worry, I'll secretly follow and protect you. I swear on my life, I will absolutely not let you fall into Sea Eagle's hands. I will guarantee your safety. Quan Ruifeng stared solemnly at Xia Xian as he made his vow, his handsome face radiating righteousness, his eyes filled with a fervent desire to catch the criminal, without a trace of lust for Xia Xian's beauty. Xia Xian was both touched and twitching at the corner of her mouth. This man was ruthless enough to himself just to catch Sea Eagle, even coming up with the idea of two-timing and staging a cheating scene. This was far more terrifying than simply being fickle or casually abandoning a partner. No wonder he wasn't from this place, he could act without restraint. Once she reached the capital, without parents or relatives around, even if she lost face, no one would know. She could also let loose and focus solely on achieving her goals. With that thought, Xia Xian decisively nodded. Then I'll listen to you. Let's do it that way. If Quan Ruifeng could go all out, what did she have to lose? The two further refined the plan, intending to start their act tomorrow. Basically, Quan Ruifeng would pursue her for 3 days, they'd be together for 2 days, he'd cheat for 1 day, she'd catch him, they'd break up, and then Quan Ruifeng would pester her. The goal was to lure Sea Eagle out within a week. After reaching a consensus and perfecting the plan, they prepared to leave the basement. Since Quan Ruifeng was supposed to pursue Xia Xian, he needed to go back and prepare, aiming to make a big splash during the courtship to lay the groundwork for later events. Before leaving, Xia Xian looked at Quan Ruifeng, wanting to say something but hesitating. What? Quan Ruifeng lifted his eyelids, arms crossed, looking at her indifferently, his posture tall, elegant, and upright. Nothing. I'll head back first. See you tomorrow. Xia Xian thought for a moment, shook her head, and went home, her graceful figure quickly disappearing from Quan Ruifeng's sight. There was no need to mention it beforehand, it wasn't like the fake relationship would turn real anyway. Chapter 16, All in on the performance. Though delayed, justice always comes, but people in this era haven't quite caught on to that yet. Xia Xian returned home to find the atmosphere much more relaxed than usual. Her parents were chatting and laughing together. Seeing her come back so late, her father didn't get angry. Instead, he simply reminded her. Be careful. A girl like you shouldn't walk alone at night. As he spoke, he burst out laughing. Lei Wan and the others joined in, with Xia Yuan laughing the loudest. Sis. This is priceless. Sis. This is priceless. How did the Chu family's house end up burning down? And now they have to apologize to us, ha ha ha. The neighbors won't have anything to talk about this time. Exactly. The Chu family totally had it coming. Truly, what goes around comes around. I even went to check it out, they don't have the money to rebuild, so the mother and son are planning to share what's left of the house. Let's see what they'll do when it rains, ha ha ha. The Xiao family were gloating, thrilled, and the mood was warm and cheerful. Xia Xian also allowed herself a small smile. Chu Xing and his mother had indeed gotten what they deserved. She considered her revenge complete. If the Chu mother and son stayed away from her from now on, she'd call it even, she had her own plans to focus on. But if they dared provoke her again, she wouldn't go easy on them. As for Xiao Jun, the man who had killed her in her past life, he was still just a child now. She could hold off on dealing with him until he grew up, then she'd break his leg as payback. Xia Xian couldn't actually kill anyone, the price was too high. But getting her revenge and living well would be enough to make these people regret their actions bitterly. The next day, Xia Xian went out as promised to visit the supply and marketing co-op, allowing Quan Ruifeng to coincidentally run into her. The two acted as if it were real. The moment Xia Xian stepped into the co-op, Quan Ruifeng followed with a bouquet of bright red roses, 2 movie tickets, and a pack of walnut cookies. He had deliberately changed into casual clothes, a simple white shirt and black trousers, with his sleeves rolled up a bit, revealing toned arms. His face was handsome, his bearing dignified. As he walked, he drew many sidelong glances. The bouquet of red roses in his arms only made him more eye-catching. Ignoring everyone's stares, he strode straight to Xia Xian, who was pretending to browse goods, and spoke in a low voice. "Comrade Xia Xian, may I invite you to watch a movie?" "Ah? Comrade Quan, what are you? How did you?" Xia Xian acted startled by his sudden appearance, clutching her chest and taking 2 flustered steps back. She gazed at him in confusion, her dark eyes glistening. Her expressions were perfectly controlled throughout. Meanwhile, the saleswoman at the counter and the customers watched them intently. Those who understood the situation had already gone to fetch melon seeds. "I'm from out of town. I have no relatives here, and I'm not familiar with the locals. I didn't know who to ask to act as a matchmaker. My apologies, Comrade Xia Xian, I hope I didn't frighten you. May I court you? Let's give each other a chance to get to know one another, with marriage as the goal. I know you were deceived into a sham marriage by eldest brother Chu and became a widow, which left you emotionally scarred. But that wasn't your fault, and I don't mind at all. From the first moment I saw you, I felt you were destined for me. But I didn't want to mix personal matters with work, so I waited until today to formally approach you. I hope I haven't startled you. Would you like to watch a movie with me later?" Quan Ruifeng spoke politely, presenting the roses, movie tickets, and pastries to her. With his handsome face, he could charm anyone with that look. His tone was gentle and affectionate, completely unlike his usual self. Seeing this side of Quan Ruifeng, Xia Xian felt as if she were witnessing a ghost possession. Over the past few days, she'd grown accustomed to his cutting remarks and cold attitude, his ability to shut people up with a single sentence. This sudden change was really unsettling. Fortunately, after enduring Bai Lian's acting in her past life, she'd learned a thing or two and could remain composed. Playing along, Xia Xian's cheeks turned pink. She took another step back, not daring to look at Quan Ruifeng or accept his gifts. Her voice was shaky with nerves. "And no, I can't, Comrade Quan. I'm not worthy of you. I'm just a widow who brings bad luck for any man. I can't drag you down. You're so handsome, with a good job and good character, you could find someone much better." After rejecting him, she turned to run, her bright eyes already tearing up. Was it embarrassment, shame, or reluctance to refuse him? It was hard to say. "Who says you bring misfortune? The Chu family deceived you. Comrade Xia Xian, others may look down on you, but you mustn't put yourself down. In my eyes, you're worthy of anyone. You're intelligent, beautiful, and kind, you just had the misfortune of meeting the Chu family. But I'm lucky to have met you. Please give me a chance. If, after spending time together, you find you don't like me, you can reject me. I won't bother you." Quan Ruifeng chased after her, stepped in front of the door of the co-op to prevent her from leaving. His gaze was tender as he confessed. Wow, now that was a bold, straightforward, and passionate declaration. Even the women working there in the co-op were moved. One of them, Sun Yulan, who lived in the same apartment building as Xia Xian, was particularly enthusiastic. Seeing Xia Xian's shyness, she grew frustrated and rushed out to pull her back. "Xiao Xian, you must grab a good man when you find one. Comrade Quan is right, you shouldn't belittle yourself. Here, I'll be your matchmaker. Let's say I introduced you to. Give it a real chance, you mustn't miss this chance. Comrade Quan, you should have said earlier that you had your eye on Xiao Xian. The other day, we all wanted to fix you up but were afraid you'd look down on us country folks. I'd have been happy to introduce you to someone." Sun Yulan kept talking, trying to help them both with boundless enthusiasm. "Listen to me, go watch that movie now. If your parents find out you rejected such a fine young man, they'll scold you. A catch like this doesn't come along every day." Xia Xian and Quan Ruifeng had chosen to stage this scene in the co-op for a reason. They were counting on Sun Yulan to step forward and legitimize their relationship. Sure enough, Hearing Sun Yulan's words, Xia Xian peeked shyly at Quan Ruifeng, then lowered her head, fidgeting with her hands as she mumbled, "All right. There we go. That's more like it." Sun Yulan was overjoyed. She immediately took the roses and movie tickets from Quan Ruifeng and pushed them into Xia Xian's hands. "Go on, hurry. No need to come home for lunch, I'll let your parents know later. Thank you for your help, Auntie. I'll treat you to a meal another time." Quan Ruifeng gave her a warm, grateful smile before walking off side by side with Xia Xian. A handsome man and a beautiful woman, what a perfect match. Sun Yulan watched them go, her matchmaker's heart swelling. She could hardly wait to marry them off right then. With their goal achieved, Xia Xian and Quan Ruifeng didn't relax until they were out of Sun Yulan's sight. Now that they were partners in this scheme, Xia Xian felt bold enough to tease him. "Your acting isn't bad either. I almost couldn't keep up. So, where are we going now?" Quan Ruifeng didn't mind her teasing. The smile on his lips faded, returning to his usual aloofness. "To the movies. All in on the performance." Chapter 17, Quan Ruifeng gets inspired. "Got it. Let's roll." Since the movie tickets were already bought, it would be a waste not to use them. Besides, Xia Xian hadn't watched a movie in many, many years. She was unexpectedly eager to go with Quan Ruifeng. The only thing was, she was still holding the bouquet of roses, which was way too noticeable. Passers-by kept checking her out, making her uncomfortable. She pulled him aside and quietly asked Quan Ruifeng, "Can we throw this bouquet away?" "No. Drawing attention is exactly our goal." Quan Ruifeng shot her down bluntly, his cool stare as if to say, "Otherwise, what are we even doing here?" Point taken, that was their objective. In that case, Xia Xian would just have to get used to it. Holding the flowers, the lovey-dovey vibe she exuded was unmistakable. Even though Quan Ruifeng remained silent, his hot looks made them look like total couple goals standing side by side. When the ticket taker saw the young couple approaching, he naturally assumed they were together and gestured to the right without hesitation. Asterisk by the water asterisk is playing in the theater on the right. You'll have to wait another half hour before it starts. By the water asterisk was a romance film, popular among young couples. Xia Xian took another look at the tickets before replying. "We're here for Spring Sprout, not by the water. Can we go in now, or do we still have to wait?" "Oh, Spring Sprout? Then you can head in, it's on the left." The inspector took the tickets, surprised, before letting them through. As they walked in, Xia Xian overheard him muttering under his breath. "Couples not watching romance films but some rural medical drama about development and struggle? What a snooze fest." Only then did Xia Xian realize what the movie was actually about. She wanted to ask Quan Ruifeng, what was he thinking? Wasn't the whole point to sell this relationship? While she enjoyed all kinds of films, was this really the kind of movie people watched when they were dating? What if Sea Eagle saw through their act? Her big, accusing eyes silently conveyed her reproach as she stared at Quan Ruifeng. Quan Ruifeng turned his head away, avoiding her gaze, and strode ahead into the screening room, leaving her with nothing but his tall, distant frame. First time chasing a girl. No experience. His deadpan voice floated back to her. Tomorrow, we'll watch by the water. The day after, Young Warriors in Flames. These were the 3 films currently showing. Quan Ruifeng didn't care what they were about. One per day. Surely no one could fault his dating moves? It wasn't like people usually watched the same romance film 3 days in a row when dating, right? Unless they had nothing better to do. Quan Ruifeng thought to himself. Xia Xian face-bombed. So he planned to watch movies for 3 straight days. Was this about boosting ticket sales or actually pursuing someone? She scurried after him in small steps but, not wanting to embarrass him, played along. Your call. The general plan was already set, and it would definitely have some effect. A few small slip-ups wouldn't hurt. Inside the screening room, though the lighting was low-lit, it was clear most of the audience were middle-aged. The few younger viewers sat in groups of guys/girls, there were hardly any mixed couples. So when the two of them walked in like this, all eyes were on them. Only when the curtains closed and the room darkened did the attention finally die down. Both watched the film with rapt attention, totally into it. Yet they might as well have been strangers, not saying a word to each other the entire time. It wasn't until they left the theater that they finally spoke. Where to now? The department store? It was still early. Splitting up now wouldn't fit the usual dating routine. Yeah, let's browse. Buy whatever you like. It was common for men to treat women during courtship to show they can provide. Quan Ruifeng even said up front, worried she might hesitate to pick anything. But Xia Xian couldn't possibly let him spend money on her, this was all just an act. So they just window shopped the department store aimlessly, covering both floors without buying a thing, getting their steps in. A pretty girl or a handsome guy walking alone might earn a glance or two, but a pair like that? People could stare all they wanted. The makeup saleswoman, having watched them wander around forever without buying anything, couldn't resist calling out, "Young lady, young man, what are you looking for? Been at it for so long, why not check out my counter? We've got lipsticks, perfumes, moisturizers, all name-brand Shanghai products. Top-notch. Look at you, already so pretty, using these will make you even prettier." Enough to knock his socks off. The woman was quick-witted and chatty, and bold enough to tease even Quan Ruifeng's stoic good looks. Xia Xian figured they couldn't keep wandering forever. Buying something would at least wrap things up. She had brought money and ration coupons, and it had been years since she'd used skincare products. Her skin had grown dried out and rough later on, even though she was young again now, early care wouldn't hurt. She should treat herself better. Running a hand over her soft, smooth cheeks, she walked over decisively. "Give me 4 jars of moisturizer. Nothing else. 1 each for her mother and sisters-in-law." She hadn't bought anything since returning home. Maybe she'd pick up some meat later too. She had taken leave before her wedding and didn't need to return to work yet. With last month's wages, the 30-some yuan from the Chu family, and some coupons, she wasn't strapped for cash. Plus, she still had gold bars, no need to pinch pennies. Xia Xian firmly believed, money saved might end up spent by someone else. Better to enjoy it yourself while you can, Wow, 4 jars at once. You've got great taste, young lady. 2 yuan each, 8 total, plus industrial coupons. Our moisturizer is super nourishing, you'll love it. The woman gushed over her, but when it came to payment, her eyes went straight to Quan Ruifeng. What kind of man made a girl pay when they were out together? Quan Ruifeng was quick on the uptake, pulling out the money before Xia Xian could. "Wait, no, I'll pay. I didn't mean for you to buy these. I wanted to get them myself, for my mom and sisters-in-law too." Xia Xian hurriedly tried to stop him, biting her lip in embarrassment. This made it seem like she was trying to take advantage of him. "Silly girl, let your man show off a little. He can buy things for your family too, they'll think even better of him." The woman, an old hand at this, knew Xia Xian was just shy. She refused her money outright, briskly accepting Quan Ruifeng's instead. "There, now keep browsing. Young man, don't just wait for her to ask, she's too polite. If you see something you think she'd like, buy it for her. Boys should take the lead." Even after taking the money, she couldn't resist giving Quan Ruifeng pointers. It wasn't that she thought him stingy. Just a bit clueless, and Xia Xian way too shy. No wonder they'd wandered so long only to buy moisturizer. Quan Ruifeng nodded coolly, his expression contemplative. Quan Ruifeng understood now. Quan Ruifeng was on a roll now. Chapter 18, Shameless Flirting. Ignoring Xia Xian's protests, Quan Ruifeng bought her a pack of white rabbit cream candies, a box of mung bean cakes, a silk scarf, a pair of shoes, a floral print dress, and a set of hair clips and hairbands. And he still wanted to buy more. He had already spent over 50 yuan and several ration coupons, yet he insisted on continuing. It was an extravagant spree, as if money were no object. Now, all the female clerks at the counters were staring at them, their eyes wide with envy. Please, I'm begging you, I know you have money, but there's no need to spend it so recklessly. I really don't need all these things. No one spends this much on a blind date. Going overboard will just make people suspicious. Xia Xian could no longer care about propriety between men and women. She grabbed his wrist urgently, her expression on the verge of tears. She wasn't used to accepting favors from others, even if she didn't have to pay, it still made her uncomfortable. Quan Ruifeng, accustomed to wealth, considered this amount pocket change, so he couldn't understand Xia Xian's reservations. His deep-set eyes fixed on her as he slowly furrowed his brows. Objectively speaking, Xia Xian was undeniably beautiful, her skin porcelain white, her eyes large and bright, her nose delicate and petite, her lips naturally cherry red, and her mind quick-witted. Quan Ruifeng found satisfaction in buying things for her, watching her dress up and become even more stunning. It was addictive, making him want to buy more and more. Unbeknownst to him, he had fallen in love with this little makeover game. But Xia Xian's hand on his wrist was cold and soft. She looked genuinely frightened, her wide eyes filled with panic, shimmering with unshed tears, making her appear delicate and vulnerable. Fine, no more shopping. Quan Ruifeng finally gave in, heeding her plea. The two left the store loaded down with shopping bags. Unaware that in a shadowy corner, a slouching, sullen man had been watching them, his lips curling into an uncontrollable smirk, his dull eyes gleaming with excitement. Neither of them noticed. Quan Ruifeng walked Xia Xian back to her apartment building before preparing to leave. Before parting, he warned her seriously. Don't go out alone from now on. Follow our arranged times, only come down when you see me arrive. Follow the plan exactly. After all, this involved a matter of life and death. There was no room for error. I know. I won't act recklessly. She had already died once. She was more afraid of death now, she hadn't even had the chance to live well and shut up her critics. She couldn't afford to lose her life so easily. So even though their crucial plan hadn't yet unfolded, Xia Xian wouldn't let her guard down. Standing outside the apartment building with a man, carrying bags of purchases, plus the gossip spread by the saleswoman from the supply and marketing cooperative, not only the Xia family but the entire building was ablaze with gossip about their relationship. How was it? Did you have a good time with Comrade Quan today? Did he buy all these? He's so generous? Xiao Xian, you silly girl. Your fortunes have changed. I knew something good would come from this misfortune. Eldest brother Xiao grinned so hard his eyes nearly disappeared, his gaze fixed on the bags in Xia Xian's hands. What did you get? Show us. Comrade Quan is rich, handsome, and treats you so well. You've already been married once, no need to be shy. Hurry up and lock him down. Don't drag it out. If he slips away, you'll regret it. Second brother Xiao also urged her to act fast, the whole family getting excited. Xia Xian's parents felt the same. For her happiness alone, they had to push for this. After all, a widow who missed this chance might never find another. Xia Xian had expected her family's reaction, but she hadn't anticipated even her father being so eager for her to remarry. If he knew what was coming, he'd lose his mind. With a headache, Xia Xian shook her head and began distributing the snacks she'd bought, trying to placate them. Dad, won't you feel embarrassed if I remarry so soon? Didn't you say I just became a widow and have a lot to consider? What if people start gossiping again? Let them talk. We've done nothing wrong. It's not like you're cheating while married. Nothing matters more than your happiness. If you found a good man, grab him while you can, they're hard to come by. Xia Dadian sighed, though how he'd concluded Quan Ruifeng was a good man was beyond her. In a few days, when the planned ruse unfolded, he'd be furious. Xia Xian opened her mouth but wisely chose to stay silent, stuffing their mouths with snacks to get through the day. The next noon, Quan Ruifeng arrived at the agreed time. The two went to a government canteen, then to the movies. After the film, they could naturally become a couple. What would you like to eat? Quan Ruifeng handed her the menu, signaling she could order freely. Xia Xian wasn't being overly polite. For two people, ordering was necessary. She chose scrambled eggs with scallions and stir-fried minced pork with green beans. No expensive meat dishes, showing restraint. Noticing this, Quan Ruifeng added braised pork, smacked cucumber salad, and loofah soup. 4 dishes and a soup for 2 people, rather extravagant. Xia Xian looked at him, opening and closing her mouth, before finally shutting it and eating quietly. Fine, if he wanted to splurge, so be it. It wasn't her business to interfere. They weren't even the same kind of people, her frugality didn't mean she could impose it on others. Quan Ruifeng watched her with amusement, finding her distressed look strangely entertaining. He'd met plenty of thrifty and generous people, but this was the first time he'd seen someone worry about another's spending, especially when they weren't even close. Most would just be glad to get free things. She was different. Why are you staring at me? Do I have food on my face? Xia Xian touched her cheek in confusion, it was clean. Just some beauty. Quan Ruifeng teased, his eyes smiling, lips quirking. Leaning back in his chair, one long arm resting on the table, he looked devilishly handsome. Xia Xian jolted, her chopsticks dropping the braised pork. What the, dude, what's gotten into you? This was scarier than a ghost possession. Had he been reborn? Possessed? Don't you think you're beautiful? The kind that makes people want to make you cry. Quan Ruifeng teased mercilessly, at his leisure. This was getting dangerous. Xia Xian wanted to overturn the table and run. Fortunately, Quan Ruifeng read her alarm and leaned in, whispering. Check behind me for anyone suspicious. Pretend to cry, our target might be watching. Chapter 19 The Fish Bites. As an outstanding police officer, Quan Ruifeng had sharp instincts. He sensed an intense gaze fixed on them from behind, explaining his sudden change in behavior. Xia Xian was shocked again. Did the target take the bait so fast? She immediately lowered her eyes to conceal her emotions, ensuring no one noticed her unease. Secretly pinching her thigh, she let perfect tears roll down effortlessly. Slowly lifting her chin, Xia Xian revealed a delicate, stunningly beautiful face. Her slender swan-like neck added to her vulnerable appearance. Eyes brimming with tears, her face pale as snow, she lightly pressed her rosy lips together and asked, her voice trembling. Why would you suddenly say such things? Are you not serious about courting me? Are you just. Her voice broke into sobs. With a blink, fat tears cascaded from her eyes, rolling down her delicate cheeks to her chin before dripping onto her clothes, her fragile beauty that tugged at heartstrings. Her acting was flawless, growing more natural and convincing by the day. Even Quan Ruifeng, who had asked her to cry, hadn't expected her to start so instantly, without hesitation, and so convincingly heartbreaking. For a fleeting moment, Quan Ruifeng was dazzled, his heart unexpectedly moved. But now wasn't the time for distractions. He pulled himself together, quickly regaining composure, and pulled his chair closer to her. Don't cry. I was just joking, really. How could I not be serious about you? Just yesterday, I spent 2 months' salary buying things for you. If I didn't genuinely like you, why would I be so generous? I'm sorry, I was being an idiot, trying to tease you. I didn't mean to offend you. I'll never do it again. Don't be angry. Give me another chance to make it up to you, okay? Quan Ruifeng pleaded, even taking Xia Xian's delicate hand in his. His words sounded sincere, but his actions were somewhat inappropriate. The ease with which he spun these lines made one wonder if he was a smooth talker. But love blinds reason, especially when Quan Ruifeng had a devastatingly handsome face that could enchant gods and mortals alike. Xia Xian being swayed by him was only natural. So, hesitantly, she asked, "Really?" Her expression was dazed, tears still wet, her nose and eyes red like an abandoned little rabbit, heartbreakingly vulnerable. Quan Ruifeng quickly raised his hand, gently wiping her tears away with his thumb, his gaze tender. They leaned even closer. Xia Xian's pupils reflected Quan Ruifeng's magnified face, their breaths mingling mere inches apart. Seizing the moment, Xia Xian whispered, "I saw a fleeting figure, but it's gone now." Quan Ruifeng's eyes darkened. He continued the act, his voice unusually gentle. "Of course, why would I lie to you? It's my fault for making you cry. Here, eat first. I'll go buy you a little gift to apologize, I'll be right back." With that, he stood and headed straight out. "But, come back quickly, okay?" Watching his retreating figure, Xia Xian nodded obediently, whether he saw it or not. The customers and staff in the government canteen were stunned by the passionate lover spat unfolding before them. Though they hadn't heard what Quan Ruifeng said to upset Xia Xian, the girl was remarkably quick to forgive. Truly, a woman in love is the softest of all. Shaking their heads, everyone returned to their own affairs. Outside, Quan Ruifeng found no trace of anyone suspicious. To avoid alerting their target, he didn't search further. Instead, he pretended to look for a general store to buy something. Before heading over, he suddenly grumbled to himself, "Just a fresh widow, young and gullible. Playing along for fun, did you really think I'd marry you? Don't get ideas above your station. Once I've had my fill, you're out." With a cold smirk, he went to a nearby general store and bought Xia Xian a popsicle and soda pop, his so-called apology gifts. Yet Xia Xian accepted them with genuine pleasure. Throughout the meal, they kept up their charade perfectly, unconcerned about onlookers. Only after leaving the government canteen, on their way to the cinema, did Quan Ruifeng confirm no one was following them and finally spoke. "The figure you saw earlier, what did it look like? Could it be him?" "Yes. Stooped slightly, around 1.7 meters tall, messy hair. That's all I noticed." Xia Xian answered quietly. She'd only caught a glimpse, unable to gather more details. But based on what she knew, her gut told her it was Sea Eagle. "Good. We'll need to be even more alert now. If anything unusual happens around you, tell me immediately." Quan Ruifeng agreed, growing more alert. Did Sea Eagle live near the government canteen? How had he targeted Xia Xian so fast? Or had he seen her somewhere else before? Had he changed his victim selection criteria? Would he target others now? These were questions Quan Ruifeng had to consider. He was alone, overextended. Though this was a small town, the local police mostly dealt with petty issues, inexperienced with serious crimes. Even if he informed them and asked them to protect Xia Xian, he wouldn't feel at ease. On the day of the planned breakup and cheating scandal, he and Xia Xian would have to separate briefly. If Sea Eagle was already watching her, he had to account for the possibility of an attack during that window. With the situation evolving, Quan Ruifeng needed to adjust his plans. "Okay." Xia Xian nodded, her stomach in knots. Confronting the killer directly was nerve-wracking. "Don't be afraid. I won't let anything happen to you." Sensing her anxiety, Quan Ruifeng met her gaze, his jaw clenched as he promised solemnly, his handsome face grave. I believe in you." Xia Xian suddenly smiled, bright and lively. In their previous life, Quan Ruifeng had captured Sea Eagle successfully, there was no reason he couldn't do it again now. Quan Ruifeng's eyebrow quirked slightly, his gaze lingering on her smiling pink lips for a second before looking away casually. "Trust is the foundation of cooperation. I believe in you too. As my partner, you're more than qualified," he declared with absolute confidence. Wow, this was the first time she received such recognition, especially from a big shot from Beijing. This feeling was amazing. Now, let them work together to bring Sea Eagle to justice. As for her college entrance exam major, she had already decided she wanted to study psychology. In the years to come, this field would prove immensely useful. Psychologists could spot criminal behavior through microexpressions and also serve as therapists, helping people process their emotions. Its applications were vast. After spending these past few days with Quan Ruifeng, she had fallen in love with the careful, step-by-step thrill of cracking cases. Pfft. The two exchanged a smile, and for some reason, Quan Ruifeng's gaze grew softer. They stuck to their plan and watched the movie. The next day, when they returned to the cinema, Xia Xian was ready for Quan Ruifeng's confession. Chapter 20, A Kneeling Confession. To capture everyone's attention, Quan Ruifeng went to great lengths. Instead of a private confession, he chose the public space outside the movie theater, right before the film began. Most of the audience that day were couples, fitting for the romance movie by the water. As the doors were about to open, and people prepared to enter, Quan Ruifeng suddenly pulled a necklace from his pocket and knelt on one knee before Xia Xian. "Comrade Xia Xian." Xia Xian was startled, never expecting him to be so bold, and the surrounding crowd was equally taken aback. Immediately, everyone stopped in their tracks, no longer rushing to enter, their gazes fixed on the scene. What's happening? Isn't it obvious? He's confessing. They say a man's pride is in his knees, but this guy really goes all out. Humph, look at him, then look at you. Did you show even half this sincerity when you proposed to me? Whispers filled the air, and the atmosphere instantly grew lively. You. Xia Xian feigned surprise, her eyes welling up with tears once more. Comrade Xia Xian, I truly like you. Will you be my girlfriend? With marriage in mind. I promise I won't mess around with you, I just want to cherish you, be with you, and make you happy. If you agree, I can visit your family tomorrow to formally ask for your hand. Quan Ruifeng gazed at Xia Xian, his heartfelt confession appearing utterly genuine. Oh my, really? You truly mean it? Xia Xian was so overcome with joy that tears streamed down her face again. She covered her mouth, afraid to make a sound, fearing she might shatter this beautiful moment and discover it was merely an illusion. Yes, I do. Comrade Xia Xian, will you? Quan Ruifeng repeated, eager for Xia Xian's answer. The onlookers couldn't wait any longer and eagerly urged her on. Say yes already. Don't let him down. That's right. Don't be shy. Together. 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 A perfect match. Date today, propose tomorrow, marry the day after, and straight to the wedding chamber. Ha ha ha, straight to the wedding chamber. There's never a shortage of people eager for a spectacle. The crowd spontaneously cheered, shouting so loudly that Xia Xian grew even more embarrassed. She quickly took the necklace and helped Quan Ruifeng to his feet. All right, I accept. Thank you for being with me. I'm so happy. Blushing, Xia Xian helped him up, the corners of her eyes slightly red and glistening, making her exceptionally captivating. Let's go watch the movie now, or it'll start without us. She whispered, not wanting to be the center of attention any longer, it was too mortifying. All right, let's go and then. Thank you all for your support. Quan Ruifeng gave Xia Xian a warm smile, then waved to the crowd, acting completely at ease without a hint of shyness. This subtly hinted at his experience as a ladies' man, setting the stage for his later infidelity and Xia Xian's confrontation. The two had meticulously rehearsed every detail to ensure no mistakes or flaws. Being careful never hurt. From a corner not far away, a shadowy figure had been silently watching for a long time. Upon closer inspection, something in their hand glinted with a cold light. Let's go in too. Seeing that the show was over, the crowd gradually dispersed in small groups into the theater. It was certain that Quan Ruifeng's confession to Xia Xian would spread quickly, growing more exaggerated with each retelling. Once the affair and confrontation were added to the mix, the gossip would only intensify. Even if the person from yesterday wasn't Haiying, with such a commotion, he would surely hear about it if he was around. Sure enough, news of the handsome couple's bold confession outside the screening room spread fast. Neighbors quickly matched the descriptions to Xia Xian and Quan Ruifeng. Chu Xing and his mother also heard about it, though they didn't yet know it involved Xia Xian and Quan Ruifeng. The two were too preoccupied with money and housing troubles to bother Xia Xian for now. Chu Xing pleaded with his supervisor to let him start work immediately, taking over his brother's position. He then got an advance on his salary to haul some bricks and patch up the half-collapsed house. They couldn't possibly keep living in this drafty shack, one heavy rain, and they'd be soaked to the bone. They also needed to replace all their pots and pans and household items. With no money, no ration coupons, and supplies scarce, Chu Xing was at his wit's end, wishing he could go back in time and stop his mother from making that fateful mistake. When news of Xia Xian and Quan Ruifeng's relationship reached the Xia household that afternoon, none of them could focus on work. They all took leave and waited at home. The moment Xia Xian returned, she was grilled. "Xiao Xian, are you and Comrade Quan together? Were the two young people outside the screening room today really you? Was it?" Lei Wan and the others stared at her excitedly, not daring to blink. "It was me, but..." "Ah. That's wonderful. Sis. You're amazing. When can I meet my future brother-in-law? Will he like me? Can I try on his police uniform? It looks so cool." The moment Xia Yuan heard his sister confirm it, he started whooping and hollering, launching himself at Xia Xian and clinging to her, chattering excitedly and firing off 100 questions a minute. "Stop it. Xia Yuan, let go. You're going to break my back." Xia Xian was both annoyed and amused, giving him a firm flick on the forehead. "If you like police uniforms, hit the books and stay out of trouble. Maybe you can become a police officer one day." If Xia Yuan could grow up properly and become a police officer in this lifetime, she'd ask nothing more of him. That's for later. Right now, I want to meet my brother-in-law. Are you two going out again tomorrow? Take me with you. It's not like school matters, I'm only in first grade, it's not like I'll fall behind. Before he could finish, Xia Xian grabbed him by the ear and scolded him. "Can you even write your own name yet? How many characters have you learned? Not fall behind? If you don't study now, how will you keep up later? If I hear you playing hooky again, I'll tan your hide. But if you score over 70% on your finals, I'll give you a big treat and grant you one small favor. Otherwise, nothing." Xia Xian used the carrot and stick approach. This little brother was truly a handful. "Alright then, I'll study hard then. 70 points is a piece of cake." Xia Yuan was brimming with confidence. Xia Xian smiled without saying a word. In her past life, he couldn't even score 60 and failed every day. If he could improve in this life, that would be for the best. Xiao's sister-in-law sidled up with a teasing look. "Xiao Xian is so good to Xiao Yuan. Since you like children so much, when are you going to have one? A child between you and Comrade Quan would definitely be good-looking." "Exactly. Both have fair skin, big eyes, and high noses. The child absolutely won't be ugly. When is he coming to propose?" The family egged her on, getting more impatient, immediately wanting Quan Ruifeng to propose, even thinking ahead to children. Xia Xian instinctively followed their words and imagined a child that was a combination of herself and Quan Ruifeng. The moment that tender little face appeared in her mind, she pinched her earlobe to snap out of it. "Xia Xian, what nonsense are you thinking? Get a grip, this is just an act." She mentally kicked herself for a second before scrambling to find excuses to brush off her family. They needed to fast forward to the cheating scandal already, she couldn't handle her family's enthusiasm anymore. So the next day, after huddling with Quan Ruifeng, Xia Xian decided to move the plan forward by one day. Chapter 21, The Woods or the Guest House? An awkward choice. If we're moving the plan forward, I'll pretend I succeeded. So, today, do you want to go to the guest house or the woods? The guest house. It's more discreet. Let's go to the farthest one, we won't run into any of your relatives or friends there. Quan Ruifeng said it casually. A cad like him wouldn't pursue Xia Xian without ulterior motives. He must have gotten what he wanted from her before planning to dump her and move on to someone else. Otherwise, wouldn't all his earlier efforts be wasted? Then the guest house it is. The woods seemed even more suggestive. Just the thought of it made Xia Xian's face flush. But being alone with Quan Ruifeng in a guest house wasn't much better. If her family found out, they'd probably beat her to death. In this era, social norms between men and women were strict, unlike in later years, where improper behavior could get you in serious trouble. Even execution wasn't out of the question if caught. All right. Quan Ruifeng nodded and immediately went to get the required permits before taking Xia Xian to the most remote guest house. Even though it was just an act, nothing real would happen, both of them remained silent the entire way. An unspoken awkwardness hung between them. Xia Xian glanced at Quan Ruifeng walking beside her. She only came up to his chin, and his shoulders were twice as wide as hers. Standing next to him gave her a strange sense of security. For reasons she couldn't explain, she quickly averted her gaze, her earlobes turning red. Quan Ruifeng couldn't bring himself to look at her either, keeping his eyes fixed on the road ahead as he asked coolly, "We must be getting close. Are you tired?" In their hurry, they'd forgotten to take their bicycles. After riding the bus for a while, they had to walk for about half an hour. Not tired. I can keep going. Xia Xian answered quickly, then fell silent again. That reply came out oddly suggestive, like something said in bed. Quan Ruifeng didn't know what else to say either, so he just grunted in response, his gaze still forward. But if one looked closely, they'd notice how tense he was, his back ramrod straight, his posture rigid, not daring to so much as tilt his head. He frowned, lips pressed into a thin line, unable to understand why he felt this way. This was just pretend, they weren't really going to sleep together. Making professional sacrifices for the case was nothing new. And sharing a room barely counted as a sacrifice. So why was he feeling like this? His heart was beating faster than usual. Even if Sea Eagle were standing right in front of him, he'd be calmer than this. The pair arrived at the guest house in silence and stepped inside. The room was cramped, only big enough for a small bed, a tiny table, and a chair. There was almost no extra space. At the sight of the bed, they both simultaneously looked away, pretending sudden interest in other parts of the room. "Why, you can sit on the bed." "I'll take the chair." Xia Xian stammered, not wanting to sit on the bed. She quickly claimed the chair, forcing Quan Ruifeng to sit on the bed. They sat with their backs to each other, but the longer they sat in silence, the more unbearable the awkwardness became, even for someone as aloof as Quan Ruifeng. He cleared his throat, attempting to cut through the tension, and asked in a low voice, "What are your plans once you get to the capital?" Though he was the one who suggested she leave this troubled place, he hadn't expected Xia Xian to agree so quickly. Girls her age typically were too attached to leave home, reluctant to venture into unfamiliar territory alone. The realization gave him pause. If they really caught Sea Eagle, he'd make sure to keep an eye out for her in the capital. He didn't want her to be left high and dry there with no one to rely on. "I don't know yet. Maybe try to find work first, then take it from there after settling in." Since news of the college entrance exams reinstatement hadn't been announced yet, she couldn't tell Quan Ruifeng she planned to take it. Xia Xian turned to face him slightly. If they were going to talk, they couldn't keep their backs to each other, it would seem like they were avoiding eye contact out of shame. "What kind of job are you looking for?" "I might be able to pull some strings for something simple." Quan Ruifeng raised an eyebrow. At first, she'd just been bait. A temporary asset in a transaction. He'd promised her safety and what she wanted, nothing more. But after spending these past few days with her, he'd come to find her clever and engaging. Somehow, he didn't want her to suffer outside, so he impulsively offered to help with a job. If people knew that merely acting as bait could earn them a Beijing residency, job, and housing, there'd be lines out the door at Quan Ruifeng's. A deal like that would make others envious it hadn't fallen into their laps. No, that's too much trouble. You've already given me enough. I'll manage the rest on my own. Xia Xian shook her head vehemently, refusing his offer. He'd already solved the toughest hurdles, household registration and a roof over her head. She couldn't be too greedy and presume on his goodwill. Besides, the job was just an excuse. She had her own plans. Asking for help occasionally isn't a bad thing. Besides, you've helped me a lot. You've more than earned it. Quan Ruifeng admired her independence. Seeing her reluctance, he thought of how she'd need money when she first arrived, so he added, "How about I front you some cash? You can pay me back once you find a job. Money makes the world go round. Don't give it a second thought. You deserve this. You've done well." He praised her generously. If his friends and family in Beijing saw him like this, they'd be shocked. The famously icy Quan Ruifeng actually speaking kindly? Unthinkable. Xia Xian was about to refuse, but then she remembered she only had gold on hand. Selling it now for cash wouldn't be worth it. Gold prices would rise in the coming years, especially after the reforms. She wouldn't borrow much, just 100 yuan. Combined with what she already had, it'd be enough to last her a while. If she got into university, there'd be subsidies. If not, she'd find work. Money wouldn't be a pressing issue. Plus, she still had her temporary job here, which she could sell for extra funds. Then just as she started speaking, noises came from the next room. Someone clearly couldn't hold back anymore. So mean, a sultry voice, followed by a man's heavy breathing. Xia Xian knew exactly what was happening. She covered her face, too embarrassed to continue, her cheeks burning. What were they even talking about? Discussing money in a guest house. Anyone listening would think she was some kind of service worker. Quan Ruifeng shut his eyes briefly, exasperated. What fresh hell was this? In broad daylight? He should have just picked the woods. Chapter 22, Caught Red-Handed. Luring the snake out. Quan Ruifeng felt a wave of nausea and no longer wished to remain there. A quick check of the time showed nearly half an hour had passed. That was sufficient. Let's go. Quan Ruifeng abruptly rose to his feet. Oh, all right. The two fled the guest house in disarray, making a swift retreat home. The journey back was even more silent than their arrival. Neither attempted to break the awkwardness. Today was simply destined to be awkward from beginning to end. Quan Ruifeng escorted Xia Xian back to her building, watching her ascend before he departed. The neighbors, witnessing Quan Ruifeng's thoughtfulness, not merely bringing her home but ensuring she reached her door, couldn't help but feel a surge of envy and jealousy. Look at that. Who says widows don't get a second spring? Look at our Xiao Xian, how lucky she is. Xiao Xian, why didn't you invite your man upstairs for a chat with us aunties? Several aunties peered out, greeting Xia Xian. Xia Xian smiled faintly and declined. No, he has other matters to attend to. With that, she entered her home and closed the door, shutting out all prying eyes. The moment she closed the door, the aunties' expressions shifted, and they pursed their lips, clearly displeased. What's she so smug about? Just because she found a good match? I don't believe he truly doesn't mind her being a widow. Besides, even if the man doesn't mind, he has parents, and they might not be so accepting. Exactly. Maybe he's just playing with her. Just wait, I doubt they'll ever get married. Hey, why haven't we seen the Chu family these past few days? Did they just let her off the hook? If my son had just died and my daughter-in-law was already looking to remarry, I wouldn't stand for it. What kind of heartless person does that? Envy breeds jealousy, and everyone seemed to have forgotten that Xia Xian had initially been tricked into marriage by the Chu family. Now, they were inexplicably siding with the Chus. Fortunately, Xia Xian had closed the door, blocking out those voices. Otherwise, she would have had to argue with them again, just to vent her frustration. But her immediate priority was to maintain her delicate image and lure out Haiying. Soon, the day of the catch arrived. Quan Ruifeng specifically assigned Lu Jun and another young man to escort Xia Xian, with Lu Jun making it seem like his own idea. Ruifeng has been here for a while now, and I'm so happy he's found someone and found his home here. As his elder brother, I wanted to give him a surprise. Comrade Xia Xian, Ruifeng said he wasn't feeling well today and is resting in his dorm. If you could visit him, I'm sure he'd be overjoyed and recover instantly. I've also bought some good food and wine, let's have a simple meal together. Yeah. Don't let Brother Quan's quiet demeanor fool you, he's a great guy. We came here together, and he's always looked out for me. I'd like to thank him too. Please come with us. Qian Xiaogui pleaded. Unable to resist their persuasion, Xia Xian went along with it. Alright, but how did he suddenly get sick? Xia Xian said worriedly, resuming her delicate, pained expression. The three hurried to the dormitory, only to find it empty. Huh? Where is he? Didn't he say he wasn't feeling well? Why isn't he resting here? Lu Jun wondered aloud. Xia Xian feigned concern. Maybe he went to the hospital? Let's go check there first. Xia Xian immediately grew anxious, wanting to go to the hospital. Lu Jun and Qian Xiaogui had no reason to stop her and agreed. Perhaps his condition worsened. He has no other relatives here, only us. Let's hurry and make sure he's okay. Lu Jun also grew anxious, and the three rushed to the hospital without delay. The hospital was located near the department store, and the route passed right by it. Since Quan Ruifeng had previously made a grand display of buying Xia Xian a mountain of gifts there, drawing everyone's attention, the two men chose the same location again. It was a fortunate coincidence. Both parties had timed it perfectly, creating this chance encounter. Just as Quan Ruifeng emerged from the department store, laden with bags and intimately close to another woman, Xia Xian and Lu Jun happened to pass by. The moment Xia Xian saw Quan Ruifeng laughing and chatting with the other woman, their closeness undeniable, she immediately understood what was happening. Tears instantly welled in her eyes, and she cried out in disbelief. Quan Ruifeng. Hearing her voice, Quan Ruifeng looked up and saw Xia Xian. He flinched for a moment, then quickly put some distance between himself and the woman beside him. What are you doing here? Though slightly uneasy, Quan Ruifeng didn't appear overly nervous. Instead, he questioned Xia Xian first. I should be asking you that. You said you had something to do, was it accompanying another woman? Who is she? Comrade Lu even said you were sick, making me so worried that I rushed to the hospital to find you. And what are you doing? You heartless wretch. Wah. Xia Xian alternated between scolding and sobbing, tears streaming down her face, a truly pitiful sight. The commotion at the entrance, a real-life, caught red-handed drama, immediately drew a crowd. Everyone inside rushed out to watch the spectacle. A vaguely familiar figure slowly blended into the onlookers. Who is she? Your girlfriend? You told me you were single. That you liked me and wanted to pursue me. Are you two-timing? You scumbag. I hate you. I'm reporting you for harassment. The woman, now realizing something was amiss, angrily shoved him, threw the items back at him, and stormed off. Quan Ruifeng caught the items with a displeased expression but didn't yell after the fleeing woman. Instead, he lashed out at Xia Xian. How am I heartless? So what if I went shopping with someone else? You can't even handle that. I never took you for such a petty person. I only liked you because you seemed gentle and kind. But now I see you're just a jealous shrew. Did you really think I'd marry you? I was just killing time with you. Look at yourself, what status do you have? What status do I have? There's no way I'd stay in this backwater place forever. Quan Ruifeng sneered, looking down his nose at Xia Xian with disdain, his once handsome face now marred by his thuggish demeanor. You. It's over. If you look down on me, why did you even get involved with me? Wah. You're so insulting. I wish I had never met you. Xia Xian pressed her lips together, her eyes red and tears gushing. Her entire body trembled, like a bloodless figure buffeted by a bleak winter wind. She cast a desperate, pained look at Quan Ruifeng, clutched her chest, and staggered away with small, hurried steps. From the moment she saw Quan Ruifeng, her tears had not stopped. Fragile and beautiful, like a delicate glass doll filled to the brim with water droplets. Otherwise, how could there be so many tears? Oh my God, I knew my eyesight couldn't be wrong. It's the same guy who brought that young girl shopping last time, now with someone else. And now he got busted. What a scumbag. What good are looks if you're trash? He's a pervert. That girl has no backbone, why just cry? You're his official girlfriend. Slap him a few times and report him for harassment. The onlookers murmured in disapproval, regretting Xia Xian's lack of assertiveness. Breaking up is fine. Plenty of women want me anyway. Quan Ruifeng dismissed it, strolling away nonchalantly despite the angry glares from the crowd. But even before he left, someone had already moved faster. He was hunched over, his steps uneven, and the object in his hand glinted coldly. It was a razor-sharp knife. Chapter 23 Peril. Where are you, Quan Ruifeng? Xia Xian followed their prearranged plan, running towards a secluded path that led to a small lake. The scenery was pleasant, and it was deserted, perfect for a private cry. If Sea Eagle had been in the crowd earlier, he wouldn't have missed this opportunity. He would surely follow her. Case files indicated that several victims had been stalked and killed shortly after their breakups. It was unclear whether he had been watching them for a long time or simply struck at the opportune moment. In any case, he was adept at seizing the perfect chance, making him incredibly difficult to apprehend. Xia Xian was nervous as she ran. She didn't dare look back, only occasionally sobbing and wiping her tears to create the illusion that she had fled here in a distraught state, too heartbroken to care where she was going. Quan Ruifeng. You liar. Wah. Xia Xian shouted at the lake, then sat down, hugging her knees as tears silently streamed down her face. She sniffled occasionally, her shoulders trembling, performing the silent agony of a heartbroken girl. As she cried, she remained alert to any movement behind her, her thoughts racing. I'm so thirsty. Crying is exhausting. Can I stop now? Is Sea Eagle coming? I'm freaking scared. Did Quan Ruifeng follow? Am I really alone right now? Her thoughts wandered aimlessly until a faint rustling sound caught her attention. She froze, and her crying paused. It was the kind of noise someone would make stepping on a twig. Had Sea Eagle really come? Or was it Quan Ruifeng? Xia Xian didn't know. Her heart hammered in her chest, her eyes blinking rapidly in panic, her hands clutching her pants tightly. But she couldn't turn around. She had to hold back, she couldn't give herself away. With that in mind, she wailed louder. Wah! Why does everyone lie to me? Why is my life so miserable? She buried her face in her knees, crying while keeping an ear out for any movement behind her. Her acting was flawless, not a crack in her performance. Quan Ruifeng, you'd damn well better save me. I've staked my life in your hands. There's no way I can fight Sea Eagle alone. Xia Xian silently prayed that Quan Ruifeng had already arrived. Then, whether it was her imagination or not, she felt someone getting closer and closer to her. 1 step. 2 steps. 3 steps. Now right behind her, just a foot away. No. The suspense was killing her, like a knife hanging over her head, ready to drop any second. For once, Xia Xian felt genuine fear. Unable to take it anymore, she wiped her tears and turned around, only to come face to face with a pair of black, soulless eyes. The figure had only his eyes exposed, the rest of his head covered by a black cloth. At first glance, he looked like a demon straight out of hell. In one hand, he held a knife, in the other, a rope. "Ah! Who are you?" Xia Xian screamed in terror, scurrying backward. Her legs turned to jelly, her gaze frantic and uneasy. Shit. He's really here. Sea Eagle. It has to be Sea Eagle. Witnesses had described seeing Sea Eagle wearing this exact kind of mask when committing murders. A way to conceal his identity. Her raw terror only delighted Sea Eagle, who didn't suspect this was a setup, that Xia Xian was merely bait. "I'm the one who'll put you out of your misery." His eyes crinkled with amusement, but his voice was bone-chilling. Without warning, he looped the rope around Xia Xian. She tried to run, but at this distance, there was no time. She barely managed to crawl 2 steps before the rope hauled her back. "None of the people I've marked have ever escaped. Little girl, cry for me, won't you? You look so beautiful in tears." "I like it." The man shoved Xia Xian down, swiftly knotting the rope around her wrists and arms. "But no screaming, got it? Or I can't guarantee what'll happen." He gave a low, sinister laugh, the picture of a deranged killer. Xia Xian was terrified. Where the hell is everyone? Why hasn't Quan Ruifeng shown up yet? Not screaming was impossible. Help! Someone help! There's a freak here. Let me go, or you're dead meat. Xia Xian glared at him, trembling as she issued the threat, but it fell flat. If anything, it only made her seem more vulnerable. Irked by her defiance, the man's expression darkened. But seeing her beautiful, teary, bloodshot eyes, he decided to forgive her. "You don't want to cry? Then let me help you. They say fingers link to the heart. How about I cut off the ring finger of your right hand? A brat like you needs to learn how to please a man." He mocked her, pulling a filthy cloth from his pocket and stuffing it into her mouth. MMFF. He's going to cut off my finger. Where are you, Quan Ruifeng? Why aren't you coming out? Xia Xian's eyes widened in horror, tears welling up. This time, her fear was real. That unreliable man. He promised nothing would happen to me, that he'd protect me with his life. Desperate, Xia Xian flailed wildly, kicking at the man with all her strength. She refused to just sit there and wait for death. "Got some fight in you, huh?" The man sneered, grabbed Xia Xian's leg, pinned it down with his own, then reached for her hand, flashing the razor-sharp knife again. He was searching for Xia Xian's ring finger. He wanted to cut it off. His right hand, the one holding the knife, was also missing a ring finger. Perhaps that was why he loved cutting off his victims' ring fingers. Damn it. Where are you, Quan Ruifeng? Xia Xian was so terrified her hair stood on end, her face twisted in terror. She was about to shout Quan Ruifeng's name and bring up his past, hoping to stall for time, when suddenly, she barely made out a figure emerging from the bushes. It was Quan Ruifeng. Quan Ruifeng raised his gun, calmly shook his head at her, his lips barely moving. Xia Xian couldn't read lips, but somehow, she understood what he was saying. Don't be afraid. He'd been here the whole damn time. And he hadn't shown himself sooner. What the hell was he waiting for? Her first reaction upon seeing him was relief, followed immediately by anger. Quan Ruifeng had never mentioned that playing bait would get this intense. Was he afraid that if he captured Sea Eagle too soon, before he acted, Sea Eagle might deny being the serial killer from before? Xia Xian was sharp as a tack, she could guess his intentions in an instant, but that didn't stop her from being furious. Did her life mean nothing to him? She glared at him unhappily, her lips pressed into a thin line, almost forgetting the immediate threat beside her. Luckily, Quan Ruifeng didn't want Xia Xian hurt either. Seeing that the moment was right, he immediately fired, hitting Sea Eagle's right hand, the bullet tearing straight through from the back of his hand to his palm. The pain made him instantly drop the knife. Gah! Son of a... The knife clattered to the ground. Quan Ruifeng charged forward to grab him, with Lu Jun and Qian Xiaogui close behind. Chapter 24, Captured. Sorry for putting you through this. Sea Eagle finally noticed the police ambush surrounding him. After a lifetime of hunting wild geese, he never expected the goose to turn on him. Damn it. If he still didn't realize Xia Xian was bait, he didn't deserve to call himself a criminal. But the situation left him no room to do anything more to her. He immediately turned to flee. Stop. I'll shoot if you run. Quan Ruifeng snapped, his gun still firmly in hand. He was licensed to carry a firearm and never holstered it. It was precisely because of his marksmanship that he could guarantee his shot would beat Sea Eagle's slash, which was why he hadn't intervened sooner. Just as Xia Xian had guessed, he wanted Sea Eagle to slip up more, to gather more evidence to secure his conviction. Otherwise, the man would never confess easily. Sea Eagle had already committed several major crimes, and his mental fortitude far surpassed that of an ordinary person. Quan Ruifeng's threats meant nothing to him. He knew his only chance of survival was to escape. So he ignored Quan Ruifeng's warning and plunged blindly into the thick grass, desperate to get away. Quan Ruifeng gave chase immediately. If Sea Eagle managed to disappear into the dense foliage, there was no telling whether he'd truly escape. Moreover, Xia Xian's identity was blown. If Sea Eagle got away, he would undoubtedly return for revenge, not just against her, but others would suffer too. With that in mind, Quan Ruifeng didn't hesitate. He raised his gun again and pulled the trigger. Ah! Another scream tore through the air as the bullet struck Sea Eagle's thigh, forcing him to his knees in agony. Those 2 seconds of delay were all Quan Ruifeng needed. He caught up in a flash and drove a fist into him. Didn't I tell you not to run? His voice was icy as he followed up with a vicious stomp. 3 years, finally, this scum was caught. You think I'll listen to you? Who the hell do you think you are? Even after being knocked down, Sea Eagle refused to give up. He rammed his head into Quan Ruifeng, then swiftly reached into his pocket with his uninjured left hand, pulling out another knife. Quan Ruifeng, combat-tested, didn't wait for the blade to swing his way. He steadied himself and disarmed Sea Eagle barehanded. He seized Sea Eagle's wrist, twisted hard, and dislocated it with a nasty crunch before wrenching the knife away. Then, in one fluid motion, he hurled Sea Eagle over his shoulder and slammed him into the ground. Lu Jun and Qian Xiaogui, who had been watching from the sidelines, finally saw their chance. They rushed forward, one pinning Sea Eagle with all his weight, the other kicking the knife far out of reach. Ah! Shit! My stomach! Sea Eagle nearly had his ribs crushed under Qian Xiaogui's weight. He arched his back in pain, screaming, now utterly spent. Quan Ruifeng cuffed him to Qian Xiaogui before finally turning to untie Xia Xian. Xia Xian had been bound tightly, unable to help even if she wanted to. Besides, her role as bait had already been a complete success, all she had to do was watch. So she sat quietly where she was, not even bothering to shift her weight, observing the final showdown with cool detachment. Now, as Quan Ruifeng approached, she stared at him expressionlessly, not uttering a word. Sorry for putting you through this. I owe you one. Under her piercing, accusing stare, Quan Ruifeng felt a rare twinge of guilt. He cleared his throat and knelt to undo her restraints. Then he reached out, offering a hand to help her up. Xia Xian refused. She shoved him away, stood up on her own, and brushed herself off with a cold expression. Even though she wasn't physically hurt, she felt psychologically scarred. Was it so hard for him to share his plan beforehand? She had been terrified, thinking he hadn't even shown up. Quan Ruifeng found her action strangely cute. Despite her icy demeanor, he could see the petulance set to her mouth. He had messed up. Worried that Xia Xian might give herself away if she knew too much, he hadn't explained his strategy. He had been confident in keeping her safe but forgot she'd still be scared and angry. Now, with Xia Xian furious, what was he supposed to do? Quan Ruifeng rubbed his forehead wearily. Ruifeng, what do we do with him? Take him back to the station first? Or? Lu Jun called out from the side. If Quan Ruifeng hadn't sought his and Qian Xiaogui's help today, he wouldn't have known their mission was to catch a serial killer. They hadn't even been clued in until the last minute. When Xia Xian and Quan Ruifeng had their very public scene at the department store, him cheating, their explosive argument, the breakup, Lu Jun and Qian Xiaogui had been stunned. They'd thought Quan Ruifeng was staging a scene to ditch Xia Xian. Never imagined they'd unwittingly played a part in this operation, even feeling guilty over their betrayal. It wasn't until after Xia Xian ran off that Lu Jun caught up with Quan Ruifeng and learned the truth. Such a chance to earn commendations couldn't be wasted. The three of them had tailed Xia Xian, set up the ambush, and sure enough, Sea Eagle took the bait. The only question now was whether to interrogate him locally or send him straight to the capital. Take him back first. Now that they had him, they couldn't risk an escape. Quan Ruifeng decided to deal with Sea Eagle first before handling things with Xia Xian. Quan Ruifeng and Qian Xiaogui would escort Sea Eagle back, while Lu Jun accompanied Xia Xian home to explain the situation to her family. The scene at the department store had already spread like gossip. Nosy neighbors had even rushed to inform Lei Wan at the Xia household, and some had gone as far as tracking down Xia Xian's father at the factory. It wasn't hard to imagine the uproar in the Xia household, or the taunts and whispers swirling around them. Quan Ruifeng didn't have time to explain now, he could only rely on Lu Jun to help shield Xia Xian from the fallout. But surprisingly, when Xia Xian returned home, her parents didn't blow up at her. They just sat silently, watching her with tired eyes. Mom, Dad, actually. Seeing how much older they suddenly looked, Xia Xian's heart ached. She stepped forward, ready to explain, but her father cut her off. No need. It's not your fault. I misjudged him, we all did. Men are no good. And don't rush into marriage anymore. Just stay home and live peacefully. Xia Dadian mourned his daughter's bad luck. He finally understood, she was cursed in love, her road to marriage full of potholes. Maybe staying single was for the best. Xia Xian didn't know if she should be amused or exasperated. She was glad her father had come to this realization, but she still needed to tell them what really happened. This wasn't without reason, Quan Ruifeng is definitely a stand-up guy. Lu Jun explained the whole story in detail, ensuring Xia Dadian and Lei Wan got it before leaving to return to the police station. Quan Ruifeng had already notified the authorities in the capital, but he was still worried about Xia Xian. He decided to keep Haiying locked up for the time being, after all, only he had the key, and instructed Lu Jun and the others to guard him closely. Only then did he go out to buy things and bring them to Xia Xian's home. The moment he arrived, Xia Dadian kicked him out. You've ruined my daughter's reputation, and you still have the nerve to come here. I don't care what your reasons are. Get the hell out of here. Don't give people more gossip about her. Now that the murderer had been caught, there was no need for Quan Ruifeng and Xia Xian to have any further contact. If it weren't for Lu Jun's explanation, they wouldn't have known that Xia Xian had kept such a dangerous mission from everyone. She was asking for trouble. I'm sorry. Once everything is settled, I'll make sure to set the record straight about Xia Xian. It's just not the right time to publicize things yet. Seeing the situation, Quan Ruifeng apologized, left the things behind, and went downstairs, not wanting to make things worse in the Xia household. Dad, it was my own decision. Why blame him? Xia Xian tried to talk her dad down and then ran after Quan Ruifeng downstairs. She didn't even know why she followed him, and once she caught up, she had no idea what to say. The two stood awkwardly facing each other, Xia Xian biting her lip nervously. You. They spoke at the same time. What did you want to say? Chapter 25, Are you eloping with him? Xia Xian quickly yielded the floor to Quan Ruifeng. Are you still angry? To her surprise, Quan Ruifeng's Adam's apple bobbed as he posed this question. Huh? Xia Xian froze. The question felt a little off, a touch too intimate. She tried hard to steer the conversation back to serious matters. It's nothing. As long as Sea Eagle is caught and convicted, that's all that matters. I wasn't hurt anyway, so there's no point in being angry. When are you taking him back to the capital? This was her subtle way of inquiring about Quan Ruifeng's departure, and whether he would settle her affairs before he left. I have to wait for people from the capital to come here first. It won't be that soon. Don't worry, I'll arrange your household registration and everything properly. I'll take you with me when the time comes. Quan Ruifeng nodded, reaffirming his promise to Xia Xian. Oh, okay. I wasn't doubting your word, just asking casually. Has Sea Eagle confessed yet? Xia Xian offered an awkward smile, bringing up Sea Eagle again. This close call had only intensified her interest in solving cases. Catching murderers and helping so many victims felt incredibly rewarding. Not yet. He's incredibly stubborn and refusing to talk. We'll let him stew for now. I'll let you know when there's a breakthrough. Unbeknownst to them, the two had already become friends. Quan Ruifeng was no longer cold towards Xia Xian and spoke much more freely. All right. Naturally, Xia Xian was keen to hear the outcome of Sea Eagle's case. With nothing left to say, they were about to bid farewell when Xia Xian suddenly remembered the items Quan Ruifeng had bought. How much did you spend? I'll pay you back later. No need. Quan Ruifeng couldn't possibly accept repayment for such trivial items, especially since they were meant as an apology. Fearing Xia Xian might say something else awkward, he quickened his pace and left, lest she follow him. Xia Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but she let it go and returned home. Lei Wan had already opened the gifts Quan Ruifeng brought. Good heavens, what a haul! A can of malted milk, a bag of red dates, a pack of brown sugar, 2 packs of pastries, 2 packs of candy, a cured pork leg, a cured chicken, and a bundle of wild mountain goods. This wasn't just an apology gift, you could propose marriage with less. Lei Wan was dumbfounded. Little Xian, is Comrade Quan truly not interested in you? Are you two really just acting? Then why would he bring all this? Xia Xian was also surprised by Quan Ruifeng's generosity, but considering his free-spending nature, their astonishment was probably just his everyday norm. No, it really is just acting. I was almost in danger, and he felt a bit guilty. Plus, he ruined my reputation, so he brought these things to make amends. Grandma, I want candy. Auntie's back, can I have some now? I want meat. Auntie, can we eat the meat? The two little nieces clung to Lei Wan and Xia Xian, using every trick in the book to beg and whine. Seeing so many goodies, they had been eyeing them greedily for ages. Didn't you just have candy the other day? No more. These are your aunt's things. We need to save them. Lei Wan spoke sternly, but her 2 granddaughters wouldn't stop fussing. She had no choice but to give them 2 pieces each from the candy Xia Xian had brought home earlier. All right, go play now. Grandma and your aunt need to talk. Not wanting the girls to interrupt, Lei Wan shot a look at her 2 daughters-in-law, signaling them to take the children away. Xiao's elder sister-in-law and younger sister-in-law wisely took the children downstairs. But they, too, eyed the pile of goods enviously. How nourishing and satisfying it would be to eat them. With the sisters-in-law and children gone, only Xia Xian and her parents remained. After some thought, she decided to tell them about her arrangement with Quan Ruifeng. Since she'd likely be leaving soon, it was time to break the news. Lei Wan and Xia Dadian were shocked. Going to the capital? What's a young girl like you going to do there? You don't know anyone. If you leave, will we ever see you again in this lifetime? Lei Wan was distraught at the idea of her daughter being so far away. Xia Xian, however, was considering something else. Is that Quan Ruifeng really that capable? Can he actually sort out your household registration and housing? What does his family do in the capital? I don't know. He said he could handle it, and I didn't ask further. Staying here means endless gossip, and with Chu Xing and his mother causing trouble every other day, I'd rather leave and start fresh. Mom, don't worry. Just because I'm leaving doesn't mean I can't come back. I'll visit every year, and when the time's right, I'll bring you all to the capital. Xia Xian assured her mother, in this life, she vowed to ensure her family lived well. But if you leave with Quan Ruifeng, people will think you eloped with him. That won't do. Lei Wan couldn't accept it, but Xia Datian's mind was already racing. If Xia Xian really could be with Quan Ruifeng, it might not be a bad thing. He had already forgotten his earlier declaration that men are no good. If you want to go, then go. Just make sure you seize any opportunities. We can't help you much here, but before you leave, we'll give you 100 yuan for emergencies. If you run into trouble, let us know. Xia Dadian agreed decisively, offering no opposition. Thanks, Dad. Xia Xian beamed, relieved her parents understood. Ah. Seeing this, Lei Wan knew arguing was pointless and reluctantly gave in. Originally, they should have waited until Quan Ruifeng had settled everything before telling Xiao's brothers. But since Xia Xian still had a temporary job to hand over, they needed to discuss it early. Little Xian's leaving is already decided. Your opinions don't matter. Right now, we're just discussing who will take over her job, your mother, Han Ying, or Muju. Xia Dadian decisively announced the matter, asserting his authority as family patriarch. Immediately, eldest brother Xia and his wife, second brother Xia and his wife, all went wild. One because Xia Xian could go to the capital, and the other because Xia Xian was giving up her position. Wang Muju, the wife of second brother Xia, couldn't help but jump in first. If you give the job to me, I'm willing to contribute half my paycheck to the family. Xiao Xian, I'll take good care of Mom and Dad for you. Can you give the job to your second sister-in-law? Qing Hongying also eagerly recommended herself. Xiao Xian, give the job to your eldest sister-in-law. I'm also willing to hand over my salary, you decide how much. Taking care of Mom and Dad, that's a given. I can even send you some money every month. Besides, I had a miscarriage just 2 months back, so I won't be getting pregnant anytime soon. You don't have to worry about me taking over the job and getting pregnant right away. But your second sister-in-law is different, she's at the perfect age and might get pregnant any moment. For the sake of the job, both women pulled out all the stops, not caring who they offended. After all, this was a job. Jobs were incredibly hard to come by these days. With a job, they could save money and live a more comfortable life. When there was a conflict of interest, who cared about hurt feelings? Who said I'm going to get pregnant? Even if I do, I can work right up to my due date. I can deliver right at the factory. Wang Muju declared loudly, and second brother Xia chimed in. Exactly. We could just not have kids at all. If you're going to say that, then we. Enough. Stop arguing. Let Xiao Xian speak. Seeing that they were about to start fighting, Xia Dadian slammed his hand on the table to silence everyone. All eyes turned to Xia Xian. After a long moment's thought, Xia Xian spoke. She had wanted to give the job to her mother, but she knew that if she did, her sisters-in-law would be unhappy and would try to pressure her mother into giving it up, leading to constant drama. It was better not to give it to her at all. I want to give the job to. Chapter 26, Selling the Job, the White Lotus, character trope, appears. I'm selling it. Since it's just a temporary position and I intend to sell it to family, 200 yuan is fair. Whoever gathers the money first gets the job. Big brother and big sis, second brother and second sister-in-law, you'll have to come up with the money yourselves, no handouts from Mom and Dad. Also, whoever buys the job will pay the other side 2 yuan a month for 2 years. If eldest sister-in-law buys it, she'll pay second sister-in-law. If second sister-in-law buys it, she'll pay eldest sister-in-law. That's the deal, no added fees to the family. What do you think? Xia Xian came up with this solution to keep the peace at home. This way, the one without the job still gets over 40 yuan for free, which should shut the complaints. After all, the job is being bought with money, those who can't afford it can only sulk about it. What? Seriously? Charging family? Can't it be cheaper? Your second brother's full-time gig only sold for 5 or 600 yuan, second sister-in-law Wang Muju said unhappily. This meant she'd have to pay nearly 250 yuan in total. At 20 yuan a month for Xia Xian's job, it was like 2 years of unpaid labor. You think jobs grow on trees these days? You need both money and connections, it's not something you can just buy whenever you want. If you all think it's too expensive and don't want it, I can sell it to someone else. Clock's ticking, once I make a deal with an outsider, I won't back out. Xia Xian rebutted Wang Muju logically, not backing down. No freebies here. These days, jobs were hard to come by, there were always buyers, never a shortage. In this regard, eldest sister-in-law Qing Hongying was smarter than Wang Muju. She didn't say anything unpleasant. Even if it meant working for free for 2 years, the deal was worth it, she'd pocket an extra 20 plus monthly afterward. And she wouldn't have to contribute extra to the household. It'd all go to her own family. Sweet deal. I'll buy it. 200 yuan it is. Xia Xian, wait for me, I'll get the money right away. Hongying. Eldest brother disagreed. 200 yuan? Where from? Daily expenses, food, and household contributions already ate into their savings, they barely had 30 yuan to their name. They'd just finished paying off his job purchase, and now they'd have to borrow again. He was done with this hand-to-mouth crap. But out. Can't you do the math, you dense? Qing Hongying was exasperated. How had she married such an idiot? The calculation wasn't hard, but some people assumed family meant they could skip the formalities and take advantage. But Xia Xian was firm, 200 yuan, not a cent less. Wang Muju had to suck it up. Then I'll go borrow from my family too. The competition for the job lit a fuse between Qing Hongying and Wang Muju, but Xia Xian's compromise, giving the losing side some benefit, kept the paper-thin peace. When Xia Yuan returned that evening and learned everything that had happened in a single day, his world crashed. Sis, are you hurt? How could brother-in-law let you take such a risk? He's a total deadbeat. Sis, you're leaving? When? What about me? Why are you selling your job? What will you do later? 200 yuan vanishes fast. Though young, Xia Yuan worried about everything. His snotty, panicked rambling gave Xia Xian a headache, but it also warmed her heart. Don't worry about me. Just take care of yourself. She patted his back, stealing him. But, his lips trembled, eyes misty, he didn't want her to leave. But Xia Xian's decision was final. Moving to the capital meant better opportunities. Seeing his pitiful, kicked puppy eyes, she caved. Leaning in, she whispered something in his ear. His face instantly lit like fireworks. Clutching her hand, he gasped, Really? Really? Cross my heart. Hold the fort at home. She smiled, her eyes sparkling. Then I'll listen to sis. Instantly, Xia Yuan's tears vanished. He even started bouncing off the walls, leaving Lei Wan and the others baffled. This wasn't the reaction they'd expected. Wang Muju, always plotting, tried bribing him with 2 candies. What did your sister tell you? Share it with me. No. It's our secret. And these candies are hers, I'm eating them, hee. Like a greased weasel, he tore open and wolfed them down before she could take them back, then bolted. Hey! You little brat! Wang Muju saw red, itching to drag him back for a spanking. But Xia Xian doted on him, and she couldn't afford to upset her now, not when she still needed to buy that job. Grudgingly, she let it go. Xia Xian gave them 3 days to gather the money. In that time, the Xiao household would be a pressure cooker of backstabbing and tension. Not wanting to endure the stifling atmosphere, and with a little cushion and Quan Ruifeng's gifts on hand, Xia Xian decided to butter up Director Mei. She packed red dates, pastries, and candies as gifts. Today, she'd take Director Mei for a breast exam, though she'd need a good excuse to get her there. Lost in thought, she walked toward Director Mei's home, missing the little spy on her tail. The dramatic saga of Xia Xian and Quan Ruifeng was the town's juiciest gossip. After over-the-top wooing, public confessions, and a drama-filled dumpster fire, Chusheng finally learned, from strangers, that the woman involved was Xia Xian. Damn that two-timing snake. Claiming she wasn't desperate. Not even cold from leaving us, and she's already seducing men. Karma's a bitch, got dumped, huh? Everyone knows she's a Black Widow curse, who'd seriously want her? Thinking clinging to Quan Ruifeng would solve everything? Huh. I told you, no one else would marry her. Mom, let's go demand answers. My brother's grave's still warm, and she's causing this mess. He'd spin in his coffin if he knew. And that money was definitely lined her pockets. Forget 2,000. Even a few dozen or 100 yuan would help. We're drowning in bills. She's coughing up cash today. Before, everyone sided with Xia Xian, even twisting his arm to grovel. But now that she'd showed her true colors, as her in-laws, they'd demand justice, and money. Now who'll side with that hussy? Fine. My poor son just died. And that bitch Xia Xian dares to cheat on him. Who knows if she wasn't already fooling around with Quan Ruifeng before. I always said she was a slut, making eyes at Quan Ruifeng long ago. But he's a cop, so what can we do about him? Old Lady Chu felt a stab of pain in her chest just thinking about it. It was all because of Xia Xian, that curse, otherwise, how could their family have ended up like this? The fire that burned their house must have been Xia Xian's fault too. Chusheng and his mother seized every opportunity to pin the blame on Xia Xian, utterly shameless. As luck would have it, Xia Xian and the mother-son pair ran into each other at the crossroads. Xia Xian hurled a glare at them, unwilling to engage. Xia Xian. Just as Chusheng and his mother pointed at her, ready to go off on her, a soft, delicate voice interrupted. Aisheng, what are you doing here? Bai Lian appeared gracefully, carrying a small basket, her voice as sweet as a nightingale's, soft-spoken but suggestive. Chusheng's eyes immediately locked onto Bai Lian, unable to look away. Xia Xian's eyes also locked onto her, her breathing quickening as her rage boiled over. Chapter 27, Adding Fuel to the Fire? I'll choke you to death. It was Bai Lian. That White Lotus bitch had finally appeared. Xia Xian stared at her with icy disdain, wishing she could flay her alive and tear out her tendons. Her gaze was even more intense than Chusheng's, so piercing that Bai Lian couldn't ignore it. She had no choice but to turn to Xia Xian first, asking with a hint of confusion, "Do you know me? Why are you looking at me like that? And you are?" Bai Lian hadn't returned for the wedding when eldest brother Chu and Xia Xian married, so she didn't recognize Xia Xian. She only knew that eldest brother Chu had married and then passed away. Xia Xian continued to fix her with an unyielding stare, saying nothing. "That's my brother's wife. Don't mind her, she's a crazy bitch, completely unhinged, bites anyone she sees. I don't want you getting hurt. Lianjia, why are you back? Is something the matter?" When Chusheng saw Bai Lian, his voice instinctively softened by several octaves, tinged with a subtle hint of flattery. His eyes overflowed with deep affection and adoration as he looked at her. If, in her past life, Xia Xian had witnessed Chusheng groveling like this before Bai Lian, before agreeing to the joint marriage and marrying him, she would have understood Chusheng's true feelings. She would never have married him, thus avoiding a tragedy altogether. Nothing much. I just haven't seen my parents in a while and missed them, so I came back to visit. You two seem to have something to discuss. Don't mind me, it's fine. Aixing, after you're done, I have something I'd like to talk to you about. Bai Lian smiled gently, radiating a saintly, maternal glow. Paired with her delicate, fragile face, it was no wonder she had Chu Xing utterly captivated and disoriented. What is it? I'm free now, just tell me. How could I make you wait? Hearing this, Chu Xing immediately tried to pull Bai Lian aside for a private conversation. Old Lady Chu watched from the side, her eyes rolling so hard they nearly popped out. This woman was an even bigger menace. Her poor son was completely obsessed with her, and she, as his mother, couldn't even utter a word against her. Old Lady Chu knew Bai Lian was Chu Xing's untouchable subject. She couldn't criticize her. So, she could only tug at Chu Xing, reminding him not to forget their main objective. If Xia Xian runs off, we'll have to track her down at her home. Bai Lian isn't going anywhere. Son, you need to remember what's important right now. She whispered urgently to Chu Xing, who finally snapped back to reality. Right, their family was in dire straits. Shaking down Xia Xian for money was the priority. Besides, now that Bai Lian was back, he could even take her shopping later. With that thought, Chu Xing quickly re-evaluated his priorities. He pulled Bai Lian behind him, gently instructing her, Lian Jia, stand here. Don't get caught in the crossfire. Then, without missing a beat, he turned his furious glare on Xia Xian. Xia Xian. How dare you dishonor my brother? I demand compensation for his emotional suffering. You won't even let him rest in peace. How could my brother have married a woman like you? He roared, but before he could say more, Xia Xian, now an expert at interjecting, spoke swiftly. Because your family tricked me into marriage. That's how your brother got me. What, haven't you figured that out yet? Your brother's dead, what's he going to do with a green hat? Stop making up high-sounding excuses. You just want money, right? Well, no money, not a chance. Xia Xian sneered in retort. She knew exactly what kind of drama these two were about to stage, she could read them like a book. That's not up to you. Since you're so heartless, don't blame us. Xia Xian, those things you're carrying must be worth a lot, huh? And that outfit. Maybe I'll strip it off you and use it as a rag. Let's see if you can still hold your head high after walking around naked. Chu Xing was determined. After all the humiliation he'd suffered, and with the woman he loved watching, he had to assert himself. Today, he was going to put Xia Xian firmly in her place. You wouldn't dare. If you lay a hand on me, I'll report you. You'll go to jail, or get executed. Stripping someone's clothes was outright public indecency. Xia Xian's voice was sharp as she scolded him, all while looking for a chance to retreat. Dealing with these two, she knew better than anyone, they were rabid animals. Sometimes, they really would go all out. She couldn't afford to take risks. I won't touch you. I'll let my mom strip you. She's old, and she's your mother-in-law. Go ahead, try reporting her for harassment. Let's see if you can actually get her jailed. Heh. Chu Xing had thought this through, he'd use his mother as a shield. If you hadn't refused to pay up, forcing me to take an advance on my salary. Xia Xian, I wouldn't have to go this far. You forced my hand. Mom, do it. He gritted his teeth as he gave the order. If this woman had just married him obediently and given him money, he wouldn't have had to resort to this. Oh, right. He'd also taken over eldest brother Chu's job. Xia Xian had nearly forgotten. Before leaving, she'd have to make sure he lost that job too. These two were too disgusting to keep that job. Suppressing her disgust, Xia Xian turned to run. But Chu Xing was faster, cutting off her path. Trying to run? Xia Xian, did you really think I'm that stupid? If she got away now, who knew when he'd get another chance to corner her? Chu Xing's eyes were dark with malice. He was clearly desperate, intent on dragging her down with him. Xia Xian would either pay for peace or marry into their family to work like a beast of burden. There was no easy escape. Seeing this, Bai Lian stepped forward, grabbing Chu Xing's hand with a pleading look, her face wide-eyed with alarm. Xing, how can you do this? If you strip a young woman's clothes, what will become of her reputation? Her virtue will be ruined. Who would dare marry her after that? If she owes you money, just talk it out properly. After all, she's your sister-in-law, your family. She wouldn't really refuse to pay, right? Judging by her designer clothes, she doesn't seem broke. She must have money on her. Just talk it out, don't resort to violence. Xia Xian, right? Money isn't everything. You can't throw away everything for it. Why not just give Xing the money first? You can talk things over later. Her words sounded like she was on Xia Xian's side, but in reality, she was pouring oil on the fire, egging Chu Xing on, making sure he wouldn't back down. Sure enough, Chu Xing's eyes turned even more bloodshot with rage. This bitch had money on her but refused to give it to him. She was doing it on purpose. Mom. Do it. With a furious roar, Chu Xing lunged at her. He refused to believe that if he stripped Xia Xian naked and held that leverage over her, she'd actually dare report him, unless she truly didn't care about her reputation at all. Besides, he'd make his mom do the deed. Even if she got detained for a while, the small price was worth it if it meant claiming Xia Xian as his. Old Lady Chu was also a little afraid of going to jail, but at her age, she'd never heard of elderly people being locked up. And she desperately needed the money. And a daughter-in-law to carry on the Chu family line. Clenching her jaw, Old Lady Chu also lunged forward. Without hesitation, she started tearing at Xia Xian's clothes. Xia Xian immediately threw whatever was in her hand, hitting Chu Xing on the head, then swiftly dodged Old Lady Chu's lunge. Everyone expected her to flee, and Chu Xing and Old Lady Chu quickly got up to encircle her. But to their surprise, Xia Xian dashed to Bai Lian's side, pinning her arm with one hand and tightly gripping her neck with the other. Chu Xing, if you and your mother dare come closer, I'll strangle her and strip her clothes off. Xia Xian glared icily at Chu Xing, her almond-shaped eyes blazing with fury, hot enough to scorch. Bai Lian. Chapter 28, Stripping the White Lotus's Mother. What's it to her? Let me go. Bai Lian thrashed, but Xia Xian only tightened her grip, squeezing her throat. Cough, cough, cough. Bai Lian coughed violently, gasping for air. Xia Xian. Don't you dare lay a hand on her. Chu Xing never expected Xia Xian to be so shameless as to use Bai Lian as a hostage. Furious, he balled his fists and lunged. Xia Xian acted even more decisively, freeing one hand to tear open Bai Lian's clothes. She ripped the buttons right off her blouse. One more step, and I'll yank her pants down. When everyone hears the commotion and comes to see, let's find out who'll be too ashamed to show their face. Ah. Have you lost your mind? Chu Xing, don't come any closer. Cough, cough. Stop choking me. Bai Lian went ghost white, clamped a hand over her chest to keep her clothes from falling open while desperately holding onto her pants with her other hand, terrified Xia Xian would yank them off. She had no hands left to fight back. Being choked like this was unbearable. Hearing Bai Lian tell him not to come closer, Chu Xing had no choice but to stop, glaring at Xia Xian in rage. What the fuck do you want? Let her go, and I'll let you leave. Hell no. Let her go? Didn't you say if she gets away, we'll never catch her again? Old Lady Chu didn't give a damn about Bai Lian's dignity. In her eyes, Bai Lian, a married woman who still flirted with her son, was no saint either. She'd love to see Xia Xian strip Bai Lian bare. With that, she made a grab for her. Xia Xian quickly yanked Bai Lian backward. Old Lady Chu was vicious enough to actually tear her clothes off, only her son could control her. Since Bai Lian was no saint herself, Xia Xian had no qualms. She released Bai Lian's neck, crouched down, and shoved Bai Lian's pants down. Ah! Xia Xian. You're insane. Xia Xian had actually stripped her pants off. Bai Lian screamed, fumbling to hike them up while trying to flee, only for Xia Xian to drag her back by the neck. Crouch down. Chu Xing, if you don't control your mother, I can't guarantee what I'll do to Bai Lian. Xia Xian forced Bai Lian's head down like a rag doll, ready to twist it clean off at any moment. Woo, Ashing, save me. She's a lunatic, a madwoman. Bai Lian's composure broke down completely. Crouched on the ground, hugging her knees, she didn't dare move. How could any woman actually do something like this, publicly stripping someone's clothes? Even if only Chu Xing and his mother saw, Bai Lian felt filthy and bawled even harder. I'll save you, I'll save you. Xiao Lian, don't be afraid. I'll always protect you. Chu Xing crooned to Bai Lian, face twisted in anguish. Fearing Xia Xian would hurt her again, he could only angrily wrench his mother back. I told you not to move. Deaf or what? Do you want to get Xiao Lian killed? He snarled at his own mother, forgetting to call her sister Lian and instead using the pet name he held dear. Ow! You little brat. You're hurting me. Let go. Old Lady Chu hissed in pain, nearly stumbling. Against a white lotus like Bai Lian, her own son was no match for Bai Lian's wiles. Shut up. Stop talking. Xia Xian, what do you want to let her go? Name your price before I lose my temper, or else. Chu Xing glared at Xia Xian with murderous hatred, wishing he could flay her alive. Xia Xian hadn't planned to go this far, but seeing Chu Xing's helpless rage, she couldn't help but smirk and come up with a wicked idea. I only have 2 demands. First, strip your mother bare and throw her clothes over here. She'd initially considered making Chu Xing beat his mother, but mental torture was way more fun. Second, strip yourself naked and throw your clothes over too. Don't tell me you can't do it. If you can't, then poor Bai Lian's gonna pay the price. She's so delicate, like a pampered rich girl. How could you bear to let her endure this? TSK. Xia Xian smirked, one hand pressing Bai Lian's shoulder while the other drew a finger down her face, as if deciding where to strike next. Afraid her face would be scratched, Bai Lian could only whimper pitifully at Chu Xing. Ashing, you'll save me, won't you? You're a real man. I'm still so young. I can't, woo woo woo, Ashing. Bai Lian wept artfully, her tears like a damsel's. Though she didn't say it outright, her implication was obvious. She was young, while Chu Xing was a man, and his mother was already old. What did it matter if she was stripped? Under Bai Lian's influence, Chu Xing gradually saw the logic. Right, his mother was old, what did she have to fear? As a man, what did it matter if others saw him naked? Especially if Bai Lian was among them. If she saw his body was better than her husband's, would she? The idea sent a thrill through Chu Xing. Jaw clenched, he caved and began grabbing at his mother's clothes. Old Lady Chu almost passed out in horror, clawing at her clothes desperately. Have you lost your mind? I'm your mother. How dare you strip me? Do you even realize I'm a widow? A widow's reputation is fragile. If you strip me, what will people say? How could I live this down? How could she have raised such an unfilial son, bewitched by a woman? Who cares? You're old, no one blink if you started naked. Xiao Lian's different. Mom, just endure it. With a loud tear, Chu Xing tore his mother's clothes apart. Ah. You. Damn you. Old Lady Chu let loose a stream of curses, alternating between insults and struggles, but she was no match for Chu Xing's strength. Soon, her clothes were reduced to tatters, revealing sagging, pallid flesh. Chu Xing. Old Lady Chu just saved her underwear, crouching down red-faced, too afraid to move. Covering one part only exposed another, she couldn't shield herself completely. Xia Xian watched the spectacle with immense satisfaction, her lips curling. In her past life, this wretched old woman had stripped her clothes and threatened to throw her out. Now, payback was a bitch. With such a huge commotion, people would arrive soon, someone might already be watching nearby. She had to finish this quickly. Chuxing, your turn. I'll give you 3 seconds to strip yourself naked. 3, 2, 1. Damn it. Are you rushing to your grave? Seeing Xia Xian's hand reach for Bai Lian's clothes again, Chuxing cursed under his breath and quickly stripped himself bare, not even leaving his underwear behind. His junk was now on full display to Bai Lian and Xia Xian, without a shred of decency. Who knew what he was really scheming? Xia Xian rolled her eyes, too repulsed to even glance, not wanting to be scarred for life. Once her goal was achieved, she swiftly shoved Bai Lian to the ground and bolted toward the residential area, shrieking in terror as she ran. Help! Chuxing, his mother, and Bai Lian are committing indecent acts in broad daylight. Mother and son, how sick is that? Someone save me! Freaks on the loose. Chapter 29, You and the Police Station, a match made in heaven. Help! Perverts! Xia Xian shrieked at the top of her lungs, her voice echoing to the heavens, ensuring no one could feign ignorance. People immediately emerged from all directions. The mother and son were both stark naked, TSK, 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 who knew they were so fair-skinned. As for Chuxing. Tiny. Absolutely tiny. Ah. Chuxing, put your clothes on now. Bai Lian finally scrambled to her feet, only to look up and see Chuxing standing right in front of her, his thing glaringly obvious. She shrieked, collapsing back to the ground instantly. Xiao Lian, don't be scared. Let me help you up. Are you hurt? Does it ache? Chuxing's concern was practically overflowing as he reached out to help Bai Lian, utterly oblivious to their surroundings. If he had possessed any sense of propriety or shame, he wouldn't have sat beside Bai Lian in their past life, accepting tea from her son and his own daughter as if it were a sacred ritual. Ha! This was all karma. Ah! Stay away. Chuxing, don't come near me. Bai Lian's face turned ashen with terror. People were already watching. If her husband found out she'd seen Chuxing naked, who knew what kind of scene he'd make? This simply couldn't happen. Chuxing. Get me some clothes, you good for nothing. Old Lady Chu, seeing others arrive, was also terrified. She hugged herself tighter, wishing she could vanish into thin air. You're finally here. Please, save me. Wha? I was just bringing some things to visit Director May when I ran into these 3 perverts on the way. My eyes are ruined. Wha? They tried to force me to join them, but I refused. It was so terrifying. No wonder Chuxing kept pestering me, insisting I marry him. Turns out he and his mother have such sick tastes. Who would dare marry him except a poor fool like me? Thank goodness I didn't. Wha? It's too horrifying. Xia Xian shook her head continuously as she sobbed, tears streaming down her face. She spotted a kind-faced auntie and threw herself into her arms. The auntie instinctively hugged her and patted her back. You poor child. This time, they really must go to the police station. Charge them with lewd conduct. And what is this, incest? Trying to force others? Disgusting. Exactly. Let's go find Director May first. Then she can send them all to the police. Hurry up and put your clothes on. Who else do you want to strip for? You have no shame, but we don't want to get eye infections from looking at you. So gross. The crowd buzzed with condemnation, all directed at Chuxing, his mother, and Bai Lian. Not a single person blamed Xia Xian. Hearing Xia Xian's accusations and the crowd's murmurs, Bai Lian no longer cared about seeing Chuxing's body. She quickly lifted her head to defend herself. That's not what happened. It was Xia Xian who forced everyone to take off their clothes. We didn't do anything, save it, Bai Lian. You've always been entangled with Chuxing. Everyone with eyes can see it. Back then, Chuxing was still young, and you weren't married yet, so fine. But now you have a grown child, and you're still like this? Aren't you afraid your husband will beat you to death? Exactly. You're saying Xia Xian forced you? One person overpowering three of you? And you just obediently stripped? The crowd looked at the three with disdain, completely dismissing Bai Lian's lies. That's not true. Xia Xian grabbed me and threatened dashing. Bai Lian tearfully defended herself, her tears streaming down as if competing with Xia Xian over who could cry more dramatically. Hearing this, Xia Xian's eyes reddened as she stared at Bai Lian in shock. My goodness, I don't even know you. Why would I grab you to threaten Chuxing? What kind of relationship do you two have that would make me think of using you against him? Or make him strip himself and his mother? That's just unbelievable. How could you slander me like this? Where are the police? I want to see the police. What? Xia Xian's voice trembled with sobs, her crying pitiful and helpless. You. This was the first time Bai Lian had seen someone outdo her in crying. She was stunned, feeling as though her thunder had been stolen, leaving her unable to react. Exactly. Xia Xian is a new bride, she's never even met Bai Lian before. If Chuxing really stripped his own mother for Bai Lian's sake, then good riddance to such an unfilial son. I always said Chuxing and Bai Lian were fooling around. You wouldn't listen to me. The crowd erupted into louder chatter. Whether it was Chuxing, his mother, and Bai Lian all engaging in shameful acts together, or just Chuxing and Bai Lian, either way, someone was definitely doing something indecent. Disgusted, people quickly found clothes to cover old lady Chu. Even Chuxing, shameless as he was, couldn't stand being stared at and pointed at by the crowd. He had already put his clothes back on. Once they were dressed, the crowd bound all three of them with rope. People like this must be sent to the police. Lewd conduct in broad daylight. Corrupting our community. Absolutely. Xia Xian didn't even need to lift a finger, the crowd had already taken care of everything. Director May had just managed to rest for a bit when she heard someone banging on her door, shouting about perverts, multiple ones at that. Shocked, she rushed out without even tying her hair, sliding into her shoes as she ran. I'm coming. By the time Director May arrived, the perpetrators were already tied up. And there was someone familiar in the crowd. Xia Xian? What are you doing here? Director May was slightly surprised. She'd heard about what happened between Xia Xian and Quan Ruifeng, but love affairs couldn't be forced. Perhaps Xia Xian was meant to be single. Director, I wanted to visit you, but then they... Seeing Director May, Xia Xian hurried over, sniveling as she recounted the incident. She even handed over the ruined gifts to Director May. I'm sorry, Director May. These things are ruined now. The pastries are smashed. Do you still want them? Her eyes were red with shame as she looked at Director May, as if embarrassed by the ruined offerings. But what she'd brought were all fine goods. So hard to come by. So what if they were a little crushed? Even if they were dirty, it wouldn't matter. Normally, Director May wouldn't accept gifts, but under these circumstances, she actually took them. Yes, of course. How could I refuse such a heartfelt gift? These are all good things. It's so kind of you to visit me and bring so much. Director May was both touched and heartbroken. If Xia Xian hadn't come to see her, how could she have suffered such undeserved misfortune? The more she found Xia Xian likable, the more she despised Chuxing and the others. You shameless bastards. Let's go. Off to the police station. With a wave of her hand, she ignored their explanations, and the group marched off to the police station with their heads held high. The people from the capital wouldn't arrive until evening, so Quan Ruifeng first interrogated Haiying. At first, he remained stubborn, but the evidence was undeniable: his missing right ring finger, his words to Xia Xian, and his methods for picking victims left him no room for excuses. Quan Ruifeng then provoked him by bringing up his past victims. You think all the girls you targeted are dead? Tang Yi, remember her? How do you think we tracked you down and ID'd you? Zheng Guofeng, still think you're so smart? By revealing his real name, Quan Ruifeng effortlessly broke him. At these words, Zheng Guofeng's calm expression twisted into a snarl of rage. He slammed the table in fury and roared. You think catching me means it's over? Never. People like me, you'll never wipe us out, ha ha ha. He burst into crazed laughter, his eyes wild, even at the cost of exposing his secrets. Quan Ruifeng frowned. Was he hinting at accomplices? But all previous evidence pointed to a lone perpetrator. Before he could make sense of it, he had Zheng Guofeng locked up again. Just as he was about to leave for some rest, he spotted Xia Xian at the police station once more, her eyes red as she clung pitifully to Director May's side. Nearby, nosy neighbors and the bound Chu Xing and his group stood by. Quan Ruifeng had to stifle a laugh. Now he was curious enough to stick around. You and this police station are practically soulmates. Chapter 30, Truly Smitten? Go on, chase her. Just look at how many times she'd been to the police station these past few days. Quan Ruifeng actually cracked a joke, acting as if he and Xia Xian were old friends. Hadn't they become sworn enemies? This wasn't at all what the rumors said. Director May watched from the side, unable to stop herself from silently pondering, her gaze flitting between the two. What can I do? If this messy situation isn't resolved, I'll be running to the police station endlessly. Xia Xian wasn't bothered by Quan Ruifeng's remark. She merely shrugged, answering with an air of nonchalance. If there weren't so many people around, Xia Xian might have retorted, connected to the police station? More like connected to you, just to tease him and see how he'd react. Jokes were something anyone could make. Hearing this, Quan Ruifeng's gaze sharpened as he swept his eyes toward Chu Xing, saying coolly, the police station specializes in cutting through messy situations. Come with me. Wait. Not him. He'll abuse his power. Where are the other officers? Don't you know he's involved with Xia Xian? Last time, he deliberately locked me and my mom up so Xia Xian could steal our money, and he still refuses to admit it. He's clearly shielding Xia Xian on purpose. Chu Xing panicked at the sight of Quan Ruifeng, feeling as if this man could sentence him to death on the spot. This really wouldn't do. Slandering an officer is an aggravated offense. 3 days detention, to start. Quan Ruifeng looked down at him coldly from his superior height, openly exercising his authority. Don't like it? Tough luck. Quan Ruifeng stood a full head taller than Chu Xing, and the way he looked down at him made Chu Xing feel utterly belittled, right down to his toes. Yet, he had no means to fight back and could only glare furiously. You. Damn it, wasn't there any superior who could rein him in? Meanwhile, Bai Lian had completely forgotten her own situation, only able to dreamily gaze at Quan Ruifeng with admiration, her thoughts running wild. My God, how can someone be this handsome? Since when did such a dashing young man appear here? Only someone like him could be worthy of me. I wonder if he's married. Hey, Comrade Xia Xian and I have no personal entanglements. I'll handle this, I'll conduct the interrogation. Qian Xiaogui, we've got a case. Get over here, quick. Lu Jun stepped in as a mediator, calling Qian Xiaogui over and leaving Quan Ruifeng to observe from the side. That way, Chu Xing would have nothing to complain about. So Director May, Xia Xian, and a few eyewitnesses repeated the incident once more, word for word. By the time Lu Jun and Qian Xiaogui finished listening, their jaws nearly dropped. Holy cow, how could something like this happen? It completely shattered their worldview. The officer's indescribable looks made Bai Lian react defensively. Tearfully, she insisted it wasn't true, but she and Xia Xian gave conflicting accounts. The problem was, the onlookers sided with Xia Xian, serving as her witnesses. All evidence pointed to Xia Xian being the innocent one. In the end, Lu Jun made the decision. Chu Xing and old lady Chu would be detained for a week on charges of disorderly conduct and ordered to compensate Xia Xian 50 yuan for emotional damages. As for Bai Lian, since she had still been wearing her clothes at the time, it was hard to definitively say whether she had committed indecency. She was simply made to apologize to Xia Xian and pay 20 yuan in compensation for emotional distress. No detention. This was actually a very lenient outcome. If Xia Xian had been ruthless earlier and stripped Bai Lian's clothes off too, these three wouldn't have gotten off with just detention and compensation, they'd be looking at serious jail time. Unfortunately, Xia Xian, being outnumbered 3-1, didn't dare go that far, missing an opportunity. Still, seeing Bai Lian bow her head in apology wasn't bad either. Didn't the officer tell you to apologize to me? Why aren't you moving? Are you unhappy with how they handled this? Xia Xian asked softly, but her eyes clearly sparkled with amusement and provocation. This was the first time Bai Lian and Xia Xian had ever met, and Bai Lian was utterly defeated. Bai Lian was so furious her chest ached, but under the watchful eyes of the police officers, she had no choice but to grit her teeth, lower her head, and bow to Xia Xian. I'm sorry. What was that? I didn't hear you. Could you speak up a little? Xia Xian touched the tip of her ear, putting on an innocent face as she made her request. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have messed with you, okay? Bai Lian's rage burned hotter. Clenching her fists, she let out a rough, booming voice, one that even surprised herself. Flustered, she immediately covered her neck. How could she make such an ugly sound, ruining her image? It was all Xia Xian's fault. Biting her lip, she glared at Xia Xian, resentment, hatred, and fury churning within her. Whatever you say, then fine. When will you give me the money? I don't want to pressure you, but I was really frightened. My chest hurts, and I feel unwell. I'd like to go to the hospital right now, so. Xia Xian blinked innocently at her, even clutching her chest, putting on a damsel in distress act, truly making Bai Lian see red. She stole her words. Stole her act. Bai Lian had a terrible feeling, this woman, who seemed to be targeting her on purpose, would take everything from her. Bai Lian, who had originally returned to get some money, ended up not only empty-handed but even down to her last 10 yuan. What about the other 10? Just wait. Left with no other choice, Bai Lian had to hit up Chu Xing in front of everyone. Xing, I didn't bring that much with me. I can't tell my parents about this, they'd be so ashamed. Could you? Bai Lian bit her lip lightly, tears welling in her eyes as she gazed pitifully at Chu Xing, letting the implication hang. The incident had made quite a scene, and with so many neighbors around, there was no way to keep it hidden. But since Bai Lian had put it this way, Chu Xing felt honor-bound to help. He immediately pulled out the 10 yuan he had saved for him and his mother's living expenses this month and handed it to Bai Lian. Xiao Lianjia, take this first. Don't worry about it, this isn't your fault. My mistake for dragging you into this. Once I'm out, I'll definitely make it right. He laid it on thick, while old lady Chu, standing nearby, almost had a stroke. Asterisk that good-for-nothing son of hers. That was their last bit of living money. Were they supposed to starve now? Asterisk. There was no way to get an advance on his salary now. There was no money left to build a house, yet he was still playing the hero here. Old lady Chu, usually in robust health, was genuinely made to faint from anger by her wonderful son this time, and rightly so. Bai Lian watched as he fumbled around before finally pulling out a pitiful 10 bucks, even tucking the remaining 20 cents back into his pocket. She curled her lip in disdain, but since Chu Xing still had his uses, she took the money and put on a worried face. You've given me all your money, what will you do now? You still owe her 50 yuan. Forget it, I'll just go back and ask my parents for it. Even if they beat me to death, I can't take your life-saving money. As she spoke, she hypocritically tried to return the money to Chu Xing, who, of course, refused and pushed it back with exaggerated generosity. Don't worry about me. I still have my job, even an advance on my salary would be enough. Take it. How could I let your parents scold or hit you? His grand gesture was wasted on a gold digger like Bai Lian. Putting on a show of reluctance, she finally accepted the money, handed it to Xia Xian, and then walked out of the police station without a backward glance, leaving Chuxing to his fate. Chuxing wanted to say something more, but she left too quickly, so he had no choice but to let it go. What about your money? How are you paying? If you can't afford it, I wouldn't mind you and your mother doing time for 3 months. Then I could let go of the 50 yuan. Xia Xian smiled sweetly at Chuxing, her dark brows arched, her lips naturally red. She tilted her head, radiating confidence and charm. Quan Ruifeng watched as she finally dropped her act and revealed her true, untamed nature. Unable to help himself, he smirked again. He was completely captivated, his dark pupils reflecting nothing but Xia Xian's every smile and frown. Lu Jun, standing nearby, saw it all clearly. After working together on the arrest, he felt a bit more familiar with Quan Ruifeng and dared to tease him. Seizing a spare moment, he nudged his arm and joked with a wink. Really smitten? Then go after her. The girl's got both courage and brains, she's a good one. Chapter 31. Accompany me to the hospital. Lu Jun, well into his years, was actually trying his hand at matchmaking. Quan Ruifeng said nothing, merely shooting him a glance, a chilling gaze filled with palpable warning. All right, I won't meddle in your affairs, okay? Consider it unsaid. Lu Jun recoiled under his stare, quickly raising his hands in surrender and clamping his mouth shut. Only then did Quan Ruifeng withdraw his gaze, turning his casual attention back to Xia Xian. Like her? He was dedicated to a lifetime of criminal justice, only interested in solving cases and catching criminals. He simply found Xia Xian's personality intriguing, hence the extra glances. Besides, she had helped him. Friendship was acceptable. At this moment, Quan Ruifeng had no idea how badly he would eat his words in the future. Chuxing now had only 2 dimes left in his pocket. Even if he wanted to borrow money or get an advance on his salary, he'd have to get out first. Right now, he simply had no money to offer. So, feeling emboldened, he became cocky with Xia Xian again. If nothing else works, why don't you just let us out first? Once we've rounded up the money, we'll pay you, and then you can detain us again. What do you think, Xia Xian? His scheme was blatantly obvious, clearly planning to renege. Yeah, right. If you're so eager to raise money, here's an idea, we'll keep you detained and let your mother go collect the cash. Once she's got it. Or once the detention period is up, we'll release you. But if she doesn't get the money within 7 days, you'll stay in there forever. How's that? Xia Xian smirked, countering him sharply and instantly knocking him down a peg. Chuxing curled his lip. Of course, he didn't agree. This isn't your private jail. You can't just lock someone up forever. Look, I really don't have the money right now. Just tell me what you want to do. You can't get blood from a stone, especially when he and his mother were flat broke. Considering the situation, Lu Jun felt compelled to intercede for them. How about detaining them for 7 days first? Once they're out, they can gather the money and pay you back. Lu Jun cautiously asked Xia Xian. I'm afraid he'll just refuse to pay once he's out. Fine. Then he'll write me an IOU first. If they can't pay me the 50 yuan within 7 days of their release, he'll automatically surrender his job to me. I'll have the right to take over his position. Xia Xian laid out her prepared conditions. Now, the mother and son had only this job left. If they lost even that, they'd truly be left to starve in the gutter. An IOU makes sense. Alright, let's do it your way. Lu Jun had the final say. Though resentful, Chuxing had no choice. In the end, both mother and son left their thumbprints on the IOU and signed it. Xia Xian had secured an ironclad guarantee. With Bai Lian's apology and compensation, witnessing Chu Xing and his mother detained, and obtaining their IOU, Xia Xian had come out on top today. She was on cloud nine. And conveniently, she now had an excuse to ask Director Mei to accompany her to the hospital. With Xia Xian's matter resolved, Director Mei wanted to leave, but Xia Xian held on to her, whining pitifully. Director Mei, I'm feeling a bit unwell. Could you come with me to the hospital for a checkup? It'll be quick. I'm too scared to go alone, please? Unable to resist her pleading and despite her own fatigue, Director Mei agreed. Fine, I'll go with you. But next time, don't come around here so often. Running into Chu Xing and his mother could lead to trouble. Luckily, they didn't do anything to you today. If they had, there'd be no undoing it. After these repeated encounters, Director Mei had realized Xia Xian wasn't the pushover she seemed. Though Chu Xing and his mother hadn't gained any advantage, Xia Xian was still a vulnerable woman. If Chu Xing really went for it, she'd have little means to resist. As the saying goes, don't tempt fate. It was better not to test human nature. I understand, Director Mei. Next time, even if I need to see you, I'll bring someone with me. Xia Xian nodded obediently, vowing to be more careful. With that, Director Mei couldn't lecture her anymore and accompanied her to the hospital. Watching them walk away, Quan Ruifeng frowned. Was she feeling unwell because of Sea Eagle's scare the other day? Or had she been injured and was too embarrassed to mention it? The thought deepened his frown, deep enough to trap a fly. Long after Xia Xian and Director Mei had left, he finally headed out after them. At the hospital, Xia Xian didn't just register for herself, she got Director Mei an appointment too. When Director Mei's name was called, she was confused. Why is my name being called? Aren't you the one seeing the doctor? Or is there someone else with the same name? Oh, I made a mistake when registering. I gave your name first, then had to re-register for myself and forgot to cancel the first one. The nurses are so busy, I didn't want to bother them again. So, might as well go through with it. Director Mei, since the fee's already paid, let's both get checked. Xia Xian pretended it just occurred to her and pushed Director Mei inside before she could refuse. Ah, you little rascal. I'm perfectly healthy, I don't need a checkup. What a waste of money. Can't we still get a refund? I'll go cancel it. You stay here for your appointment. But despite Xia Xian's slender frame, her grip was surprisingly strong. She all but pushed the taller Director Mei into the examination room. Doctor, Mei Yanxia is here. I'm the next patient, we registered together. Xia Xian said cheerfully, smiling. All right, both of you take a seat. Close the door behind you. The doctor, unfazed, gestured for them to sit together. Now that they were in, demanding a refund seemed rude. Director Mei had no choice but to grin and bear it and sit down. Lift your clothes. I'll examine you. Have you experienced any breast swelling or pain recently? Felt any lumps during self-checks? The doctor asked matter-of-factly, pushing up her glasses as she prepared to begin. Director Mei, normally so unflappable, was horrified. Her scalp prickled, and she almost jumped out of her seat. You need to examine my breasts? No, no, no. Even though the doctor was a middle-aged woman like herself, the thought was mortifying. Oh, it's all right, Director Mei. We're both women, nothing to be shy about. Health comes first. Here, I'll go first. Xia Xian acted swiftly, holding her in place before setting an example by promptly removing her own top without hesitation. The doctor, who was about to get annoyed, softened her expression upon seeing Xia Xian's attitude. You're a mother, why act shyer than a teenager? Stop being so timid and hurry up. While examining Xia Xian, the doctor scolded Director Mei, urging her to move faster. Unable to resist the two, Director Mei finally removed her clothes, her face turning beet red. Xia Xian's full, smooth skin had a healthy glow, a soft pink hue enhancing their beauty. The entire area was soft to the touch, free of lumps, perfectly healthy. The doctor nodded in satisfaction. You're perfectly fine, nothing to worry about. When it was Director May's turn, the doctor's frown deepened. Leaning closer, she noticed abnormal discharge and numerous lumps, painful to the touch. There's something off about your breasts. I'll order some tests, go get them done right away. Chapter 32, then lend me $300 first. What? More tests? How much is that gonna cost? I'm fine, no need to waste money. Director May waved it off. She thought the occasional twinge wasn't a big deal and didn't want to spend the money. But the doctor wasn't joking. Her face grew dead serious. There's nothing normal about your breasts, there are multiple lumps, significant pain, and discharge. You need a thorough examination immediately. If there's a problem, we can address it in time. If it's discovered too late, we might not be able to save them. Healthy breasts don't look like this. Normal nipples don't have discharge. The doctor pointed at Xia Xian's chest. Xia Xian, still undressed, sat there with her perky young breasts, the picture of health. Clearly something was wrong with Director May, but thankfully, it might not be too late to treat. Hearing this, Xia Xian boldly offered her own for comparison. Director May, see? No issues. Of course, if there's a problem, we'll cooperate with treatment. Don't let fear keep you from treatment. Besides, we're already at the hospital. If the doctor says there's an issue and we refuse further tests, isn't that questioning their judgment? Think about it, doctors hate being second-guessed. And you'd be risking your health. As head of the Women's Association, you should prioritize women's health, starting with your own. Lead by example and cooperate with the doctor. Otherwise, how are you different from any regular woman? Xia Xian laid it on thick, making it about principles and professional duty. Director May took great pride in her role and had devoted her life to it. She couldn't tolerate any stain on her professional integrity. Provoked by Xia Xian's words, she immediately agreed, forget about the cost. I have the awareness befitting a women's director. I'll cooperate with the tests right away. She straightened her clothes and resolutely went for the examination. That approach did the trick, resolved in minutes. Xia Xian sighed in relief, covering up her ample chest, and went to accompany Director May. The results weren't ideal but were still treatable. You have 6 large breast nodules, the most severe at level 4, with vascularization and unclear margins. Additionally, you'll need surgery as soon as possible. After reviewing the report, the doctor carefully explained the situation to Director May and Xia Xian, then advised immediate hospitalization for surgery. While removing the nodules wouldn't guarantee they wouldn't return, it would at least stop them from getting worse. Otherwise, in a couple of years, Director May might develop breast cancer. When she heard how bad it was, Director May stopped counting pennies, her health came first. Though the cost was significant for her family, they could swing it. Still, she didn't want to be hospitalized right away. Let's wait a couple of days. I need to go home for money, and tomorrow I have an important meeting. I have to educate the women in our community. Even now, Director May couldn't forget her duties, putting duty before herself. Xia Xian was both impressed and frustrated. She knew once Director May left the hospital, her schedule would fill right back up. One delay would lead to another, even years. She couldn't let her go. Your health comes first. If you don't take care of yourself, how can you help other women? Who'll be there for them? Who'll educate abusive husbands? Director May, you can't collapse. Here's the plan, I've got enough to cover admission. I'll admit you now, then go to your house to get your husband to bring the funds. We can schedule the surgery for this afternoon. If you recover quickly, you might even be discharged by tomorrow, your meeting won't suffer. Xia Xian knew just how to handle Director May, hitting all the right notes. Unable to argue, Director May reluctantly nodded. Fine, I'll listen to you. Now I'm taking orders from this kid. What else could I do? If you won't take care of yourself, I'll do it for you. Xia Xian laughed, clinging to Director May's arm playfully. In her past life, after marrying into the Chu family, Director May had been like a mother to her. Since Director May had been so kind, Xia Xian naturally cared deeply for her in return. Xia Xian moved fast. She admitted Director May, got her settled, then hurried out to get the money from her house. Unexpectedly, she ran into Quan Ruifeng at the hospital entrance. "Ah, Comrade Quan? What are you doing here? Are you sick?" Xia Xian was surprised, glancing between him and the hospital sign. He looked too healthy to be sick. But she was in a hurry and wasn't up for chit-chat. "Don't let me keep you. I've got things to do, see you later." "Wait, where are you going? What's wrong? What did the doctor say?" Quan Ruifeng stepped in front of her, frowning as his deep eyes looked her up and down, as if checking for injuries. The intense gaze was downright rude, but neither of them noticed. "I'm fine. Director May needs surgery, so I'm going to her house to get money from her husband." She gave him the short version, then tried to leave again. Wouldn't her husband be at work now? Unless he's unemployed? Going back and forth will waste time. "How much does the surgery cost?" "I can cover it, I brought my passbook." Quan Ruifeng reminded her, producing his bankbook and nodding toward the nearby credit union for easy withdrawal. He had a point, Xia Xian had nearly forgotten. Director May's husband worked at a food factory, clear across town. By the time they got the money, it'd be too late for surgery today. The next 2 days were also fully booked, the surgeon was off duty. It could get postponed indefinitely. Xia Xian didn't know when she'd leave for Beijing. She wanted to see Director May's surgery done before then, or she wouldn't feel at ease. After a moment's thought, she accepted Quan Ruifeng's offer, giving him an apologetic look. "Then lend me $300 first, okay? I'll pay you back in a couple of days, no delays. If you don't trust me, I can write an IOU." She raised her hand solemnly, making an earnest but silly vow. Quan Ruifeng's lips curved slightly, his gaze softening. "No need. If you don't repay me, I have plenty of ways to make you pay." Chapter 33, Quan Ruifeng volunteers his bankbook password. Indeed. The mere threat of withholding her Beijing hukou was enough to bring her to tears. A Beijing hukou wouldn't just free her from her current predicament, more importantly, it would become incredibly valuable in the future, granting immediate access to various policies. Those with a Beijing hukou were already ahead of the curve. So Xia Xian dropped the idea of an IOU. The two efficient individuals promptly headed to withdraw the money. There was a queue ahead of them. Bored, Xia Xian curiously asked Quan Ruifeng. "Why do you carry your bankbook with you? Aren't you afraid of losing it?" After all, a bankbook wasn't small, and it wouldn't be comfortable in a pocket. Quan Ruifeng simply smiled without a word. Of course, he didn't carry it routinely, he had specifically returned to his dorm to retrieve it, just in case. Seeing he was disinclined to explain, Xia Xian didn't press him, instead shifting the topic to Sea Eagle. "Has he confessed?" Xia Xian was eager for a definitive answer, hoping to secure justice for the victims. "He has acknowledged his identity, but there's still a possibility he might retract his confession at any time. Such individuals require a slow, persistent approach, you can't rush them. He also said something that struck me as very strange." Quan Ruifeng's brow furrowed again at the thought of that remark. "What was it? Can you share? Perhaps I could offer a different perspective." Xia Xian asked without reservation, a hint of pride in her eyes. After all, she was living her second life. She had absorbed a wealth of information on such matters, not only from television dramas but also from numerous crime novels adapted from real events. She considered herself quite experienced. "There's no inconvenience. You have the right to know about this case." Quan Ruifeng granted her the right to participate, relaying Sea Eagle's chilling words to Xia Xian. "You think catching me means it's over?" "Never. People like us, you'll never catch all of us. He leaned closer to Xia Xian, asking in a low voice. Do you think he means he has accomplices? But based on the case files I've reviewed, only he and the victims were present at the crime scenes. There was no third party. I know. I remember now. Xia Xian's pupils constricted sharply upon hearing this, and she couldn't help but clap her hands and exclaim loudly, so excited she disregarded the stares of others. The surrounding people, disturbed by her outburst, cast disapproving glances her way. Quan Ruifeng apologized on her behalf, nodding apologetically to the crowd and asking for their understanding. What do you know? Quan Ruifeng listened intently. Xia Xian wouldn't get so agitated without good reason. He must have taken a disciple. He's provoking his disciple to become a criminal just like him. Not a former accomplice, but a future one. Perhaps he himself was deliberately groomed to be this way. Xia Xian grabbed his shoulders, rising on her tiptoes to whisper urgently in his ear. Though her voice was low, her tone remained fervent. She knew it. How could she have been completely unaware of what happened back then? In such a small place, what could possibly be kept entirely secret? In her previous life, there had been a nationwide serial murder case dubbed Evil Nurturing. It involved psychopaths who not only committed murders themselves but also took disciples, deliberately abusing and luring them down a dark path, passing on their murderous ideology. These individuals were brazen. To them, even if they were caught and executed, as long as someone inherited their ideology, such acts would never cease. And their disciples could take disciples, passing it down through generations. Initially, the police had solved a major case, believing they had apprehended all the culprits. Yet, 8 years later, similar methods began to appear across the country. Only after relentless investigation by the police was the truth uncovered. But the damage was already done. It took a decade-long struggle to eradicate them, ensuring they left no more evil seeds behind. The case was subsequently made into a documentary as a warning, which Xia Xian had watched. Now, all the details aligned. She was absolutely certain, this sea eagle had taken a disciple. A disciple? Quan Ruifeng's brow furrowed deeply, an unprecedented and unsettling thought forming in his mind. Exactly. You need to investigate what children Sea Eagle has had contact with in recent years. It doesn't have to be a formal apprenticeship or living together, any interaction could be significant. He might have subtly or overtly influenced that child, leading them down a path of no return. Xia Xian stated with conviction, her expression serious. Though he didn't know the source of her certainty, Quan Ruifeng felt her words held great possibility. He had an inexplicable trust in her. Quan Ruifeng's expression grew increasingly serious. I'll go investigate now. You withdraw the money yourself. The password is 134679. He handed the bankbook directly to Xia Xian, even giving her the password, before leaving in a hurry. His dedication to solving cases and apprehending criminals was profound. But they weren't at the stage where they should be exchanging bankbook passwords, were they? Hey! Wait, come back. Xia Xian was flustered, trying to call him back, but he strode away with long steps, not looking back. Xia Xian didn't know whether to be touched by his trust or to criticize his recklessness. They were likely only 2 minutes away from their turn. Sure enough, as soon as Quan Ruifeng left, the person ahead of her finished their transaction, and it was her turn. Seeing no other option, Xia Xian handed over the bankbook herself. With the bankbook in her hands, she couldn't help but glance at Quan Ruifeng's balance, ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s. Gasp, asterisk so much money. The term 10,000 yuan household wouldn't emerge for a few more years, yet Quan Ruifeng already possessed wealth beyond the average person. Even if she sold all 5 pounds of gold bars now, she probably wouldn't match his savings. And with so much money, he wasn't even afraid she might withdraw it all. Not worried I can't resist the temptation, Xia Xian muttered before telling the teller. I'd like to withdraw 300 yuan. After withdrawing the money, Xia Xian carefully tucked the bankbook into her pocket, clutching it tightly before daring to leave. If she lost his bankbook and someone else withdrew the money, she couldn't afford to compensate him. At the hospital, Director May was surprised to see her return so quickly. Xia Xian, did you fly back? Even flying wouldn't have been fast enough, I'd need time travel. I happened to run into Comrade Quan Ruifeng at the hospital entrance. He had money on him, so I borrowed some. You go ahead with the surgery, and once you're discharged, you can pay me back. I'll return it to him then. Xia Xian said humorously, which made Director May laugh. You dare borrow so much money to cover for me? Aren't you afraid I'd default and never pay you back? Suddenly, she remembered something and gasped in shock, her mouth agape. Wait, who did you say you borrowed money from? Quan Ruifeng? Wasn't he two-timing you when you were together, and you caught him red-handed, leading to your ugly breakup? How could you still borrow money from him? Hurry up and return his money. I refuse to use his tainted money. Hold on. Let's just use this money for now. Later, I'll pay you back, and you don't have to return it to him. Consider it as compensation to you. Director May's impression of Quan Ruifeng had plummeted. Even someone as upright as her had learned to suggest Xia Xian take breakup compensation. Xia Xian was utterly stunned. Chapter 34, The AA Couple, Ahead of Their Time. Xia Xian was taken aback by Director May's progressive thinking, so untraditional that she even suggested a breakup fee. Xia Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Director May, it's not what you think between us. Then what is it? Don't let his sweet talk fool you again. Have you forgiven him? Director May looked at her with exasperation. If Xia Xian dared to nod, Director May felt like she'd have to pry open her head to see what was inside. How could she be so easily deceived? It's not forgiveness. Oh, never mind, I'll just tell you the truth. Director May wasn't an outsider, and she was known for her discretion. Besides, Sea Eagle had already been apprehended, with only his apprentice still at large. As long as the matter wasn't widely publicized, it should be fine. So Xia Xian leaned in and whispered the whole story into Director May's ear. Director May had an aha moment. So that's how it was, no wonder. She had always thought Xia Xian was so beautiful, how could anyone be so blind as to abandon her for someone else? Now everything made sense. And looking at it this way, Comrade Quan Ruifeng, dedicated to his career, seemed to be a man of good character. He has money and is willing to lend it to you, so generous. I think he'd make a good match. Why not turn this fake relationship into a real one and give it a try? The more Director May considered it, the more she approved of Quan Ruifeng, like a mother-in-law sizing up a potential son-in-law. The more she looked, the more she liked him. Xia Xian was too embarrassed to tell Director May that she would also be going to the capital with Quan Ruifeng. If Director May found out, she'd probably assume they were getting married. Better to keep it quiet for now. So Xia Xian vaguely sidestepped the question. We'll see. Matters of the heart can't be rushed. Director May, you should focus on your health first. Even after the surgery, you'll need regular follow-ups, don't neglect it. And this illness is mainly caused by suppressed anger. You need to be more mindful of that. While you should manage things, don't take them too much to heart, it will only harm you. Xia Xian spoke earnestly, knowing that Director May might not take the doctor's advice seriously, always tending to dismiss things as minor. All right, I get it. I'm the one who's sick, not you. Why are you more concerned than I am? And so nagging too, you're a young girl, don't pick up habits from us middle-aged women. Young men don't like that. Director May chuckled, teasing Xia Xian while still showing concern for her future. Xia Xian wasn't sure if she even wanted to remarry. She'd see where fate led her. If she met someone she liked and who was a good fit, she might consider it. If not, she wouldn't force it. After all, she had plenty to do in the latter half of her life would be much more fulfilling without needing to cater to a man. As for children, she had already learned from her daughter, Chu Nan, in her past life that children aren't always dependable. The father's genes also significantly influenced the child's quality. So, she absolutely must not have a child with just anyone. This was a particularly painful lesson, one Xia Xian would remember forever. Recalling what she had witnessed before her death in her past life, Xia Xian's eyes darkened, her anger simmering. Chu Xing, Bai Lian, and Xiao Jun, she wouldn't let any of them off. As for Chu Nan, she would never exist in this life. Director Mei didn't have time to lecture Xia Xian further, it was her turn to prepare for surgery. It wasn't a particularly major operation, with virtually no life-threatening risks. So, after consulting Director Mei, Xia Xian decided not to call her husband's workplace yet. She would wait until after the surgery to call him, asking him to bring money and food. Fortunately, the surgery went very smoothly. By the afternoon, Director Mei was wheeled out, and the doctor even presented a plate of excised tissue for them to see. These are her nodules. See how numerous and large they are? That's why you must cherish your health, avoid bottling up anger, try not to get angry, and learn to express your emotions. After showing them, the doctor took the samples away for disposal. Director Mei hadn't received general anesthesia, she was conscious. And after the surgery, she wouldn't need to stay long in the hospital. If all went well, she could be discharged tomorrow afternoon. She just needed to be careful when changing dressings at home, ensuring the wound didn't get wet, and return for a follow-up in half a month. Not long after Director Mei was wheeled back to the general ward, her husband arrived with food, his expression displeased. Why didn't you tell me about such a big matter beforehand? I need a discussion, not just a notification. How many times have I told you this? Did you even listen? He suppressed his anger, questioning her, his expression clearly furious. Having just undergone surgery, Director Mei didn't want to experience too much emotional fluctuation, lest her incision reopen. She turned her head away and said coolly, "This illness was discovered suddenly, and I couldn't prepare the money in time. Give me the money first so I can repay Xia Xian. Once I get my salary, I'll pay you back an extra 10 yuan each month. With your money, it won't take long to repay." From their brief exchange, Xia Xian miraculously discovered that Director Mei and her husband seemed to have an almost AA-style arrangement. Both had salaries, and each month they would contribute half of their earnings for household expenses, saving the rest separately. Although they knew where each other kept their money, they generally didn't touch each other's funds. But this time, Director Mei's surgery required more than her own savings of just over 100 yuan, so she had to use her husband's savings. She even said she would repay him later. Their relationship was surprisingly formal. This was completely unexpected for Xia Xian. In her past life, their relationship had seemed quite good. Xia Xian was stunned in surprise. Meanwhile, Director Mei's husband was seething, completely unable to control his temper. Am I talking about money? Why do you always twist my words? Do you really think I'm such a money grubber? Furious, he slammed the lunchbox heavily onto the table, then pulled out a stack of money and threw it onto the hospital bed. He turned and left, not wanting to look at Director Mei again. Director Mei looked at the thick stack of money, saying nothing, her face grim. 300 yuan was almost all their savings. After all, they had 3 children to raise and parents to support, so expenses were considerable, and saving this much was difficult. Uncle Zhong, don't be angry. Director Mei didn't mean it like that. Xia Xian wanted to chase after him but couldn't leave Director Mei alone. Torn, she could only watch helplessly as he left. She sighed, looking at Director Mei in confusion. Director Mei, you know what Uncle Zhong meant. He was clearly worried about you, why did you say that? No wonder he got angry and left. If he hadn't been worried, he wouldn't have rushed over with money and food to see her. Director Mei clearly had some unresolved issues. She shook her head, but then urged Xia Xian to leave. I need to rest. You should go back quickly. Take the money, it's not safe to go home late. Don't worry about me, I can manage on my own at night. My legs are fine. Ah? But, alright. Given her identity, she couldn't stay out overnight, especially during this sensitive period. Xia Xian hesitated, then agreed, taking the money and preparing to leave. However, she thought she should first find Director May's husband. Someone still needed to stay with her overnight. Unexpectedly, just as she left the ward, she saw someone completely unforeseen. Chapter 35, No Sneaky Tricks. It was Zhongyang. Apparently, Director May's husband had never left. Uncle Zhong, you. Shoo, you go on back. I'll stay here and watch. Don't make a sound, if she hears me, she'll just chase me away again. Just as Xia Xian was about to speak, he quickly shushed her, sneaking around more like a thief than someone caring for a patient. So you're just going to wait outside the door and not go in? But if you don't go in, Director May won't know you're here. Won't all your effort be for nothing? Xia Xian whispered, suddenly concerned about their relationship. Ah, don't talk about effort. It's just one night guarding her door, no big deal. I just don't want to go back in and argue with her again, it's bad for her health. Zhongyang shook his head and sighed, clearly exhausted himself. Husband and wife should communicate well. Is there some misunderstanding between you two? I can see Director May really cares about you and relies on you. The moment she found out she was sick, she wanted to call you, but she was afraid of disturbing you at work. Plus, her surgery had to be today, otherwise, with the doctors on holiday, who knows when it would be. I happened to run into an acquaintance at the hospital entrance and borrowed the money for the surgery from him, so she decided not to tell you right away. She didn't want you to worry and rush over when you couldn't make it in time. She figured it'd be better to let you come after the surgery was done. Xia Xian spoke, mixing truth with fiction, leaving Zhongyang utterly bewildered. Really? Of course. Think about it, your husband and wife. And look at you, bringing food and money the moment you heard. Doesn't that mean you care deeply about Director May? So why wouldn't she care about you? A day together builds a lifetime of love. After being together for so long, how could there not be affection? Xia Xian earnestly analyzed the situation, acting as their marriage counselor and mediator. There had to be some misunderstanding between them, and if possible, she wanted to help clear it up sooner rather than later. The more Zhongyang listened, the more sense it made, and his eyes began to brighten. Truthfully, their marital issues weren't that serious. The main problem was that Director May was both busy and strong-willed, while Zhongyang wasn't the type to easily back down. They argued constantly, and over time, their relationship soured. Neither was willing to communicate, so misunderstandings piled up, leading to the current situation. Then, I'll go back in and see her. Steeling himself, Zhongyang re-entered the ward. Director May had her eyes closed, but when she sensed a shadow fall over her, she thought it was Xia Xian again. Why are you? But when she opened her eyes, she saw it was her husband. She went quiet at once. Eat first, then sleep. Cold food doesn't taste good, and it's not good for your health. Zhongyang spoke as if nothing had happened, opening the lunchbox and fluffing a pillow to help Director May sit up. This time, Director May didn't lose her temper. She let him help her up, and the couple suddenly looked much more harmonious. Peering in from the doorway, Xia Xian nodded in satisfaction before heading home, reassured. A good deed done in secret. But her own home was no haven either. The moment Xia Xian returned, her second sister-in-law, Wang Muju, pulled her aside and quietly led her out again. Xia Xian, I couldn't gather 200 yuan right away, but I've got 100 here. Take this as a down payment. Next month when your second brother gets his salary, no, not next month. Just give us 5 more days. I'll have your second brother plead with his boss for an advance on 2 months' pay, and then we'll pull together the rest. Please, don't just hand the job over to your eldest sister-in-law. As she spoke, she pressed 100 yuan into Xia Xian's hand, hoping to get preferential treatment. But both were her sisters-in-law. If she gave one preferential treatment, what about the other? Besides, she'd already made it clear, whoever gathered the money first would get the job. If neither managed, she'd sell it to someone else. So Xia Xian set her face firmly, ready to refuse. But someone cut in before she could. Oh? Wang Muju, if you don't have the money, why pretend you do? Asking Xia Xian to wait for you, the nerve. Why not just demand she hand the job over first and promise to pay her monthly from your salary later? You always want everything your way, huh? Huh. Qing Hongying strode over, purse in hand, her laughter laced with sarcasm. Wang Muju hadn't expected such terrible timing. Of all moments for Qing Hongying to return and overhear. She slapped her forehead in frustration. If only they'd talked inside. Well, don't bother. I know exactly what you're up to. We all want the job, so let's stick to Xiao Xian's terms, no cheating. You didn't get the money together, but I did. Xiao Xian, count it. Is it 200 yuan? If so, money for the job, tomorrow you take me to handle the paperwork. Qing Hongying shoved the money into Xia Xian's hands, proud as a peacock, like a victorious hen. What? You already got the money together? Wang Muju was floored. Even Xia Xian was surprised, it had only been a day. Realistically, her eldest and second brother's savings should have been similar. How had Qing Hongying raised the money so quickly? Humph. Unlike some people who resort to sneaky tactics, I went straight to my parents and borrowed 100 yuan. Combined with our savings and borrowing the rest, of course I got the full 200. Qing Hongying snorted, disdainful of Wang Muju's maneuvering, her words full of jabs. You. Wang Muju was in the wrong, so no matter how angry she was, she could only bite her tongue. In that case, the job goes to eldest sister-in-law. It's settled, tomorrow morning, we'll go take care of the paperwork. Ignoring their bickering, Xia Xian carefully counted the money Qing Hongying had given her. Exactly 200 yuan, no less. With that, Xia Xian had no choice but to declare who got the job on the spot. No, wait. Xiao Xian, give me one more chance. I'll get the money together by tomorrow, I swear. Wang Muju was fighting back tears, pleading desperately with Xia Xian for another opportunity. She'd also gone to her parents for money, but they weren't as well-to-do as Qing Hongying's. They'd only lent her 20 yuan. She never expected Qing Hongying's family to be so generous, giving her 100 yuan straight up and securing a clear advantage. I'm sorry, second sister-in-law. I made the terms clear from the start, whoever gathers the money first gets the job. I can't keep changing my mind. If I gave you time to match the amount, who would I give the job to then? I'd just have to set new conditions, making you compete endlessly. That's too much trouble, and unfair to eldest sister-in-law. Let's just accept the outcome gracefully, no hard feelings. Xia Xian apologized but held her ground, unwilling to reconsider. Perfect. Xiao Xian, I knew you'd be fair. You're such a dear sister-in-law. Qing Hongying was overjoyed to receive Xia Xian's confirmation, so happy she could have jumped to the moon, and couldn't resist flashing Wang Muju a victorious smirk. You. Wang Muju was so mad her blood was boiling. Trembling, she pointed at the two of them but couldn't utter a single word of rebuttal. Suddenly, her eyes rolled back, and she collapsed limply. Xia Xian and Qing Hongying's eyes widened in alarm, and they immediately shrieked. Second sister-in-law. Hey! Sister-in-law. Don't you dare fake it. Cut the act. The job is already mine. Chapter 36, What's he hugging her for? Xia Xian swiftly caught Wang Muju, preventing her fall. Qing Hongying, a mix of worry and suspicion, chattered incessantly, her mind still fixated on securing the job. Inside, the eavesdroppers, hearing the screams, could no longer contain themselves and rushed out. Some pinched Wang Muju's philtrum, others offered water, but her eyes and mouth remained tightly shut, she had clearly fainted. In a flurry, they hurried her to the hospital. Fortunately, she was fine. Even better, they received good news: she was pregnant. Pregnant? Wang Muju was a whirlwind of joy and fury. Why now, of all times? This meant the job was truly out of her grasp. Since you're pregnant, stay home and rest. Let Hongying take the job. You'll still get 2 yuan a month for free, that's not bad. Stop arguing. If you push Xia Xian too hard, she might get angry and sell the job to someone else entirely. Then what? Neither of you would get anything, not even a penny. Lei Wan patiently reasoned. As the mother-in-law, maintaining family harmony was no easy feat. Or are you really willing to abort the baby for the sake of the job? What if you lose both the baby and the job? That would be a total disaster. It made sense. Besides, she truly couldn't scrape together the 200 yuan. With things at this point, even Xia's second brother chimed in to persuade her. Enough already. At least the job's staying in the family. Once your elder brother and sister-in-law have money, if we ever need to borrow, they won't refuse, right? Cheng Hongying couldn't help but roll her eyes. Were she and her husband supposed to work hard just to lend money to them? But Lei Wan shot her a sharp look, fearing Wang Muju might faint again in anger. Reluctantly, Cheng Hongying forced a smile and nodded. Right. We're family. Of course, we'll help each other out in the future. Wang Muju gave a weak nod, finally conceding. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief that the conflict had settled, Xia Xian included. If the fighting continued, she would have seriously considered selling the job to an outsider just to avoid all the fuss. But that was just a thought. Selling it outside would likely cause even greater turmoil at home. The next day, eager to finalize things, Xia Xian and Cheng Hongying went early to complete the job transfer formalities. When the office director saw Xia Xian, he assumed she was returning to work, only to realize she was there to hand the position over to her sister-in-law. His expression immediately turned subtle. Xia Xian, let's talk. Of course, Director Liu. Please, go ahead. I'll step outside and wait. Cheng Hongying, quick to take the hint, immediately excused herself and closed the door. Director, what did you want to discuss? Xia Xian wasn't particularly close to the director, so she couldn't guess his intentions. Was he going to block the transfer? Her mind raced, but she kept her face blank, feigning innocence. I've heard about your situation. That's why I approved your long leave without giving you trouble. But you haven't even returned from leave, why give up your job now? Be honest with me. Did your family force you to hand it over to your sister-in-law? Let me tell you, a job is something you own. If you don't want it, why not sell it to me? That's better than giving it away for free. Actual money is far more reliable than just thanks. People won't remember your kindness forever, but money will never leave you. Director Liu spoke with serious concern. His niece had just graduated high school and was at the age where she'd be sent to the countryside if she couldn't find work. But she was delicate, how could she endure rural life? His elder brother had been running around trying to buy her a job and had even asked if he had any leads. But positions were scarce, and no new hires were being taken. Even he couldn't just squeeze someone in. Xia Xian's willingness to quit was a golden opportunity. If he could buy her job, it would solve everything. Director Liu, I understand your concern, and I appreciate it. But don't worry, I didn't just give the job to my sister-in-law. She paid for it. I can't go back on my word now. Had I known you were interested, I wouldn't have gone through all this trouble. My 2 sisters-in-law nearly came to blows over it. Now that it's settled with my elder sister-in-law, changing things would make my family resent me. Xia Xian looked at him apologetically, skillfully blending explanations with flattery. Her words were so tactful that even though he was being turned down, Director Liu wasn't offended. True enough, he just sighed regretfully but didn't press further. Since you've made your decision, I won't force the matter. I'll stamp the paperwork for you. But after selling your job, what's your plan? Money runs out, unlike a steady paycheck. He reminded her, factory jobs were iron rice bowls, as stable as civil service jobs in later years. Far better than living on savings. I'm still dealing with personal issues and can't commit to work right now. I can't keep taking leave either, it would reflect poorly on you as the director. For now, my sister-in-law will take over. If things settle later, maybe I can return. For now, my sister-in-law will take over. If things settle later, maybe I can return. She made it sound like she was considering the factory's interests, earning Director Lu's admiration, though inwardly, he scoffed at her naivety. Once a job was sold, did she really think her sister-in-law would just hand it back? But since Xia Xian was determined, he didn't push further. Inking the stamp, he pressed it firmly onto the document. Done. If your sister-in-law is free, have her start tomorrow. Thank you, Director Lu. After expressing her gratitude, Xia Xian briefly showed Qing Hongying around the workplace before leaving. Qing Hongying was outgoing and could chat with anyone. She assured Xia Xian she could manage on her own, so Xia Xian left to return Quan Ruifeng's money and passbook, worried any delay might mean losing it. She rushed to the police station to find Quan Ruifeng. The team from the capital had arrived the previous night. Following Xia Xian's tip, Quan Ruifeng had seized 3 suspicious children and interrogated them overnight, uncovering important information. Sea Eagle's expression had darkened upon seeing the kids, they'd caught the right ones. After a sleepless night of questioning, Quan Ruifeng was about to head to his dorm to rest when Xia Xian arrived. At the sight of her, his cold expression softened. Unable to resist, he pulled her into a tight hug, his strong hands gripping her waist. Ouch! Xia Xian's forehead bumped against his hard chest, making her yelp. Wait, what was Quan Ruifeng doing hugging her? Chapter 37, The 4 Young Masters of the Capital, each with their own flaws. You. What's wrong? Xia Xian felt an inexplicable flutter in her chest, her heart thumping wildly as if trying to escape. Her voice softened instinctively. Are you hurt? She wanted to push Quan Ruifeng away, but fearing he might be injured and weak, her hands, instead of pushing, settled gently on his waist. The two of them embraced openly in front of the Public Security Bureau. Fortunately, it was still early, and few people were passing by, otherwise, they would have drawn quite a crowd. Cough, no. I just pulled an all-nighter interrogating suspects, didn't get any sleep. My heart feels a bit off. Quan Ruifeng snapped back to reality, feeling like a cad taking advantage of someone. He found himself in an awkward bind. Thankfully, Xia Xian's question offered an excuse. Seizing the opportunity, he played up his discomfort, leaning against her shoulder, his voice weakening. Last night, they had extracted a lot of information through continuous interrogation. He was so excited and deeply grateful for the intelligence Xia Xian had provided. In his elation, he had impulsively embraced Xia Xian, intending only to share his joy, but forgetting the boundaries between a man and a woman. I see. You should still mind the time when interrogating criminals. You need to take care of your own body. It's not worth ruining your health over some heinous criminal. Xia Xian breathed a sigh of relief. She had known Quan Ruifeng wasn't the type to take advantage of others. Yet, hearing his explanation, a faint flicker of disappointment crossed her mind, though it was so fleeting she didn't even catch it herself. Let me help you inside for some water and a short rest. All right. Quan Ruifeng nodded weakly. Though he straightened up from her, Xia Xian continued to support his arm, letting him lean on her as they walked slowly. The team from the capital had also worked through the night and were utterly exhausted. However, unlike Quan Ruifeng, who had his own dedicated quarters here, spacious, clean, and tidy, they were temporary arrivals. Their accommodations hadn't been arranged yet, so they had to stay at a guest house. The guest house environment was rather mediocre. But since they were here to catch criminals, having a place to sleep was good enough. They couldn't afford to be picky. So, yawning and stretching, they emerged together, ready to follow Lu Jun to the guest house for some much-needed sleep. Unexpectedly, before they could leave, they saw Quan Ruifeng returning, supported by a pretty young woman. Well, Ruifeng, where did you pick up this girl? She's quite a looker. How come you're being helped like this? Looking all frail now, what happened? You weren't like this earlier. They were all old acquaintances of Quan Ruifeng, bold enough to tease him. One even let out a loud, wolf whistle, acting like a hooligan rather than a police officer. Xia Xian thought they didn't look like good people, but she also knew they were just joking, with no ill intent. So she offered them a polite, tight-lipped smile that was more perfunctory than sincere. Right now, her main concern was the ailing Quan Ruifeng. She didn't want him to suddenly drop dead from exhaustion. The human body was, after all, quite fragile. Xia Xian quickly helped Quan Ruifeng sit down, then, familiar with the layout, hurried to fetch him water, bustling about like a doting wife, obedient and considerate. Seeing her actions, the men from the capital immediately erupted into boisterous shouts and catcalls, their uproar nearly shaking the precinct's roof. Are you done making noise? Quan Ruifeng shot them a cold glare, his eyes glinting with a sharp, almost cutting intensity. They were accustomed to his stern demeanor and weren't afraid. The earlier weariness vanished, replaced by renewed energy. Sleep was no longer on their minds. Wanja plopped down on the chair beside him, crossed his legs, and leisurely lit a cigarette. Don't hold out on us. When did you find yourself a little wife here? Didn't even tell us, do you not consider us brothers anymore? Or are you playing the Golden House game, afraid we'll steal her away? You've got us all wrong. We're not that kind of people. Right, Wei Lai? How can you say that? Quan Ruifeng is cold as ice and his tongue is venomous. If she meets fine young men like us, just as outstanding but way better with words, she might just fall for someone else. Wei Lai grinned, hopping onto the desk opposite them, chewing on candy. He strategically kept his distance from Quan Ruifeng. Heh, don't talk nonsense. I haven't heard Aunt Qian say he's dating anyone here. Maybe he's just got a crush on her, and they haven't even started dating yet. Don't scare her off with your loose tongues, or he'll murder you. Zhou Xingshi smirked mischievously, also squatting on the opposite side. He wasn't one to take a beating, so it was best not to get too close to Quan Ruifeng. If a fight broke out, Wanja could be the first to take the hit. You all? Huh. Quan Ruifeng sneered, folding his arms and curling his lip. He surveyed them disdainfully for 2 seconds, then began to critique them one by one. Motor mouth. Dragon breath. Cavity central. Compared to that, my sharp tongue doesn't seem so bad. Thanks for the contrast. Zhou Xingshi's face darkened, Wanja's turned green, and Wei Lai exploded. Everyone had taken their insults personally. I only have 3 rotten teeth. So what if I like candy and get a few cavities? Does it stop me from kissing? You pretentious ass. Who says smoking automatically means bad breath? All I do is listen to gossip, I don't even spread it. Who's chatty? Having a childhood friend like you is truly my goddamn privilege. The 3 of them gritted their teeth in anger, their fists clenched. Wanja angrily stubbed out his cigarette. Fine, he wouldn't smoke. He wanted to punch him instead. As tensions flared, Xia Xian returned with a glass of plain water. The moment she approached, she smelled smoke instantly, forming a bad impression of Wanja. Quan Ruifeng was already feeling unwell, why expose him to smoke? This person was truly inconsiderate. Xia Xian frowned slightly but found it awkward to openly criticize him. Instead she simply urged Quan Ruifeng to drink the water. Drink up, then I'll take you back. Rather than staying in this smoky precinct, it was better to endure the journey and head straight back to his dorm to rest. All right, thank you. Quan Ruifeng had no objection to Xia Xian's suggestion. Obediently, he tilted his head back and drained the large glass of water in one gulp, then stood up. His tall figure completely overshadowed the slender Xia Xian, making it unclear if he was intentionally blocking the view of his mischievous friends. Xia Xian instinctively took his arm, their closeness resembling an old married couple supporting each other. They left openly, under the watchful eyes of everyone. "Tisk, sorry to trouble you." Wei Lai didn't even bother to hide it. The moment they turned around, he mimicked Xia Xian's voice to Zhou Xingshi, who instantly understood and playfully poked him with his finger. "You're the worst. Are you here to work on the case or to do something else?" Wanja rebuked them with mock seriousness, though it was unclear if he was subtly targeting someone. Xia Xian finally realized, belatedly, that they seemed to have misunderstood something. This wasn't just simple teasing. Quan Ruifeng looked pure and untouchable, completely off-limits. There was no way anything could happen between them. Xia Xian paused, then hesitantly asked. "Should I explain?" Chapter 38. He's done for. He's falling for her. If she hadn't been rushing to give Quan Ruifeng his bankbook and money, she wouldn't have run into these people and caused such a misunderstanding. Explain what? Their brains are no bigger than a melon seed kernel. There's no point in trying to explain anything to them. No need to explain. Quan Ruifeng casually disparaged them. Xia Xian pondered the size of a melon seed kernel and winced slightly. Quan Ruifeng's sharp tongue truly lived up to its reputation. "Maybe we should just leave first." Afraid Quan Ruifeng might unleash more biting remarks, Xia Xian dared not say another word and quickly helped him back. Quan Ruifeng's dorm wasn't far from the police station, normally a 10-minute walk. But today, playing up his illness, they slowed their pace, taking about 15 minutes. As the dorm door opened, Xia Xian got her first glimpse of the Capital Guy's surprisingly neat room, clean, tidy, and even carrying a faint, pleasant scent. A genuine fragrance. Xia Xian couldn't help but twitch her nose, taking a deeper whiff. "Why are you standing at the door? Come in and have some water." Quan Ruifeng invited her in, his expression calm and composed, while Xia Xian finally remembered the meaning of maintaining proper boundaries. A man and a woman alone together, this wasn't appropriate. Xia Xian shook her head vigorously, nearly turning herself into a bobblehead. "No, I have other things to do. The main reason I came today was to return your bankbook and this 300 yuan. I was a bit rushed today and didn't have time to deposit the money for you. Is that all right? If you mind, I can run to the credit union now to deposit it for you." She spoke earnestly, her bright, almond-shaped eyes not meeting Quan Ruifeng's gaze, but instead fixed on the window. "Now you have time to make an extra trip? I don't mind. No need to go to all that trouble." Quan Ruifeng gave her a faint glance, seeing right through her lie, but ultimately didn't make her run another errand. "That's good. Then take care of yourself and rest soon. I should get going too." Xia Xian showed no embarrassment at being exposed. Instead, she offered a slight smile and made to leave. However, the fragrance in Quan Ruifeng's room was strangely appealing, subtle yet persistent, subtly drawing her in. Even as she was about to leave, she couldn't resist turning back to ask him. "Did you spray perfume in your room? Or use something else with a scent?" "Oh, I don't mean anything by it. It just smells really nice. If it's not too expensive, I'd like to get the same thing." Her house was small but crowded, making the rooms somewhat messy. The inevitable smells of sweat, cooking, and other odors lingered even with ventilation. While not unbearable, the air at home wasn't exactly pleasant. She wondered if a little of this fragrance might help. "Perfume?" Quan Ruifeng raised an eyebrow slightly, that was giving him too much credit. He was still a young man, not so refined as to spray perfume in his room. "I didn't use perfume. There are clothes drying in the room, it's probably the scent from the soap. This soap I brought from the capital is excellent, the scent is unique and not overpowering, and it cleans clothes very well. You can take 2 bars to try." Quan Ruifeng pulled out a wooden crate from under his bed, filled with neatly stacked bars of soap. A rough count showed a dozen or 2. He casually took out 4 and handed them to Xia Xian for her to take home. His nails were neatly trimmed, his fingers pale and slender, with faintly visible veins on the back of his hands, quite beautiful. Just by his appearance, one could tell he was meticulous about cleanliness. But few would have guessed he'd go so far as to lug so much soap all the way from the capital, just to wash clothes. Enough to let the scent permeate the entire room. From this, it was clear just how much soap he used per wash to make the fragrance linger so long, saturating the air. This was far more refined than simply spraying perfume in a room. At his words, Xia Xian suddenly recalled noticing traces of this scent on him before. But since they'd always kept their distance, it hadn't been very distinct. As for their recent embrace, the proximity was certainly close enough. But he'd spent the entire day at the police station in those clothes, picking up all kinds of smells, leaving nothing but body odor. Yet, Xia Xian thought carefully and realized Quan Ruifeng didn't smell of sweat at all. Instead, he had a fresh, clean smell, mixed with something else, something that felt oddly reassuring. Her mind had already drifted far away when Quan Ruifeng noticed she still hadn't taken the soap. He couldn't help but ask, "You're not actually going to pay me for these, are you? Don't embarrass me. If you really feel uneasy, just give me more input on cracking cases in the future. I've noticed you have a real talent for this. So, what do you think, interested in joining the force?" Quan Ruifeng smiled as he looked at Xia Xian. He'd said it casually at first, but the more he thought about it, the more it made sense. If Xia Xian partnered with him, he'd actually welcome it. Working together, their efficiency might even double. They'd already collaborated well this time. Once they returned to the capital, he could arrange for her to join the police bureau, starting as a temporary worker. Once she proved herself and earned some merit, getting a permanent position would be a done deal. Even if the bureau had no vacancies or budget, he could pay her salary himself. Money wasn't an issue for him. Besides, if Xia Xian moved to the capital, she'd need a job anyway. Why not this one? He could offer her better pay than most alternatives. Quan Ruifeng wasn't just thinking, he was already planning her future, down to housing and wages. Xia Xian's eyes lit up, she perked up. Become an officer? Could she really? But her excitement quickly fizzled. With zero combat skills, she'd only be dead weight in a fight, more likely to get herself hurt than help. Better to forget it. Just as she was about to shake her head, Quan Ruifeng dismissed the idea faster. Street duty's too dangerous. You'd be better off handling clerical work at the bureau, organizing files. You could still offer insights on cases from there. I can't keep using you as bait, putting you in harm's way. His brow furrowed. Just imagining Xia Xian injured made him uneasy. Last time, he'd nearly let it happen. While circumstances had forced his hand, and he'd been confident in protecting her, putting her in danger still felt wrong. If he could do it over, perhaps he wouldn't have made that choice. But if I'm not directly involved in cases, just sorting files at the bureau, I probably wouldn't even have access to critical case details when major incidents occur. Those are usually confidential. Xia Xian clearly articulated the problem. However, a psychological expert wouldn't face the same restrictions. As an external consultant, if she pursued that path, she'd be among the first generation of such talent, with broad employment prospects. Of course, if she didn't study well, none of that would matter. I already have my own plans. You don't need to worry about me. Who knows, we might really have a chance to collaborate as equals in the future. Not as bait, not as an assistant, but as his true partner. The thought sent a thrill through Xia Xian, her almond eyes shining with dazzling starlight. Quan Ruifeng watched her, radiating confidence, and paused. His heart suddenly pounded. Only one clamoring thought remained in his mind, he was done for. Chapter 39, I'll use Xia Xian to buy my freedom. He found Xia Xian confident, intelligent, dazzling, capable, and adorable, utterly flawless. But in reality, he was a chronic nitpicker. When a highly critical person finds nothing to fault in someone of the opposite sex, what does that signify? Perhaps Quan Ruifeng wasn't entirely oblivious. Quan Ruifeng gazed at her, his thin lips pressed into a tight line. What's wrong? Did I say something incorrect? Don't underestimate me, I might even surpass you someday. Seeing his expression suddenly tense and serious, Xia Xian let out a smug little hum. After all, she had been reborn, so she naturally possessed more foresight than most. No, you're absolutely right. I look forward to the day you reach your full potential. Quan Ruifeng seemed to have come to some realization and smiled again, the corners of his lips lifting as his dark eyes gleamed. When I reach that point, I definitely won't forget your guidance. Xia Xian emphasized the word guidance before cheerfully taking the bars of soap. I'll take these then, no need to be polite. I really have to go now, I have something important to do today. You should get some sleep. Don't stay up all night again. Your heart isn't invincible. Don't push your luck while you're young. If something really happens, regret won't help. After lecturing him earnestly, Xia Xian left with the soap, her steps light and her back bouncing with youthful energy. No woman who returned to the age of 18 wouldn't be radiant and joyful. Just watching her walk away made Quan Ruifeng's heart race. He was completely smitten. At least falling for her wasn't so bad. Besides, Xia Xian would be going to the capital with him, so there'd be no distance between them. Maintaining a relationship across distances was difficult. Though Quan Ruifeng had never been in one, he wasn't a fool. It seemed he needed to work out how to win her over. His acceptance of these feelings was surprisingly swift. Meanwhile, Xia Xian tucked the soap away but didn't head straight home. She really did have things to take care of. While Chu Xing and his mother were still detained, she needed to figure out how to get him fired. She also had to check on Director Mei. Xia Xian was running around all day, with little time for idle thoughts. First, she went to the hospital to visit Director Mei. Bai Lian, assuming she was at home, went looking for her only to show up to an empty house. Bai Lian had always been pampered, who did Xia Xian think she was to humiliate her like this? There was no way she'd swallow this insult. She had to retaliate. She wanted her money back. And Chu Xing's money too, it was all hers. Though she'd struck out today, Bai Lian wasn't discouraged. She returned home, suddenly hatching a better plan for revenge. Let Xia Xian strut around for a couple more days. Bai Lian sneered inwardly, humming a tune as she headed back to her parents' house. Kong Tsueme had thought she'd gone back to her in-laws, only to see her return again. She was visibly annoyed. Why are you back again? Don't you need to take care of Xiao Jun at home? Watch out or Wei Jiwei will give you another beating. Normally, Kong Tsueme would have been thrilled to welcome her daughter with open arms, but after the disgrace Bai Lian had brought upon them, she and her husband couldn't face people. Just seeing Bai Lian now filled her with anger, and she couldn't help but send her packing, even if it meant hiding at her in-laws until things died down. Now, whenever she and her husband stepped outside, neighbors would gossip behind their backs, saying their daughter was shameless. Married yet still fooling around with the neighbor's younger brother. Kong Tsueme felt like she'd have a stroke just hearing such talk. She didn't want to see her daughter for a while. Mom. Do you want me to take another beating? I've said I want a divorce, but you won't let me. Do you have any idea what I go through? If I couldn't escape back here sometimes, I wouldn't survive. Let people say what they want, just ignore them. If anyone dares say it to your face, demand proof. Otherwise, cry and make a huge fuss, no one will dare provoke you then. I came back for money. Wei Jiwei wants it, and if I don't get it, I'll be beaten to a pulp when I go back. Why should I? I'm not leaving until I have the money. With her mother, Bai Lian dropped all pretense, laying bare her selfishness without restraint. Kong Tsueme massaged her forehead. Always asking for money, that Wei Jiwei was truly absolute scum. But with his temper, if Bai Lian divorced him, he'd trash the place. The man indulged in drinking, gambling, and womanizing, a violent thug no ordinary person could handle. Why had she ever agreed to let Bai Lian marry him? His family had some wealth, but he'd blown through it all. She should have just married her off to an ordinary factory worker. Where would I get money now? I gave you 10 yuan last month, your father and I drained our savings for you. There's nothing left. Bai Lian was their only child. Kong Xuemei and her husband had health issues and couldn't have more children, so they doted on her. But even their love couldn't fill Wei Jiwei's money pit. I know you don't have any. I didn't come back to ask you for money. If Chuxing hadn't been locked up, I wouldn't be in this mess. Bai Lian scowled. Chuxing had always been her backup wallet. She'd planned to wring a large sum out of him to negotiate a divorce with Wei Jiwei. But with Chuxing's house burned down, his brother dead, and his family borrowing money to rebuild, even his paycheck wasn't enough. Now, her only hope was Xia Xian. Never mind. I've got a plan. Just listen and follow my lead. Too lazy to argue, Bai Lian laid out her scheme. Xia Xian's not bad looking, has a job, and earns a salary. I'll use her to trade for my freedom. We'll set her up with Wei Jiwei. Once he's entangled with her, he'll let me go. It was what Xia Xian deserved for targeting her, ruining her reputation, and destroying her image. Will that work? What if Wei Jiwei gets what he wants and still refuses to divorce you? Given Wei Jiwei's shamelessness, he was absolutely capable of such a thing. Kong Xuemei was worried. Relax, I'm not stupid. I won't just hand her over quietly. We'll make it public, then Wei Jiwei will have to divorce me and marry Xia Xian. He might even get done for sexual misconduct. 2 birds with 1 stone. Chapter 40, The Child Missing a Ring Finger, Could he be the one? If she could both ruin Xia Xian and ensure Wei Jiwei was imprisoned, even executed, she'd be laughing in her sleep. That tyrant Wei Jiwei deserved to die long ago. Bai Lian couldn't help but imagine dismembering Wei Jiwei when she thought of the suffering she had endured over the years. Alright, then what's your plan? Just tell me when the time comes, and I'll help you. Hearing this, Kong Xuemei didn't object but instead supported her. Unsurprisingly, parents who raised such a shameless hypocrite like Bai Lian were no saints either. Xia Xian had no idea someone was secretly plotting against her. The butterfly's wings had begun to flutter, changing the course of everyone's lives from how they'd been before. Director Mei was doing fine and was being discharged that day. When Xia Xian went to visit, she saw Zhong Yang meticulously caring for her. The couple seemed much closer now. Xia Xian helped carry some things so Zhong Yang could support Director Mei on their way back. The hospital wasn't too far, and a bike ride might jolt her wound, so walking was better. Seeing Xia Xian there, Director Mei was a little embarrassed and tried to push her husband away. My surgery wasn't on my leg. I told you I can walk on my own, no need to hold me. What's wrong with helping? What if you fall and reopen the wound? Even if you don't care about the pain, do you want to end up back in the hospital and delay everything? Don't the women comrades still need you for ideological work? Don't you have meetings to attend? Zhong Yang retorted. Whether he was being sarcastic or just teasing, it was hard to tell. But this was how they'd always been, and Director Mei didn't take offense. Instead, she considered his words and found them reasonable, so she didn't argue further. Another fall would set back her work, she couldn't risk that. Xia Xian suppressed a laugh. Someone as headstrong as Director Mei couldn't be humored all the time, or she'd truly believe herself invincible and neglect her own well-being. Just then, a pack of older kids chased a little one past them. The little boy was covered in dirt, like he'd been thrown to the ground. In his panic, he almost barreled into Director Mei, but Zhong Yang swiftly pulled her aside, smugly saying, "See? This is exactly why I'm here. Without me, you might have torn your stitches." His usual cockiness was back in full force. Though Director Mei hated his cocky attitude, she bit back a retort since he was being helpful. Instead, she scolded the children. "What are you doing? Bullying someone? Where are your parents? I'll give them a piece of my mind." The bullies were around 10 years old, while the boy being chased looked barely 5 or 6, no match for the older kids, which explained why he was running. "We weren't bullying him. Just messing around," the older boys protested. Xia Xian had had enough and pulled the little boy close, sternly saying, "Then I'll join in, catch you, and you'll get a spanking." The child squirmed in her arms, and thinking he was scared, Xia Xian held him tighter, not letting him break free. "TCH, who wants to play with you?" "Fine, we won't play. Who'd want to play with a little freak like him anyway?" The older boys scoffed and bolted, afraid Xia Xian and the others might actually catch and punish them. "Are you okay, little one? Where's your—" Once the rowdy boys were gone, Xia Xian crouched down to check on him and ask where he lived. But what she saw made her blood run cold, a pair of terrifying eyes. Xia Xian's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and her voice abruptly stopped. Yes, terrifying. She didn't know why she would use the word terrifying to describe the gaze of a 5 or 6-year-old child, but his eyes were inky black and vicious, with upturned corners and the whites showing below, making anyone who looked at him feel uneasy, as if a vicious wolf were staring her down. The child ignored Xia Xian and instead shoved her hard. Xia Xian had been half squatting, off balance and unable to brace herself, so when he pushed her so suddenly, she really did fall backward. Instinctively, she tried to grab him, but her hand slid from his arm down to his palm, failing to hold him as he darted off in a flash. He was slippery as an eel. "What's with this kid? We were just trying to help him so he wouldn't get bullied by the other children. How could he treat you like that? Like the proverb says, the dog bites Lu Dongbin, who tried to help it, no gratitude. What kind of upbringing did he have?" Director May looked furious. If not for her wound keeping her from moving around too much, she would have chased after him, dragged him back, and made him apologize. "Yeah, kids these days, who knows what their problem is? Come on, get up." Zhongyang echoed Director May's words while reaching out to help Xia Xian up. Xia Xian shook her head and got up on her own, dusting herself off. She was still young, the fall was no big deal, and it didn't hurt. But a few things stuck with her. "Director May, was that child wearing a glove on his right hand just now?" She asked for confirmation. "Yeah, now that you mention it, I didn't think of it before. Why would he wear gloves in this sweltering heat? Isn't he afraid of sweating and making everything stink?" Director May was puzzled, but children that age often did things without reason, so she added. "Maybe he was playing with them and just kept them on. Once they get too hot, he'll take them off himself." No, it probably wasn't just for play. When she had grabbed his hand earlier, it felt like there were just 4 fingers, one glove finger was empty. And it was the right hand. Combined with the child's terrifying gaze, she couldn't help but wonder. But she wasn't sure if the missing finger was the ring finger. "Xia Xian? You're spacing out, what's on your mind? Let's go. A few brats like that can't cause any real trouble. Forget about him. Stay for lunch at our place. These past couple of days, we're so grateful to you. If you hadn't dragged me to the hospital, gotten me registered, and made me take those tests, who knows when my condition would have been discovered? You even covered the costs and ran around helping me. You've really gone above and beyond. Don't say no, saying no would be disrespectful to the director." Director May snapped Xia Xian out of her thoughts and invited her to their home for lunch. Zhongyang chimed in as well. "You absolutely have to come. I've already told the kids at home to cook the rice. All that's left is for me to stir-fry the dishes when we get back." Unable to refuse their overwhelming hospitality, Xia Xian had no choice but to agree. But during the meal, her mind kept drifting back to that child. Part of her thought it was impossible, the boy was too young, and Quan Ruifeng had already caught several children connected to Sea Eagle. There shouldn't be any stragglers left. Sea Eagle couldn't have harmed so many children at once, it would have been too risky. Maybe it was just a coincidence. Maybe she was overthinking it. But it was all too much of a coincidence. Still troubled by what happened, Xia Xian decided to go check after lunch. Chapter 41, Quan Ruifeng's alluring presence, a debauched demeanor. Xia Xian quickly finished her meal at Director May's house and was about to leave when Director May tried to keep her. "Where are you going?" "Stay a while and chat with me." "No, Director May, I just remembered something urgent. I have to go now. I'll come by again later." Ignoring Director May's attempts to keep her, Xia Xian left. However, she didn't go straight to look for the child or Quan Ruifeng. Instead, she wandered around the area where they had encountered the boy and first sought out the older boys. Sure enough, those kids lived nearby. After walking around for a bit, she spotted one of them crouched by his doorstep with a bowl of food. When he saw Xia Xian, he froze for a moment, then clutched his bowl and tried to run. Xia Xian didn't chase him. She stood calmly and watched. "Isn't this your home? Where are you running? You can run, but you can't hide." Realizing this, the boy stopped abruptly and scowled at her unhappily. "What do you want from me?" "Huh, here to get revenge for that little freak? We barely did anything to him, we just chased him a bit, and he tripped on his own. How's that my fault? Seriously, coming to complain over such a small thing. Are all adults this petty?" He turned the tables, accusing Xia Xian of making a fuss. But she had no time to dwell on his non-existent morals. She approached the boy and asked quietly, "Why do you call that child a freak?" Seeing that Xia Xian didn't seem intent on hitting him or tattling to his parents, he reluctantly answered. "Why else? Because he's like a monster. Don't let his size fool you, he's got a warped mind. His eyes are downright haunting when he stares at you. It's terrifying." And he pushed Xiaolong's little sister under someone's bicycle, almost getting her killed. He wanted to murder her, what else would you call him but a freak? "We were just trying to get payback for Xiaolong's sister. What's wrong with that?" As he spoke, his tone grew more self-righteous. Xia Xian was stunned to hear this backstory. Deliberately bullying a little girl and showing signs of a psycho streak from such a young age. "Do you know where he lives? Does he have any other family?" She pressed urgently. "Yeah, he lives in that run-down shack at the end of the alley. No dad, just a mom, his mom's a whore, heh." When mentioning the boy's mother, the older kid snickered grossly. For a 10-year-old, his expression was disturbingly vulgar. "What do you mean? Explain in detail. What's his name? Tell me everything you know, and I won't report you to your parents." Xia Xian glanced at the open door, making it clear that if he didn't cooperate, she'd go straight to his family. His parents had probably finished lunch and were already napping. Fine, I'll tell you. It's not like it's a secret anyway. His name's Fong Ming, he's 7. His dad died before he was born, and his mom couldn't support them, so she turned to selling herself for food. That's why everyone calls her a slut. She doesn't even treat him well, always hitting and yelling at him. If I were her, I wouldn't have even given birth to him. He's just useless baggage." The boy summarized Fong Ming's life with disdain. Fatherless, unloved by his mother, beaten and scolded, sometimes even denied food. His existence was bleak. In such circumstances, if someone were to manipulate him, it would undoubtedly bring out the worst in him. Do you know why he wears a glove? If Xia Xian had only been 50% sure before, she was now 80% certain, this child had definitely been gotten to by Sea Eagle. The only question was whether he was Sea Eagle's true disciple. "I know. He's missing a finger, this one. Don't know how he lost it, but I remember he used to have it." The boy excitedly wiggled his finger to show her. Sure enough, it was the right ring finger. And it wasn't a congenital deformity, it had been lost later. Had Sea Eagle deliberately cut it off to cultivate hatred and evil in the child? The more Xia Xian thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. That Sea Eagle was utterly despicable. A total scumbag. Even a firing squad wouldn't be enough to satisfy everyone's hatred. Xia Xian's face twisted in disgust, her eyes blazing with fury. She immediately decided to go find Quan Ruifeng. Don't tell anyone I came to ask you these things. Keep this between us, and I'll keep your parents out of it. Got it? After hastily warning the boy, she left. The boy didn't understand her purpose. Had she come all this way just to ask about Fang Ming? And why the secrecy? He didn't get her angle, but as long as she wasn't here to tattle, it was fine. With a shrug, he quickly went back inside and shut the door. Knock, knock, knock. Quan Ruifeng had just fallen asleep when insistent knocking on his door jolted him awake. Massaging his temples, he sat up, irritated. Who is it? His voice was like daggers. If it was Zhou Xingshi or the others messing with him, he'd punch their lights out. It's me. Quan Ruifeng, it's Xia Xian. I have something important to discuss. Her clear, melodic voice instantly soothed his annoyance. He quickly got up and opened the door. What's wrong? His voice was deep and alluring, and so was he. Perhaps uncomfortable while sleeping, he hadn't buttoned his shirt all the way, leaving the top 3 undone. His collarbones and a glimpse of his firm, pale chest were visible, a faint hint of pink peeking through. His hair was slightly disheveled, falling lazily, adding to his effortless charm. He had showered and changed before sleeping, and the fresh scent of soap drifted toward her. Xia Xian parted her lips slightly, as if she could almost taste him. For a moment, she felt dizzy. Quan Ruifeng gazed at her intently, his voice a low murmur. Leaning against the doorframe, his eyes heavy-lidded and demeanor relaxed, he looked like a nobleman fresh from a bath, exuding an indescribable allure. Xia Xian immediately recalled the meaning of terms like the standing of the first wife and brothel-like behavior from TV dramas. It referred to something rather improper. But that description didn't seem quite right either. Xia Xian felt her mind had been messed up from all the shocks today. She shook her head vigorously, dispelling the chaotic thoughts, and spoke solemnly. I think you've arrested the wrong person. What? Upon hearing this, Quan Ruifeng immediately straightened up, his backache, hand pain, and drowsiness all disappeared. His expression turned grave. I met a child named Fang Ming. He's 7 years old, his right ring finger was missing. But not from birth. He has a mean streak with little girls. His father passed away early, and he was raised by his mother, but he's had it rough. At 7, he looks more like 5 or 6. Xia Xian succinctly summarized the information she had gathered. This matches Sea Eagle's type way better, no wonder. Where's he at? I'm heading over now. Chapter 42, A Child Kills His Mother. He is Sea Eagle's true apprentice. This was no laughing matter. Quan Ruifeng instantly buttoned his shirt, ready to leave with Xia Xian. The older children they had apprehended earlier, though somewhat misguided, weren't inherently evil, just unruly kids whose true nature would only reveal itself with age. He had assumed their early intervention prevented Sea Eagle from further corrupting them. Never did he imagine those children were mere decoys. Sea Eagle's true disciple was someone else entirely. I'll take you there. Xia Xian already knew the precise location of Fang Ming's home. Without a moment's delay, the two set off immediately. Thankfully, they wasted no time and arrived just in the nick of time. Fang Ming's mother, Wang Xiaomai, was taking her usual afternoon nap. She needed to rest well during the day to have the energy to earn money at night. A widow with no job prospects, this was her sole means of survival. Fang Ming's grandparents were utterly unreliable, caring nothing for the mother and son's plight, rarely even visiting their grandson. They had other sons and grandchildren to focus on. To them, Fang Ming held little importance. She regretted ever being deceived into giving birth to him, leaving her trapped in a life where remarriage was impossible, forced to carry this burden and merely scrape by. She felt a burning anger and pain, yet life, painful or not, had to go on. Perhaps one day, she'd be caught in the act, charged with moral crimes, and executed. Then, she would finally be free. This was Wang Xiaomai's constant thought before her afternoon nap. She lay down expressionless, hands resting on her stomach, eyes quietly closed, almost like a body laid out for burial. But today was different. Fang Ming packed his few clothes, stealthily took the last 2 steamed corn buns from the kitchen, and tucked them into his bundle. Then, he sat in the yard, waiting. Waiting for his mother to fall asleep. 1, 2, 3. He counted silently to himself, unsure how long it took until his mother's breathing steadied and her snores began. Only then did he slowly rise. His gaunt face framed a pair of disproportionately large eyes, protruding due to malnutrition. If he opened them wide, they seemed ready to pop out. But his expression remained utterly blank, as if he were merely going to the bathroom, nothing out of the ordinary. He gently pushed open his mother's door. The soft creak didn't wake her, she remained in a deep sleep. Fang Ming had somehow acquired a rope so long and thick it felt heavy and unsteady in his small hands. Yet his gaze was terrifyingly resolute, eerily dark. Standing only as tall as the bed, he first tied one end of the rope to a nearby table, then climbed onto the bed with the other end. Carefully, he slid the rope under his mother's neck. His mother slept on a high pillow, leaving ample space beneath her neck, enough for him to thread the rope through without disturbing her. Once the rope was in place, he didn't immediately attack. Instead, he first tied a loose slipknot, then glanced at the nearby quilt to ensure it was within reach. Only then did he abruptly pull the rope tight, transforming the slipknot into a deadly noose. Kneeling beside her, he strained with all his might to tighten it. Instantly, Wang Xiaomai awoke, gasping from the suffocating pressure. She instinctively clutched at the rope around her neck, her eyes snapping open. But what she saw wasn't an intruder, it was her young son. Her own child was trying to kill her. He wanted to strangle her. The realization sent a tremor through Wang Xiaomai's mind. Stunned, she froze, losing precious seconds to react. Fang Ming didn't meet her gaze. Instead, he pulled harder. Sensing her awakening, he lunged onto her, pulled the quilt over her face, and pressed his full weight down. His small, childish hands continued to yank at the rope, as if desperate to instantly throttle his mother to death. Choking, Wang Xiaomai thrashed violently. Survival instinct took over. She no longer cared if this was her son. How could her son do this to her? Her will to live fueled her desperate struggle. She pulled at the rope, but it wouldn't loosen. Frantic, she used both hands and feet, trying to push away the quilt and Fang Ming, who was pressing down on her face. As an adult woman, Wang Xiaomai possessed significantly more strength than a malnourished 7-year-old. Driven by the primal urge to survive, she gave a powerful shove, sending Fang Ming tumbling off her body with a loud thud, nearly making him fall to the floor. Fortunately, Fang Ming, with quick reflexes, grabbed the edge of the bed, preventing his fall. Gak! Wang Xiaomai immediately tried to sit up and loosen the rope, but it was too short, every movement only tightened the noose around her neck, nearly making her black out. Forced back down, she clawed at it with both hands, trying to tear it apart by brute force. But Fang Ming wouldn't let her succeed. He lunged again, biting savagely at her face like a feral wolf cub. Ah! Hell! Pain and terror made Wang Xiaomai scream, but Fang Ming again pulled the quilt over her, stuffing a corner into her mouth to muffle her cries. Then, he threw his entire weight onto her. His full weight pressed down on her face, sealing her nose and mouth, cutting off her breath, while his hands relentlessly tightened the rope. GHK, GHK. He truly wanted her dead. This heartless little monster was murdering his own mother. Wang Xiaomai was consumed by both fear and hatred. Why? She refused to accept this. What had she done to deserve birthing such a monster? Her husband's early death had left her struggling alone with a child. Even if she were to die, it shouldn't be by her son's hands. What a cruel fate. Tears streamed down Wang Xiaomai's face as she sobbed, trying to cry for help, while frantically struggling. But it was futile. The rope held fast around her neck. Every time she pushed Fang Ming away, he quickly scrambled back on top. Gradually, her strength waned. Her arms grew weak and limp. Watching his mother's weakening struggles, Fang Ming instead grinned, a bloodthirsty, eerie smile, like a child from a horror film, baring a few teeth in a chilling, mirthless grin. It was at this moment that Xia Xian and Quan Ruifeng arrived at Fang Ming's home. "Anyone there?" "Knock knock. Knock knock." The door was locked from the inside, confirming someone was home, likely napping at this hour. But Xia Xian kept knocking relentlessly, undeterred by the disturbance. So did Quan Ruifeng. They had one goal: to uncover the truth about that child today. Frowning, Fang Ming wondered what had gone wrong. Who would visit at this time? He had to finish this quickly. Summoning all his strength, he pulled with everything he had. The rope had dug deeply into Wang Xiaomai's neck, leaving stark, dark purple bruising. Whether it was due to the noise outside or a final surge of strength, Wang Xiaomai, who had no strength left to resist, suddenly, with a last burst of energy, mustered enough force to shove Fang Ming off her, sending him crashing to the floor with a heavy thud. She managed a weak cry. "Help! Did you hear that?" Xia Xian asked in shock. "I heard it." Quan Ruifeng gave a grim nod. Without hesitation, he took Xia Xian's hand, pulled her back slightly to safety, then raised his foot and slammed it into the door. Chapter 43, Do you want to avenge him? Snap. The wooden bar securing the door broke instantly. The door creaked open with a loud groan. Quan Ruifeng and Xia Xian rushed in, only to see the deranged Fang Ming still attempting to strangle his own mother. A 7-year-old child trying to kill his own mother. The scene was utterly horrifying. "Fang Ming, stop!" Xia Xian roared, charging in simultaneously with Quan Ruifeng. The situation had taken an unexpected turn. Fang Ming hadn't anticipated such interference. If he had known, he would have used a knife instead. Regret gnawed at him as he bit down hard on his lip, drawing blood, but he ignored the pain, solely focused on tightening the rope with ruthless, manic resolve. He had to finish the job before they could intervene. He couldn't let all his efforts go to waste. "Stop it. Murder is a crime, and she's your own mother." Xia Xian couldn't fathom how a child could be so brazenly murderous, targeting his own mother no less. How on earth had Sea Eagle brainwashed him? Quan Ruifeng swiftly pulled Fang Ming away, while Xia Xian immediately loosened the rope around Wang Xiaomai's neck. She was already on the brink of death, her eyes barely open. Had they arrived any later, she might not have survived. Oh my God! Once the rope was finally removed, the sight of the deep, gruesome ligature marks on her neck made Xia Xian shudder. She couldn't bear to imagine how long Wang Xiaomai had endured the suffocation. To see her own son do this to her, how heart-wrenching. It was just like in her past life, when she had to watch helplessly as her daughter Chu Nan toasted that wretched pair. After Bai Lian's son kicked her to death, she was forced to listen to their cozy family moment. Tea felt like being flayed alive. Arg! Even after being restrained by Quan Ruifeng, Fang Ming refused to give up. He sank his teeth deep into Quan Ruifeng's hand, trying to tear off a chunk of flesh. "Let go." Quan Ruifeng didn't even flinch. He simply gripped Fang Ming's jaw, forcing him to release his bite. Helpless against Quan Ruifeng's control, Fang Ming was quickly hoisted up and tied. "Xia Xian, stay here and watch him. I'll take her to the hospital." Wang Xiaomai needed urgent medical attention, or she wouldn't pull through. But someone also had to keep an eye on Fang Ming. "Got it. Go ahead. I'll stick to him like glue, he won't escape." Xia Xian nodded solemnly. Outside the house lay a packed bag, making it clear Fang Ming had planned to kill his mother and then flee. She couldn't let him slip away, or he'd disappear forever, sowing untold disaster in the future. Time was of the essence. Without delay, Quan Ruifeng carried Wang Xiaomai outside. The commotion from bursting in had drawn the attention of neighbors, some of whom were now peering out. They gasped in shock at the sight of Wan Xiaomai's bruised neck. What happened? Did she try to take her own life? Too complicated to explain now. Do you have a bicycle? Quan Ruifeng had no time for explanations. No one would believe the truth right now anyway. I do. I'll go get mine. A helpful neighbor quickly wheeled over his bicycle. With their assistance, they rushed Wang Xiaomai to the hospital. The remaining onlookers gathered around Fang Ming's house, gawking and gossiping. Some tried questioning Xia Xian, but she shook her head. I'm just helping out. This is a job for the police. I don't know anything. The man who left is an officer. You can ask him when he returns. Shifting responsibility to Quan Ruifeng, Xia Xian closed the door, shutting out the prying eyes. Even after being caught, Fang Ming didn't beg for mercy. Bound and motionless, he sat with his head lowered, like a mushroom under storm clouds, drenched in shadow. Xia Xian had no intention of engaging with him. She sat at a distance, lost in thought. Had they caught everyone this time? Would that notorious crime wave now be prevented? With so much changed, would the future take a better turn? Everything seemed to be moving in a positive direction, including her own life. Once she reached Beijing, she'd focus entirely on her studies. After getting into university, she'd balance academics with weekend street vending. She wouldn't waste a single opportunity. Xia Xian understood the importance of a diploma, but she also knew the golden opportunities of the early economic reform period. When the winds of change blew, even pigs could fly. She couldn't afford to miss that wave. She had to rake in money to secure her future. Even if her psychology major didn't land her a job later, she'd still have the means to support herself. She could study purely for passion, purely to achieve her dreams. Lost in contemplation, Xia Xian's mood was neither light nor heavy, just stifled. Then, a soft, high-pitched voice pierced the quiet. I know you. Huh? Thinking she'd misheard, Xia Xian turned to find Fang Ming staring at her. I know you, he repeated, his gaze no longer purely sinister but tinged with an unnatural obsession. You're the one who lured him out to get caught. You're pretty. You'd look prettier dead. Skin so white, so docile. His innocent voice kept spouting bone-chilling remarks, spoken as casually as chatting about the weather. Wouldn't even think of resisting. Xia Xian stared back, swallowing hard as tension coiled in her chest. Had he been stalking her too? Yet neither she nor Quan Ruifeng had noticed him. Who'd suspect a child of being a threat? But seeing how cold-blooded he'd been with his own mother, he wouldn't hesitate to harm her either. If he ever got the chance, no one would trace it back to him, who'd suspect a child with no ties to her. You're always so busy. He smiled at her suddenly, and that smile struck her heart like a hammer blow. He definitely had been following her. Xia Xian could no longer see him as just a child. She cut straight to a loaded question. Do you want to avenge him then? Don't you hate him? You hated your mom, so why not him? He's the one who cut off your finger. He's the worst of them all. Bringing up the finger darkened Fang Ming's mood, but he knew everything came at a price. What do you know? You think he hurt me, but he was the only one who saved me. None of you cared about me. You're all just as self-righteous and disgusting as my mom. Fang Ming's anger reignited, and he thrashed like a wild animal, the ropes cutting into his skin. He didn't care, consumed by his rage. Xia Xian watched him, convinced he was a lost cause, thoroughly brainwashed by Sea Eagle. No matter how they spun it, cutting off a healthy finger and claiming it was for his own good, it was all a lie. A kid that naive was the easiest to deceive. Xia Xian tried reasoning with him again, but he refused to listen, baring his teeth aggressively. She had no choice but to give up. Deprogramming a brainwashed person would take a long, long time. He'd probably rot in juvie forever. When Wanja and the others woke up and returned to the police station, they were stunned to hear Quan Ruifeng and Xia Xian had already caught the real fugitive. They were filled with regret. he got another merit. Was this guy hopped up on something? So damn eager. The so-called stimulant, Quan Ruifeng, kept quietly retreating after the success. But not long after, he really was drugged, with something he never saw coming. It blew up his whole plan. Chapter 44, Winning at All Costs. However, the immediate priority was still to deal with Sea Eagle and his true apprentice, Feng Ming. Feng Ming, being young, knew he wouldn't face execution. He answered every question truthfully, spilling all the details of his dealings with Sea Eagle. The truth was out. They had to take both of them back to the capital. As for the older youths, they could be released, but their families would need to keep a strict watch. The police and neighborhood committee would also cooperate, making regular visits to ensure they didn't stray. Lu Jun watched as these influential figures from the capital finally prepared to leave, breathing a sigh of relief. Each one had powerful connections, he couldn't afford to offend them. The sooner they left, the better. Yet, Quan Ruifeng remained. You take them back first. Huh? Why aren't you leaving? Worried about packing? We can help you gather your things and carry them back. Wouldn't that save you trouble? Zhou Xingshi was puzzled. Had Quan Ruifeng grown fond of this desolate place? His family missed him terribly, wishing he could fly back immediately. You idiot, of course he doesn't want to leave. There's someone here he can't bear to part with. Unlike you, a lone wolf who can go wherever you please, with no one to answer to. Wei Lai smirked, unwrapping another candy and popping it into his mouth. He truly never went anywhere without his sweets. Quan Ruifeng shot him a disdainful look, his gaze imperious. I still have business to attend to. Do I need to explain everything to you? Are you trying to be my father or mother? I doubt either of them has any intention of remarrying. Damn, your tongue is sharp, you don't even spare your own parents. Fine, we won't interfere. But when we get back and your parents ask about you, what should we say? Zhou Xingshi was his neighbor and childhood friend. Once back, Quan Ruifeng's family would undoubtedly grill him for information, asking if Quan Ruifeng had eaten well, slept well, gotten injured, or lost weight. Tell them the truth. Quan Ruifeng's tone was indifferent. Zhou Xingshi pondered again, what exactly did the truth entail? Should he mention the girl, Xia Xian? He had secretly asked Lu Jun and learned that Xia Xian was a widow. If she remarried, it would be her second marriage. If the Quan family heard Quan Ruifeng had fallen for Xia Xian, they'd have a heart attack. There's something else I need to discuss with you. Come here. Quan Ruifeng gestured with his chin, signaling Zhou Xingshi to follow him outside. Alright, I've got questions for you too. Above all, he needed to clarify the situation with Xia Xian, whether it was all a misunderstanding or if Quan Ruifeng truly had feelings for her. Well, what's so secretive that you have to talk behind our backs? Wei Lai, should we eavesdrop? Wanja teased, his tone playfully mischievous. In his 30s, he had joined the workforce years earlier than the others and was something of an elder brother. That's why, after receiving Quan Ruifeng's report, he had been put in charge of this mission. Yet, he still acted so carefree. Forget it. If he knocks out the few teeth I have left, you can go alone. I'm staying out of it. Wei Lai unwrapped another candy and walked away, seeking peace and quiet. Quan Ruifeng had already wrapped up the case, they were just along for the ride. Hijacking the spotlight or meddling in his affairs would only invite his wrath, and Wei Lai wasn't about to take that risk. Useless. Wanja's muttered complaint was barely audible, but Quan Ruifeng paid it no mind. He knew neither of them would actually follow. Once you're back, go to the household registration office for me. Transfer Xia Xian's residency. Her documents and proof are here. Her household registration will be temporarily placed under my family's neighborhood committee. We'll finalize it properly once I return. Quan Ruifeng didn't mince words with his childhood friend, cutting straight to the chase and handing him the files. The message was clear, Quan Ruifeng might as well have stamped the words "I love Xia Xian and can't live without her" across Zhou Xingshir's face. Zhou Xingshir was floored. Bro, are you serious? I thought you were joking. Why are you taking her with you? Have you considered what your aunt and uncle will say? If grandma finds out you're bringing home a widow, she'll need to be rushed to the hospital. Someone from our family can have a casual relationship, but marriage is serious business. He immediately started pleading earnestly. Though unmarried himself, he already had a fiancée from a suitable family. Starting at the grassroots level in the police force was just a springboard for his rise. This wasn't his end goal, just the beginning. Once he married, promotions would follow immediately. The same went for Quan Ruifeng. With this major achievement, capturing a serial killer and even tying up loose ends, leaving no trace of evil, his promotion upon returning was guaranteed. He didn't need marriage to prove his worth. But his father-in-law's influence was still crucial. Joking? When have I ever joked? When you were 3, playing in the mud, I was already in school. Quan Ruifeng replied casually, neither confirming nor denying Zhou Xingshir's assumptions. But to avoid misunderstandings, he added, Xia Xian is very intelligent and outstanding. My asking you to move her household registration to the capital was a condition I promised her, it's not for any other reason. She earned this through her own efforts. We made a bargain from the start. Quan Ruifeng explained how he had used Xia Xian as bait. Zhou Xingshir knew about Xia Xian's role as bait, it had been a crucial part of the plan. He just hadn't realized they had agreed on terms beforehand. Still, it made sense. After all, no one helps for free. But he still wasn't convinced. Tell me honestly, what are your real feelings for her? You wouldn't hide that from me, would you? We've been brothers since we were babies. Zhou Xingshir emphasized their bond to drive the point home. Open crotch pants? He never wore that kind of thing, not even as a kid. Quan Ruifeng shot him a glare but still gave him the honest truth. His voice was cool yet commanding. The feeling of being in love. I intend to marry her. It means I'll do whatever it takes to get her. Understand? Chapter 45, not the time for you to be the other woman anymore? You've got to be kidding me. I don't understand you. She's a widow. Yeah, I admit she's attractive, not some country bumpkin, but beautiful women are everywhere in the capital. You could pick any one of them, all with better backgrounds and never been married. Why are you so stuck on her? Can't you at least consider how I feel? Zhou Xingshir was so shocked by his admission that he clutched his chest as if having a heart attack, staring at him in disbelief. Quan Ruifeng, so outstanding, so handsome, from such a good family, how could he? Why should I care how you feel? You think you're my dad now? Quan Ruifeng was amused. Enough. Love isn't about qualifications, it's about the feeling. And what's wrong with a second marriage? It's modern times, and you're still discriminating? Xia Xian is exceptional, exactly what I want in every way. That's all I need to know. If you understood, I'd be worried. He patted Zhou Xingshir's shoulder, telling him to relax. I'll deal with my family myself. No matter what they think, it won't sway my decision. Quan Ruifeng's tone was firm, leaving Zhou Xingshir speechless. Come on, why the holier-than-thou act now? Wasn't it you who once declared you'd be Xin Yu's other woman? Quan Ruifeng shot him a sidelong glance, rubbing his nose in it. Zhou Xingshir panicked, looking around nervously, terrified someone might overhear. Keep it down. You want the whole world to know? He turned red with anger. Quit making things up and making me look bad. Fine, I'm done with your drama. Quan Ruifeng scoffed at his pathetic response. Xin Yu had grown up with them in the same compound, neighbors since childhood. She used to cling to Zhou Xingshir, who mistook her affection for love. He once cried his eyes out, swearing dramatically to be her other woman. Fed up with his nonsense, Quan Ruifeng dragged him to Xin Yu to clear things up. Xin Yu, fragile as she looked, was clever as a fox. She'd been deliberately provoking Zhou Xingshi, nearly broke him before ending the charade. They were engaged by 15. As for why they still hadn't married, well, that was between them. Quan Ruifeng couldn't be bothered to ask. Get this done for me, or I might just have to catch up with Xinyu. Quan Ruifeng smirked darkly, his lips curling without warmth. Fine, fine. I give up. You're ruthless with your friends but all sweet talk with others, huh? I'm out. Zhou Xingshi stormed off before their friendship was ruined completely. The three young masters from the capital swiftly left with their team, leaving only Quan Ruifeng behind. Xia Xian knew the guys from the capital wouldn't stay long, but she hadn't expected them to leave so soon. So, when are you heading back? And what about me? With the others gone, Quan Ruifeng had no reason to stay. He'd probably leave soon, but when would her residency paperwork be settled? If things go smoothly, your residency status could be done in 3 to 5 days. At worst, half a month. We've been here a while but haven't really explored. I'll stay a few more days, then take you back with me and get you settled. He spoke casually, as if bringing her along was no big deal. Xia Xian couldn't imagine what their small town had to offer, but since they were here, it'd be a shame not to look around. She quickly convinced herself with that excuse. Then I'll prepare as fast as I can, so I'm ready to go anytime. The capital, she was finally going to the capital. In her past life, she'd trapped herself in this small town, sacrificing everything for the Chu family, never even daring to visit the capital as a tourist. Now, she'd become a Beijing local. She could travel wherever she wanted now, without answering to anyone. Her heart leapt, a small smile touching her lips. Gentle on the surface, but only she knew the unyielding resilience beneath, tougher than nails. You really like the capital? Quan Ruifeng asked softly, watching her quiet smile. Not sure. I think I'll like it. It's a big city, after all. She sidestepped the question. Truthfully, she didn't know yet, she'd figure it out once she got there. And with a capital residency, she could always move elsewhere later if she wanted. But if she liked the capital, would she like its people too? Quan Ruifeng quietly plotted in his mind. He wanted to take action but found himself at a loss, didn't know where to begin with Xia Xian. You. I. They spoke in unison again. Let me go first. Wang Xiaomai didn't die, she was saved. But, is it really okay to take Fang Ming away without her consent? Xia Xian frowned, asking with unusual interest in the case details. Fang Ming had been taken to the capital last night, while Wang Xiaomai only woke up this morning. So they couldn't have gotten her approval. Fang Ming isn't himself anymore. We can't treat him like an ordinary child. So regardless of Wang Xiaomai's wishes, we have to take him. Normally, they couldn't remove a child without the guardian's consent. But this was an exception, exceptional circumstances call for exceptional measures. Besides, Wang Xiaomai might not want him back after this. I see. Xia Xian didn't quite agree with this statement. Quan Ruifeng might have underestimated a mother's love. Sure enough, after Wang Xiaomai regained consciousness, she spent half a day alone before asking to see Fang Ming in the afternoon. However, Fang Ming had already been taken to the capital for custody and would never be coming back. Lu Jun rushed over to ask Quan Ruifeng what to do. She's the child's mother. If she wants to find her child, I can't stop her. This was more than Lu Jun could handle, and since he wasn't the one who took the child away, it wasn't his responsibility. I'll talk to her. Quan Ruifeng nodded and prepared to go to the hospital. He'd stayed partly to deal with the fallout of this matter. At the very least, he needed to explain certain things to Wang Xiaomai. She deserved to know why she was losing her child. I'll go with you. Xia Xian really wanted to know Wang Xiaomai's thoughts. Their shared experience made her sympathetic. All right. They went back to the hospital together, but the first thing Wang Xiaomai said upon seeing them was. Chapter 46. Drugged by Bai Lian. Shoot me instead, but please let him go. Wang Xiaomai pleaded through her tears. She had reflected deeply and concluded that the greater part of the blame lay with her. Feng Ming was still young, everything that happened was because she, as a mother, had not been good enough. Because she couldn't provide for him, she saw him as a burden. When her mood soured, she would hit him, scold him, and vent her frustrations on him. She often thought that if it weren't for Feng Ming, she could remarry, live with dignity, not relying on men's charity, not being called a loose woman or filthy widow. Every word was a stab to her heart. Every man disgusted her to the point of nausea. She didn't want to live, but for Feng Ming's sake, she endured the humiliation and continued her miserable existence. She believed everything she did was for Feng Ming. She had sacrificed and given so much for him. What did a little harm matter? So when she learned his finger was missing, she didn't show much concern, merely telling him not to play around carelessly in the future lest he lose his entire hand. She never asked if he had been bullied, knowing she was powerless to avenge him even if he had. Essentially, it was her own uselessness as a mother, her projection of her impotent resentment onto him. So she didn't blame him. She didn't want the police to take him away. She was willing to trade her life for his. Besides, she was the victim. If she wasn't pursuing charges, shouldn't the police release him? Wang Xiaomai, uneducated and ignorant of the law, naively believed this, completely unaware of the gravity of the situation. Quan Ruifeng looked at the tearful, desperate mother and fell silent. He suddenly found it hard to tell her the truth. If not for Sea Eagle's instigation and manipulation, Feng Ming wouldn't have gone down this path. But now, there was no turning back. His malice toward humanity had surpassed that of an ordinary person. Unchecked, he would become a killing machine. So, for the rest of his life, he would lose his freedom. Xia Xian's throat felt parched, her heart heavy with sympathy. She admired Wang Xiaomai's immense generosity. However, Wang Xiaomai had wronged Feng Ming. She hadn't treated him well, had neglected his care, she bore significant responsibility in this matter. And what about herself? She had meticulously cared for, cherished, and loved Chu Nannan every day. Yet, in the end, how had Chu Nannan treated her? She could never forgive it. If not for Chu Nannan's betrayal, she could have seized the perfect moment, had relations with Chu Xing again, conceived Chu Nannan once more, and raised her herself. But no. She wasn't as magnanimous as Wang Xiaomai. She would never forgive Chu Nannan's betrayal. This time, she would be utterly selfish. Xia Xian didn't remember how she left the hospital. All she recalled was Wang Xiaomai's utterly desolate gaze. Her mood was abysmal. What's wrong? Let me walk with you. Quan Ruifeng noticed her distress and asked with concern. His own heart was heavy, and he couldn't help but sigh, slowly exhaling a turbid breath. No, I need to be alone. Don't follow me. Xia Xian's mind was a jumble. She rejected Quan Ruifeng's offer and walked away alone. Lost in thought, she wandered aimlessly. When she finally came to, she found herself standing before the Chu family's house, now just charred ruins, scorched marks everywhere. Not a single trace remained of the life she and Chu Nannan had shared in their previous life. Right. Everything had changed. She shouldn't even think about Chu Nannan anymore. She felt useless. This lifetime, let Chu Nannan find someone else to be her mother. Xia Xian smiled faintly, truly letting go of Chu Nannan this time. Next door, the Bai residence. Kong Zuime was about to go out for a chat when she suddenly spotted a figure standing near the Chu residence. She initially thought it was Chu Xing or old lady Chu returning, but upon closer inspection, it was Xia Xian. Immediately, she quietly shut the door and rushed back inside to find Bai Lian. Wake up. Stop sleeping. Didn't you say you had everything ready? Xia Xian has delivered herself to us, hurry and seize the opportunity. She shook Bai Lian awake. Bai Lian's drowsiness vanished instantly. She bolted upright, her expression urgent. Right. Wei Jiwei already gave me the drug. Where is she? Bai Lian had actually made a deal with Wei Jiwei and even obtained some kind of drug from him. Truly, they were a match made in hell, both equally black-hearted and vicious. She's right outside. But how do we get her away? Kong Zuimei's mind wasn't quick. She couldn't think of a plan, so it was up to Bai Lian. This drug is a spray. Just spray it under her nose, let her inhale it. Once she's dizzy and aroused, everything will be easy. I'll go to her. In a flash, Bai Lian had already devised her plan. She hurriedly retrieved the drug, clutched it in her palm, and went out. Just as she saw Xia Xian about to leave, she called out. Xia Xian. Xia Xian turned, her face expressionless. Did Chuxing give you that 50 yuan? When will you let him out? Using Chuxing as an excuse, Bai Lian edged closer, her expression still feigning weakness. Miss him? Then why did you run so fast at the police station? Why didn't you stay with him? Xia Xian sneered. Here she was, putting on an act again. There were no outsiders, why bother with the effort? We're just neighbors. I don't know why you've misunderstood us. You've always been hostile toward me. Last time, we were both at fault. How about this, I'll repay part of Chuxing's debt for him. I'll give you the money. Can we be friends after this? Or if not friends, at least not enemies? Bai Lian spoke sincerely, her expression pitiful, but a flash of malice flickered in her eyes. Xia Xian's guard shot up. Warning bells rang in her mind. Bai Lian, that selfish woman, would never help Chuxing repay money, much less suggest turning enemies into friends. It was an absurd idea, completely unlike Bai Lian's usual character. The one who understands you best isn't your friend, it's your enemy. After so many encounters with her, Xia Xian immediately stepped back. Whatever this was, she needed to get away from this strange woman first. Seeing her about to flee, Bai Lian felt annoyed. But she couldn't let such a golden opportunity slip away. So she lunged forward, swiftly pulling out the drug hidden in her palm and spraying it towards Xia Xian's face. Chapter 47. Do you want to? I don't need you to take responsibility. Xia Xian dodged Bai Lian's lunge but still couldn't avoid inhaling the sprayed drug. What are you doing? What did you do to me? Xia Xian's breathing immediately became labored, and her head spun. Her internal alarm screamed. Without waiting for Bai Lian to speak, she took off running. Mom! Bai Lian snapped, and Kong Zuimei rushed out from the house. The mother and daughter tried to catch Xia Xian together. But Xia Xian's legs seemed like they had springs, she took off like a shot. Familiar with the area, she zigzagged through the streets and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Where is she? How could they lose her? Bai Lian and her mother were seething with anger. Meanwhile, Xia Xian, who had successfully given them the slip, felt her dizziness worsening.